The following programs were originally aired live, long before the advent of high fidelity, and they were recorded using a variety of means, from direct recording onto early audio tape and glass records, to simply placing the microphone of a wire recorder in front of the speakers of a radio playing the program. I hope, however, that any variance in audio quality will not take away from your pleasure in listening to these, some of the all-time favorite shows.
Hey, Maya, who's on first? Why, it's Bud Abbott and Lou Costello who are up next.
The Abbott and Costello program, brought to you by Camel, the cigarette that's first in the service according to actual sales records. See if your throat and your taste don't make Camel a first with you, too. Find out for yourself. Listen to the rhythms of Freddie Rich and his orchestra, the swingy songs of Connie Haynes. And this being October 12th, we remind you of the famous words that Queen Isabella said to Columbus. Yes, sir, Columbus discovered America, and America discovered our Camel stars, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, I'm sure glad to see you again. How do you feel?
Huh?
How do you feel?
Oh, I don't know. Wait a minute. Wait till I look. Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
What, already?
Here it is.
All right, go
Here
ahead.
it is on page 1.
Oh,
I feel awful, Abbott. I really feel awful. I just got some terrible news.
what do you mean?
Get a load of this letter.
What letter?
It just came from my cousin, Corporal Hugo Costello.
Yes?
He's been thrown into the guardhouse for bringing poison ivory into the camp.
Poison ivory?
Yep.
I think you mean poison ivy?
No, this was poison ivory. They caught him with loaded dice.
Look, Costello, forget about your cousin. I've got some important business to discuss with you.
Oh, good.
You know that $75 you made this summer working on your Uncle Oddie Stebbins' farm?
What about it?
Well, I'm going to invest it for you today. I'm going to double your money.
You're going to double my money?
Yes.
No, you don't, Abbott. Give me back my $75.
What do you mean?
I'll double it myself.
How?
I'll fold it once and put it back into my pocket.
Costello, I'm not going to give you that money. You'll only squander it. Besides, I haven't got the money with me.
You haven't, huh?
No.
What's that lump in your sock?
Oh, that's my long underwear.
How come your long underwear's got Lincoln's picture on it?
Costello, there's no use arguing. I've made our decision.
You've made our decision.
Exactly.
What is our decision that you've made?
I'm investing your $75 in a gold mine in Gold Tooth, Nevada.
I don't want no gold mine.
Nonsense, Costello. Do you know of an easier way to make money?
Yeah, but Gypsy Rose Lee beat me to it.
No.
I'd like to do a takeoff on Gypsy Rose
Yeah, all
Lee.
right, never mind that.
Ah,
Never-
pretty
No, no, no,
girl.
here, put that back. Costello, I can see that you know nothing about mining.
Oh, is that so?
Yes.
I spent all last night mining in my kitchen.
Mining in your kitchen?
Yeah, council mining.
Oh, look,
Council mining.
I got it,
I'll give you one more try.
All right. Look, Costello, do you know where gold comes from?
No, but I know where it goes to.
Yeah, I know.
Now give me back my $75.
Not so fast. For your information, gold comes from ore.
Huh?
Gold comes from ore.
Gold comes from ore.
Yeah,
Or what?
that's right, gold ore.
Oh, thank you. Or what?
Or nothing, just plain ore.
Look, it's got to be or something.
No.
You just can't let the participle dangle. It gets in front of the proposition.
No. I tell you, Costello, it's just plain ore. Gold ore.
Abbott, you shouldn't talk without finishing your sentences. Your grammar is bad.
My grammar's bad.
Your grammar's bad.
I finish my sentences. How do you think your grammar is?
Well, she hasn't finished her sentence yet.
Listen, Costello, get this through your thick skull. Gold comes from ore.
Good.
First you dig the gold, then you smelt it.
I do what?
You smelt the gold.
I didn't smelt nothing. I couldn't smelt it. I got a cold.
Look, will you please talk sense, Costello? I mean, you dig up the gold and then you smelt it.
Not me, Abbott. I ain't digging it up.
Why not?
If it's going to smelt, why dig it up? Let it stay in the ground.
But Costello.
Not if it's going to smelt.
Now, look.
Pile the dirt on.
Now, wait a
brother.
minute. Look, but.
Bury it deeper.
I know. Look.
Way
All right,
down.
I understand. Look, will you please be quiet? In order to refine the gold, you've got to smelt it. You smelt the gold ore.
The gold or what?
No. Now, don't start that again, please. You smelt the gold, and it comes out refined.
It comes out refined.
That's right.
That don't make sense.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, if the gold is so refined, why does it smelt?
No. You still don't understand, Lou. First, you dig into the ground until you strike a vein of gold.
A vein of gold.
Certainly. Gold comes in veins.
Is that why your veins are so lumpy?
No. Listen, I'm not talking about my veins.
Well, I am. Well, whose veins are you talking about?
The veins I'm talking about are in the ground. And as you dig down deeper, you find that the veins get closer and closer together.
Oh, just like my grandfather.
Your grandfather.
Yeah, he's got very, very close veins.
No. Will you stop talking and start listening? As you follow the veins down into the ground, you finally come to the main vein. That's where you strike your mother lode.
I beg your pardon? That's where I strike what lode?
The mother lode. The mother lode. You strike the mother vein.
How dare you? Now, Abbott, you and me is going out in the alley. You have impugned on my good name.
What do you mean?
Now, I'm a good-natured dope. You know that, Abbott.
I know
Now,
that.
you can abuse me all you want. And I've stood a lot from you.
All right.
I have taken many, many insults, but I didn't mind, because I'm beneath that. But at last you have hurt and besmirched my honor.
What in heaven's name are you talking about?
I didn't mind when you told me that gold smelt. And I didn't care when you told me that even my refined gold smelt. I even forgave you, Abbott, when you said gold ore. And you refused to tell me or what. But when you asked me to go down into that mine and strike my mother in the vein while she was carrying a load, that did it.
Well, speaking of veins, who ever seen a diagrammatic drawing of the human throat? What a wonderful, intricate instrument it is. And how important that you give it proper care and attention, such as the proper choice of cigarettes, for example. That is important. Why don't you give your own throat a chance to try Camel's kind, cool mildness? See how your throat feels at the end of a day after you've been smoking all day when Camel's your cigarette. And try Camel's rich, full, fresh flavor on your taste. The flavor that never goes flat, so many smokers say, no matter how many Camels you smoke. Flavor that holds up pack after pack. So try Camel's on your T-zone. That's T for throat and T for taste today.
C-A-M-E-L-S.
Camel's, a superb blend of costlier tobaccos. Well, though we don't know whether Lou Costello will find gold, we do know that Freddie Rich and his orchestra will strike a vein of popularity when they dig straightened up and fly right. Start digging. our handsome heroes, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, we find that the convincing Abbott has induced the gullible Costello to invest his $75 in a gold mine called the Little Pauper Mine, located in Goldtooth, Nevada. As we look in on the boys, they are trekking across the burning sands of the Mojave Desert on their way to the mine. Here they are, trekking.
I's a trekking, a boom daddy a dee. I's a trekking with a hot old
All right, Costello.
Costello.
Costello!
Yes.
Will you behave yourself?
Well, I was a trekking.
I know, but we've got to get to Goldtooth, Nevada before dark. I think we're lost now. I don't see any sign of a trail.
Hey, Abbott, look. There's a big rock over there with some writing on it. What does it say?
What does it say? Can't you read?
No, I can read reading, but I can't read writing.
All right, get out of the way. Let's see.
Okay.
It says, under this stone lies Billy the Kid.
Well, come on. What are you standing there for? Come on, help me. Move
What
this
the-
stone, Abbott.
what for?
We got to get that kid out of there.
Oh, no. No.
How can he breathe under there?
No, wait a minute, you dummy. It says this rock marks the spot where Billy the Kid fell in 1861.
Well, no wonder the kid fell. I nearly tripped over the darn thing myself.
All right.
But what's got me is, how did he get under the rock?
Never mind that. Look here.
Wow.
Hey, wait a minute. Here comes a man across the desert. Maybe he can give us some information, some directions.
Get a load of the guy.
Yeah.
He's wearing a bathing suit.
Yeah.
Hey, you! What's the idea of wearing a swimming suit out here in the desert?
I'm a lifeguard.
A lifeguard. But there isn't any water within 200 miles of here.
Yes, large beach, isn't it?
Hey, was that guy real, or am I seeing a garage?
Garage. The word is mirage.
Oh, no, Abbott. Mirage is what my mother puts on top of her pies. Lemon mirage pie.
No, you don't mean mirage. You mean meringue. Meringue.
Meringue?
Yes.
Oh, no. That's what we use in our house instead of butter. Butter.
You use meringue.
Yeah, oleo margarine meringue.
Oh.
Slippery stuff, too.
All right.
Can't
Come.
hold it in your hand, the powder.
Yeah, I know all about that. Come
Powder
on, come on,
stuff.
Costello. We've got a long way to go before we get to the mine. Hey, look. There's an Indian coming out of that cave over there. Maybe he knows the way.
Well, if it's an Indian, Abbott, let's run.
What
He
for?
probably wants our scallops for dinner. Fried scallops with head lettuce.
Now, don't be such a coward. He's just a peaceful Indian selling blankets. I'll speak to him. How much cost them blankets, Chief?
$15.
But, Chief, $15 for that blanket. You make 'em price too high.
What's high? That's strictly OPA ceiling price.
Costello, it's Kitzel.
Could be. How's with you, my happy chappies?
Hey, Kitzel, are you an Indian?
With certain reservations, yes.
Now, wait a minute, Kitzel.
Yeah.
Those are phony Indian blankets you got there.
Why?
Look, it says right here, made in Cleveland.
Oh, pish posh, didn't you ever hear of the Cleveland Indians?
Look, Kitzel, we're trying to get to Costello's mine in Goldtooth, Nevada, and we lost our way. Can you tell us where we can get an Indian guide?
Oh, now, don't be so uppity-poppity. I'm an Indian.
When I hear you call,
All right.
I love you.
Kitzel, will you keep quiet a minute?
Oh, Tonto!
All right, never mind.
Victor!
All right.
And away!
All right. Look. Kitzel, you're a pretty anemic-looking Indian.
He must be a half-bleed.
Half-bleed. He called me a half. I don't like it.
Look, Kitzel, I don't like it here either. Now, where can I get a drink around here? I'm awful thirsty.
Well, now, here, just try a little sip of this homemade cactus juice here.
Oh, good. Okay, I'll try it. Hey, this stuff is killing me.
Well, for goodness sake, I can't understand that cactus juice was made personally by the Blackfeet Indians.
Well, they must have left one of their feet in it. It's kicking me in the stomach.
Listen, Costello.
Abbott, tell him to take his shoe off.
All right, keep quiet. Stop drinking that stuff. Costello, I don't think we can get to the Goldtooth tonight. Kitzel, is there any place around here we can stay?
Oh, yes, of course. Step right in, gentlemen. Welcome to Kitzel's Cozy Camp for Indians. Tall tepees for tired tourists, and no charge for scalp treatment.
Abbott, I'm telling you now, let's get out of here.
Now, just a second, gentlemen. You're passing up a beautiful place to spend our weekend. Why, we've got here horses, golf courses, and gay young divorces, driving, diving, and jitterbug jiving, peaches, leeches, poison ivy that eats us, hiking, biking, all sports to your liking, bees, trees, and a few trained fleas. Not to mention...
Fishing, wishing, and nice girls for kissing, inspectors, actors, and social directors, foxholes, rockholes, and sand in your sock holes, lizards, gizzards, in your winter there's blizzards. In the winters there's blizzards. Sundays and Mondays you sleep in your undies. 'Cause we have no pajamas,
Temporarily, we leave our gold prospectors, Bud Abbott and Lou Costello, to face the pleasant prospect of hearing our golden-voiced gal, Connie Haynes, sing It Could Happen to You.
Hide your heart from sight, lock your dreams at night. It could happen to you. Don't count stars, or you might stumble. Someone drops a sigh and down you tumble. Keep an eye on spring. Run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how your arms would be, and it happened to me. Keep an eye on spring, run when church bells ring. It could happen to you. All I did was wonder how your arms would be, and it happened to me. And it happened to
You know, every now and then, when you stepped up to a counter and asked for Camels, your dealer has to say, sorry, no Camels today. But please remember this. Camel's mildness and flavor make them worth asking for the next time. So keep on asking again and again. And again. You know, your T-zone, that's T for taste and T for throat, might join me in urging you to keep on asking for Camels. Yes, your taste may say, keep those Camels coming, Chief. That rich, full, fresh flavor, that's for us. And your throat may find that Camel's kind, cool mildness agrees with it wonderfully. So always ask for C-A-M-E-L-S. Camels, the cigarette that may suit your T-zone to a T. The cigarette to keep asking for again and again.
Well, here we are at last, Costello in Goldtooth. Oh, boy.
Hey, are we here in Goldtooth?
Yes.
Let's start drilling.
Oh, come. Say, there's the Red Dog Saloon, Costello. Let's go in and see if they can direct us to the mine.
The Red Dog Saloon?
Yes.
That looks like a den of antiquity. If my scoutmaster saw me go in there, he would strike me of my merit badge.
Oh, come on in.
No, boys. Please don't go into the Red Dog Saloon. Every time you go in there, the devil goes in with you.
What Did he say, Abbott?
Every time you go into a saloon, the devil goes in with you.
Well, if he does, he buys his own drinks. Come on, let's get in there.
Well, hello, boys. Welcome to the Red Dog Saloon.
Well, who are you?
Who am I? I'm part of the Old West. Why, one look at my face and these two guns I'm wearing should tell you who I am.
Hey, Abbott, it's Gene Autry.
Well, what's that package she's carrying on her back?
Must be Smiley Burnett.
Quiet, Costello.
boys were right.
Yes, I know it. Madam, we came here to find a...
No. Business can wait. You boys must have had a long journey. Why don't you relax a while? Come on, fat boy, let's dance.
Well-
I'll have the boys play your favorite tune.
Well, my favorite song is called The Bed That Wasn't Slept In.
The bed that wasn't slept in.
Yeah, Holiday for Springs. I bounced that one up myself. That's mind over mattress.
Costello, we're
Holiday for
wasting...
Springs.
Look, we're wasting time. Look, madam, we came here to look for a little pauper mine. I've convinced Mr. Costello here to buy the controlling interest.
The little pauper mine.
Be careful where you drop that one, lady. They're 72 cents a dozen.
Just a minute, madam. What's the matter with the little pauper mine? Isn't there any gold in it?
Well, there should be. Nobody's ever taken any out.
Where is the mine located?
Why, it's right under this building, 10,000 feet down. Here, step into the elevator. And if this old cable holds, I'll have you down there in 10 minutes.
And if the old cable doesn't hold?
Well, here we are. Did we come down too fast for you, partner?
No. I always wear my underwear rolled up around my neck.
Well, if you boys just follow that tunnel there, it'll lead you to the mine. Goodbye.
Hey, Abbott, I'm telling you, for the last time, get me out of this place. I ain't going in no dark tunnel.
Costello, you're just scared. You're a lily-livered yellow coward.
You're just saying that because it's true. Did I read that right?
Yes, come on. But buck up, Costello. Put a smile on your face. Come on. Let's hear you laugh.
Abbott, what was that? Somebody else laughed just like me.
Oh, that was nothing but your echo. Go ahead, laugh again, and you'll see your echo will come right back.
Hey, Abbott, somebody tickled my echo.
All right, never mind that, Costello. Hey, I think I see some gold.
Gold or what?
No, never mind. Give me that pick, and I'll start picking.
Okay, give me the crowbar and I'll start crowing. Hey, Abbott.
What?
I think it's gonna rain.
Why?
Listen, I hear thunder.
That isn't rain. That's not rain, and it's not thunder, Costello. I think the mine is caving in.
Caving in?
Yes.
Abbott!
Look out!
I got news for you. It caved!
You're right, Costello. We're trapped here in this tunnel. I'm afraid we'll never get out.
Never?
Never.
That's a long time, Abbott. I don't want to stay here. I gotta go home. My mother and my little brother Sebastian is waiting for me.
I'm afraid, Costello. I'm afraid, Costello, that you'll never see them again.
Abbott, you don't mean...
Yes,
What?
Costello. These are our last moments on Earth. We have only a few minutes to live. Have you any last thing you want to say before we go? Anything you want to say before we go?
Yes, Abbott. Yes.
What is it?
Just one thing, Abbott.
What is it, Lou?
Help!
It's no use yelling, Costello. Nobody can hear us away down here.
I don't care if nobody hears us way down here, as long as they hear us way up there.
There isn't a chance, Costello. We may as well face it. This is the end, old pal. It's the
I
end.
guess you're right, Bud.
Yeah. Costello.
What?
Our friendship has meant a lot to me.
I know it has.
I appreciate the many things you've done for me.
I know I've done a lot.
And before the end comes, I'd like to give you back your $75.
You want to give me the $75 now that it's the end?
Take it, Lou. I don't want anything on my mind.
Find time to pay me.
Here, invest it in any business you want while we're here.
Here in the cave, I got invested.
Use your own judgment.
I'll open up
Lou.
a hot dog stand.
Well, use your own judgment.
Well, thanks, old pal. I'm almost ashamed to make this, to take this money. I mean, after all the things I've done to you. I've done a lot of things to you, Abbott.
Oh, that's all
I've
right.
done some awful things
That's
to you.
all right.
Abbott, there's one thing I've got to tell you before the end. There's one thing I've got to confess.
What is it? What is it, Costello?
I knew who was on first base all the time. Hey, Abbott! Abbott! The ground is opening up! I'm falling! Catch me! Hold me! I'm falling! Abbott, where am I? Ah, come on! Get up off the floor, you big fat loafer! Why, it's Sebastian, me own little brother Sebastian. Oh, what are you doing down here in the gold mine? What gold mine? You just fell out of bed! Fell out of bed? You mean the gold mine, the desert? You mean everything was all a dream? Yeah! You've been sleeping since last Tuesday! If you don't get up, I'll throw a pail of water on you! Oh, yeah? Yeah! Oh, yeah? Yeah! Oh, yeah? Yeah! You know, this could develop into a very dull conversation. Now, look, you better get downstairs right away, Sebastian. Come on. Ma's got your breakfast ready. How do you know? Come on now. I'm mixed up. Now, go on. Go on now. Go on, kid. All right, I'll go down for breakfast. I smelt the bacon. Wait a minute. You can't smelt bacon. You can only smelt ore. Or what? Cut that out, Sebastian. I went through all of that with your Uncle Bud. I've had a terrible night, and I don't want to get no arguments with you. You know I love you, Sebastian. Now, why do you come in every morning and pick on me? What's the matter with you? Oh, I'm a bad boy!
We'll bring Abbott and Costello back to you in just a moment. But in the meantime,
thanks to the Yanks of the Week. Tonight we salute Private First Class Alton W. Knappenberger of Spring Mountain, Pennsylvania, wearer of the nation's highest award, the Congressional Medal of Honor. It would take this whole half hour and another to cover all of this one-man Anzio army, as they called him on the Italian front. In your honor, Private Knappenberger, the makers of Camels are sending to our fighters overseas 400,000 Camel cigarettes.
each of the 3 Camel radio shows honors a Yank of the Week by sending free 400,000 Camel cigarettes overseas, a total of more than 1 million Camels sent free each week. In this country, the Camel caravans traveling from camp to camp have thanked audiences of more than 4 million Yanks with free shows and free Camels. Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, our shortwave to our men overseas and to South America. Listen tomorrow to Jimmy Durante and Gary Moore, Monday to Bob Hawke in Thanks to the Yanks, and next Thursday to Abbott and Costello. Well, as we promised, here are Bud Abbott and Lou Costello for a few final words.
Thanks, Ken. Come on, Costello. Let's get going to the mine and dig up the gold ore.
Now, look, Abbott, let's forget the whole thing.
Forget it. Why, you're turning down a fortune. A slice of that mine is a bonanza.
Okay, you talked me into it. If you give me a bottle of cream, I'll go.
A bottle of cream.
Sure. I'm nuts about sliced bonanzas and cream.
Good night, folks.
Good night,
everybody.
Good night, everybody in Patterson. Good night.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show. And remember, try Camels on your throat and your taste. See for yourself how Camel's mildness, coolness, and flavor click with you.
More pipes smoke Prince Albert than any other tobacco in the world, the whole wide world. And when anything becomes that popular, there must be a reason. There are a lot of reasons why Prince Albert will put new pleasure in your good old pipe, too. The flavor, wonderful, rich and full, but mellow and mild as Indian summer sunshine. The aroma, and aged in the wood goodness that pleases people around you as well as yourself. And Prince Albert is crimp cut for the firmest packing, smoothest drawing, and cleanest burning a smoker could ask for. And it's no bite treated for the happiness of your tongue. And what a bargain! There are just about 50 thrifty pipefuls in one red 2-ounce package of Prince Albert. So start on PA today.
This program was directed by Dick Mack, and this is Ken Niles wishing you a pleasant good night from Hollywood.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Their newest album sold over 1 million copies in its first week. The Backstreet Boys. Don't miss your front row seat to their explosive tour finale in their hometown, Orlando, Florida. The Backstreet Boys, coming home Thursday night at 8, 7 Central on Fox Family Channel.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
Hello there. Regards to all.
And regards from Norcross greeting cards, too.
Now, with regard to the music,
You've got a song, I'll bet you.
how'd you ever guess?
Now I've got heartaches by the number, troubles by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end. Heartache number 1 was when you left me. I never knew that I could hurt this way. And heartache number 2 was when you came back again. You came back but never meant to stay. Now I've got heartaches by the number, troubles by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end. Heartache number 3 was when you called me and said that you were coming back to stay. With hopeful heart I waited for your knock on the door. I waited, but you must have lost your way. Now I've got heartaches by the number, troubles by the score. Every day you love me less, each day I love you more. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end. Yes, I've got heartaches by the number, a love that I can't win. But the day that I stop counting, that's the day my world will end.
Bing, do you know these cards that steal kisses?
Well, a few, Rosie, but I don't really approve of that sort of a fella.
Oh, Bing, I'm speaking of the new Norcross Kissing Lips greeting cards.
Ooh, shame on me. I thought Hope was up to his old tricks.
These new Norcross Kissing Lips greeting cards are the funniest things. You open them, and they smile at you, and then they kiss you.
Ooh, without even a by your leave?
And there are so many of these new Norcross Kissing greeting cards. There are some just for a hello kiss.
Which is a privilege previously reserved to exuberant men and maiden aunts.
Yes.
But, Rosie, amidst our chuckles, let's not forget that Norcross makes many and many a different sort, of greeting cards.
Oh, I know. There's a Norcross greeting card for every person and every occasion. Sincere or pretty or just plain fun. That's why it always pays to pick the cards with the N on the back.
N for Norcross. Norcross greeting cards, they say the things you want to say.
And these new Norcross greeting cards say it with a kiss.
A greeting card that steals a kiss. Hope will be livid. They're stealing his act,
I need an awful lot of love and affection. You gotta shower me with love and affection before I give my heart away. I wanna know that you love me, and if you do, you gotta show that you love me. I'll follow anywhere you go if you love me, and I will give my heart away. I'm just a plain Jane, honey. I don't go for trinkets and such. Save your money. Trinkets are nice, but they can't ever take the place of love and affection. Just keep your kisses coming in my direction, and in return I'll give my love and affection to no one else but you. Just a plain Jane, honey. I don't go for trinkets and such. Save your money. Trinkets are nice, but they can't ever take the place of love and affection. Just keep your kisses coming in my direction, and in return I'll give my love and affection to no one else but you.
For a spotless reputation, you can't beat the Fells family of fine cleaning products. For instance, all you need for the cleanest laundry in the whole wide world is water, a washer, and instant Fells naphtha. It washes out every bit of dirt every single time. And for dishes, use Gentle Fells, the only dishwashing detergent with lanolin D to protect your hands. Get instant Fells naphtha for laundry, Gentle Fells with lanolin D for dishes. F-E-L-S, Fells.
Buddy Cole takes charge now, Buddy and the boys, with Almost in Your Arms. This is going to feature Buddy on the piano, of course. was nice, Buddy and boys. Very nice. I wonder if the ladies listening now, I wonder if they know that they can take their pet bird out for a walk.
Are you kidding?
No. You take your parrot, your parakeet, your canary, or whatnot, you take it for a walk and to the market with you. You walk him around the block. You can let him see what's going on.
Bing, what do you mean, take a bird for a walk? Someone come up with a bird leash or what?
No, I don't think you're going to be able to break a bird to a leash. You know, walk him with a leash, Ken.
Well, you just can't put a bird on the honor system. They might walk out for a minute, but they're going to take off and fly sometime, sooner or later.
No, they're not. Not with the bird carriage. They're not going to fly away.
Oh, a bird carriage.
Yeah, like a baby carriage, only for birds.
What will they think of next?
A parakeet perambulator. Isn't that the living end?
I think it's pretty stylish myself, wheeling a feathered friend down the avenue. Or you can just put him in the carriage out on the porch or in the garden. You know, let him get a little sun.
Have you seen one of these Audubon hot rods yet?
Oh, yeah. I've been casing them. It's about 2.5 feet long, foot wide. It's about 2 feet high, I would say. Has 4 wheels and a brake. And, of course, the inside of the bird carriage is equipped with perches, seed, dishes, bird bath, and so forth. Also, the cage part, you know, can be detached from the wheels, and you can hang it up.
Oh, man, this is the greatest I ever heard. I got to get one of those.
You have a bird?
No, but I'll get one, though.
Might be nice.
You know I will.
Get yourself a bird, yeah. Otherwise, you look pretty silly wheeling an empty bird cage down Sunset Boulevard.
You could look pretty silly with an occupied cage, too.
Oh, why do you say that?
Oh,
You're so
yes.
insular. Walking the bird may become a big fad. May catch on like wildfire.
Oh, to be a bird in a gilded cage, huh?
And be chauffeured around.
That's the way it goes. Actually, why leave your bird at home?
I suppose people will be wheeling their birds to parties before long.
I imagine so. Anyhow, here's to the bird carriage, one of the great developments of the atomic age.
Shall we wheel out a song now?
Good idea.
Shall one of us sing like a Boyd?
Yeah, I tell you what, I'll sing and you push the carriage.
Don't think I'm not in practice.
One more child, and you'll have to join the Teamsters Union, girl.
I think I belong already.
You see a pair of laughing eyes, and suddenly you're sighing sighs. You're thinking nothing's wrong, you string along, boy, then snap. Those eyes, those sighs, they're part of the tender trap. You're hand in hand beneath the trees, and soon there's music in the breeze. You're acting kind of smart until your heart just goes whap. Those trees, that breeze, they're part of the tender trap. Some starry night when her kisses make you tingle, she'll hold you tight and you'll hate yourself for being single. And all at once it seems so nice, the folks are throwing shoes and rice. You hurry to a spot that's just a dot on the map. You wonder how this all came about, but it's too late now, there's no getting out. You fell in love, and love is the tender trap. Starry night when her kisses make you tingle, she'll hold you tight and you'll hate yourself for being single. And all at once it seems so nice, The folks are throwing shoes and rice. You hurry to a spot that's just a dot on the map. Oh, you wonder how this all came about, but it's too late now, there's no getting out. You fell in love, and love is the tender track.
Rosie, do you make out what this is?
A dollar bill. Anything special about it?
Well, it's a truth dollar. It wasn't special until I removed it from my wallet. It's special now. It's going to the Crusade for Freedom, care of the post office.
To keep Radio Free Europe on the air.
That's true. With these summit conferences coming up, let's all lend a hand, and make real sure the 76 million people in the satellite countries know what's going on. Not merely what the communist propaganda machine wants them to know.
Say no more, Bing. Here's my dollar, too.
Now Rosemary joins Buddy and the boys in a bit of a ballad.
I saw the harbor lights. They only told me we were parting. The same old harbor lights that once brought you to me. I watched the harbor lights. How could I help if tears were starting? Goodbye to tender nights beside the silvery sea. I long to hold you near and kiss you just once more. But you were on the ship and I was on the shore. Now I know lonely nights, for all the while my heart is whispering some other harbor lights will steal your love from me. I long to hold you near and kiss you just once more. But you were on the ship and I was on the shore. Now I know lonely nights, for all the while my heart is whispering some other harbor lights will steal your love from
These warm spring nights, it would be fun to have parties outdoors if it weren't for those pesky bugs. But General Electric has solved the bug problem. Yes, they really have. With General Electric yellow bulbs in your outdoor light fixtures. These GE yellow bug lights don't somehow scare the bugs away, as some people think. They're a special shade of yellow that most bugs can't even see. So they stay away. And you can invite your friends without inviting the bugs.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that ends this rendezvous.
And both of us hope that you enjoyed it. You know, we have, and we thank you very much.
Bye for now.
Adios.
Bing Crosby Cosby and Rosemary Clooney with Buddy Cole's music were presented from Hollywood. Produced by Bill Morrow and Myrtle McKenzie. Join us again tomorrow, won't you?
Most people think the British have a reserved sense of humor.
Well, cancel those reservations, because England's own Mr. Bean and Hale and Case are here to prove they'll do just about anything to make you laugh. Mr. Bean, followed by Hale and Pace, Monday through Thursday at 6, 5 Central, on Fox Family Channel.
A true legend of American comedy, Bob Hope, is up next.
The Bob Hope Show.
Did that fly out of my script? There's a sparrow in the auditorium. How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Bob broadcasting for future civilians at the Santa Ana Separation Center, California Hope. Yes, sir. Well, here we are at Santa Ana. In just 3 days, these fellas will have their discharge. A discharge, that's a little piece of paper that changes the lieutenant's name from Sir to Stinky. I'm just kidding. All the old Army feuds are forgotten. Sergeants are slapping corporals in the back, and corporals are slapping PFCs in the back, and PFCs are slapping buck privates in the back, and buck privates are patting their dog tags. Right now, these fellas are interested in good jobs. I know they are. I saw a couple of guys following one down the street in Santa Ana. And one Air Force colonel got out and bought a farm. He'd been in action so long, every morning before the chickens started laying eggs, he called them into the chicken coop and briefed them. I knew these boys would be glad to see me here today. I said, look, fellas, here's the kind of clothes you'll be wearing when you get out, and 50 guys re-enlisted. I saw some of these fellas shopping for clothes in Hollywood, and they're so used to getting stuff from a supply sergeant, the clerk had to throw the suits on the floor before these guys would try them on. One soldier had been fighting in the jungles for years, and I don't know if it affected him or not, but when the clerk handed him a tweed suit to try on, he spent 3 hours searching through the fuzz for snipers. A lot of these boys went to Hollywood Park. It was a great day for racing. Dorothy Lamour, Ann Sheridan, and Lana Turner were studying their forms. 4,000 soldiers stood around them doing the same thing. Hollywood Park, that's another type of separation and redistribution center. I invited... Yes. I thought you'd grab that, suckers. Me too. I invited Dottie Lamour and Betty Grable to share my box with me, but they all wanted to go inside. And my brother got arrested at the track. Somebody went through the crowd yelling, pickpocket, pickpocket, pickpocket. And he stepped up and said, what initial? One of the horses there was a French horse. I know he was French. Instead of lumps of sugar, they kept feeding him chocolate bars. Boys are from the Pacific, huh? I put $2 on one horse's nose, but he kept grabbing it and using it for Kleenex. The horse I bet on was head and shoulders above the others, and why shouldn't he have been? The jockey was carrying him. I won't say how old my horse was, but when the jockey climbed on, the horse said, are we going through Lexington or Concord? Yes, sir. What a horse. He was so swayback, the jockey had to use a periscope to see where he was going. I didn't mind when he came out of the starting gate on his knees, and I didn't mind when he looked at the judges and said, which way did they go? But when the jockey got halfway around the track and started milking him, that was too much.
Got a date with an angel. Got to meet her at 7. Got a date with an angel. I'm on my way to her. She's so lovely beside me. And whatever betide me, got an angel to guide me, so I'm on my way to heaven. Sooner let the bells ring out, and the choir will sing out. When the pearly gates swing out, oh, she'll beckon to me. I've been waiting a lifetime for this evening at 7. Got a date with an angel. I'm on my way to heaven. Sooner let the bells ring out, and the choir will sing out. When the pearly gates ring out, oh, she'll beckon to me. I've been waiting a lifetime for this evening at 7. Got a date with an angel. Now I'm on my way to heaven.
Kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time. Haven't felt like this, my dear, since can't remember when. It's been a long, long time. You'll never know how many dreams I dreamed about you. Just how empty they all seemed without you. So kiss me once, kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time.
Yeah, it's been a long, long time, but tomorrow I'll be out of this separation center. And I just found out my girl Francie is waiting for me at the front gate. Boy, it sure is foggy out here. Oh, there she is. I'll sneak up behind her and give her a big kiss.
Margie, is that you?
Whoops, I thought she needed a shave.
Here I am, Robert.
Oh, hello, baby. Have you been sitting under the apple tree with anyone else but me?
Of course not, Robert, but we had to move. The apples kept falling on our heads.
Oh, we? Oh, yes, of course, you and your sister, yeah. But just think, Francie, I'll walk out of these gates tomorrow a free man.
That's wonderful, Robert. Will your mother be here to meet you?
No, she doesn't get out till next week. I told her not to go to OCS.
Gee, let me look at you, Robert. You put on weight.
No, I haven't. I just haven't turned in my parachute yet. Say, Francie, close your eyes and stick your hand out. I want to put something on your finger.
Okay. Oh, Robert, this is wonderful. My dreams finally came true. Gee, I thought you'd never return my high school ring.
Well, I just won it back this morning. Gee, Francis, I can hardly wait till I leave this separation center and we're married.
Yes, Robert, and in 2 or 3 years from now, we'll stick our heads to the bedroom door and hear soft cooing.
Yeah.
Then more cooing. Won't that make you happy, Robert?
Yeah, I always said there's good money in pigeon raising.
Just kiss me once, kiss me twice, then kiss me once again. It's been a long, long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time. Hello, Francie.
Gee, Robert, you sure been at this separation base a long time.
Yeah, if I'm I'm here much longer, I won't have to be separated.
You won't?
No, pretty soon it'll just fall apart.
Gee, Robert, I've been waiting for you a long time.
Well, how do you think I feel? I've been in the Army so long, my dice are round. How about a kiss, Francie?
Okay, Robert. Gee, Robert, you are getting old, aren't you?
What makes you think I'm getting old, Francie?
Well, when you kissed me 30 years ago, you didn't have to use that drift meter.
Yeah, but now I gotta find out which way the wind is blowing. Last breeze pulled my pucker inside out.
Gosh, Robert, I don't see why you just don't walk out of this here separation base.
Oh, can't do that. You know I'm essential.
You're essential?
Yep, the commanding general likes to boil his eggs in my hot water bottle. Besides, I can't walk out. This front gate is locked.
Well, why don't you just go through that fence?
Doggone, that's a good idea. There's a board out of that fence over there. I'll go through that.
Oh! Robert, I thought you said there was a board out of that fence. What happened?
Doggone, it turned out to be a crack in my glasses.
He says without a word, and when he holds my hand, I understand I'm his, but forevermore. He's mine, mine alone. We'll have to part, but he's close to my heart.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, ranking with the chaplains and the medics and the list of slightly unsung heroes of our late fracas with a correspondence, who brave dangers daily to serve up names, places, and dates of the bravery of others for you along with your morning toast. And the photographers who face death to give you pictures of the toughest action that you could look over at your leisure from the comfort of an armchair. Yes, sir? And a lot of those guys didn't make the trip back because they were more interested in facts and photos for you than they were in their own safety. With us tonight, we have a member of the 5th Air Force, a fellow we met in the Pacific 2 summers ago, a combat photographer, Lieutenant Ben Reyes, right here.
And thanks, Bob.
Well, Ben, it's nice to have you with us tonight.
Well, I'm certainly proud to be here, Bob, on the top comedy show of the year with the world's greatest comedian.
Oh, let's skip that, Ben.
Why? After we rehearsed it so much?
That clears up one thing for the audience. We really do have rehearsals. Say, Ben, the last time I saw you was down in the South Pacific. We really covered those islands with that plane, didn't we, Ben?
I'll say. And it was quite an experience flying with you, Bob.
What do you mean?
Well, not everyone flies in a plane with their parachute open.
Well, it wasn't my fault. I didn't know the pilot was being personal when he yelled jerk.
Say, you played most of the islands.
Please. When they come, pause, Ben. I'll wait. Ben, when you get a belly, pamper it. You hear me? Don't. Not your type. Go ahead. It's all right. Belly laugh, you know. Belly laugh, old man. Come in. You look great.
Thank you. You played most of the islands in the South Pacific.
What time they pump you up today? Don't let me. That's all right. I'm sorry.
You played most of the islands in the South Pacific, didn't you, Bob?
Yes, we played the Marianas, Carolinas, Guadalcanal, New Guinea, Mindanao, Saipan, and the George Marshalls.
The George Marshalls? I thought they were the Marshalls.
Well, that's the name of my director at Paramount, Ben. I get an extra close-up if I mention him this week. If I can get through. Well, but Ben, Say, Ben, I've talked about myself long enough. Let's talk about you for a second. You know, I'm very interested in photography. In fact, recently I started collecting pictures.
Yes, Bob? They told me you'd been to Paris.
Yes, and I did very well over there. I sold French soldiers American postcards. That's the last chance I'll give that joke right there. There we are. Hey, but really, I am an amateur photographer, Ben. I've taken plenty of pictures.
What's your best shot?
4, the hard way. No, I'm just kidding. I've got some great equipment. In fact, I've got an amazing projector.
Yes, I see it. But I thought you were sensitive about it.
Well, it comes in handy for getting olives out of martini glasses anyway. Tell me, Ben, have you ever photographed any famous celebrities?
Yes, I have a picture of Lana Turner, Hedy Lamarr, and Bing Crosby.
And how about male stars?
No kidding, Bob. No kidding, Bob. I once took a photograph of Bing in a bathing suit.
Crosby in a bathing suit?
Yeah, what's so surprising about that?
I didn't know you went in for group pictures. Ben, I hear that you'll soon be a civilian again. Is that right?
That's right, Bob. I'm pretty happy about getting out. In fact, you're just the guy I want to talk to.
I am?
Yeah. Say, where do you get those cheap suits?
Are you kidding? You're kidding, of course. This outfit costs $22.50 secondhand. Say, Ben, how about you and I having dinner tonight? We can hash over past experiences.
That'd be great, Bob. But I left my wallet at home, and I'm broke.
Well, good night, Ben. It was nice talking to you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lieutenant Ben Reyes. Thank you. Here comes Kitty Ennis.
It's only paper moon sailing over Hartford Sea, but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Yes, it's only a canvas sky hanging over a muslin tree, but it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody played in a penny arcade. It's a Barnum and Bailey world, just as phony as it can be. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade. Without your love, it's a melody played in a penny arcade. It's the Barnum and Bailey world, just as phony as it can be. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believed in me.
Here at Santa Ana, the boys are being released as fast as possible, and of course, there's an excellent employment advisor here in the camp to help them find jobs. However, a lot of phony agencies are making a racket of finding jobs for servicemen. Tonight, we show you what happens when a couple of ex-servicemen fall in the hands of a phony job broker.
Hey, soldier. Soldier, you want a job?
Oh, I'm loaded.
I know, but do you want a job?
Cologne, are you a job broker now?
That's right, Hope. Just what kind of a job did you have in mind?
Well, I'd like something soft.
Yes, and how tall?
Just a second, Kelowna. I want you to meet my buddy. Hey, Ennis. Kelowna, this is Skin.
I beg pardon?
I said this is Skin.
Yeah, why don't you put somebody in it?
Kelowna, your IQ keeps dropping more every day.
Well, I'll get a tighter belt.
Well, come on, Kelowna. We want jobs. Look in your file and see what you got.
Okay, here's something. 5320 Sunset Boulevard. Husband comes home early. Oops. Wrong file.
Well, I want a legitimate job, Kelowna. I don't care how easy it is, but it has to be honest.
Oh, well, then I have just the job for you, Hope. It's a pushover.
Well, that sounds better. What do I do?
Well, every day at 2 o'clock, you get shot out of a cannon with a mail bag between your teeth. And as you pass over Pomona, you hand it to the pilot of a plane on its way to Albuquerque.
Kelowna, what happened to the last guy that had the job?
They fired him, Hope, for breaking a company rule.
What did he do?
On the second trip, he got bored and started reading the letters.
Look, Maltese mush, I don't think you can get me and Skinny a job at all. Come on, Skin, I'll buy you a newspaper.
Yeah, let's look in the want ads, Bob.
Okay. That Itchy got away again, didn't he? Say, here's something. Listen to this. Young men wanted to travel, good pay, room, and board.
Let's go. Where is it?
U.S. Army Reenlistment Center. What is...
Hey, the phone's over there in the booth, Bob.
Okay. Hello?
You're not very original, are you?
All right, hello.
Whom is this speaking, please?
No, Kelowna, you mean who?
Again?
Who?
Yeah, this happens every time I phone from an owl drugstore. Good news, Hope. Good news. I got a job for you. Do you know anything about parking cars?
Of course, Kelowna.
Well, park yours in front of the First National Bank right away and keep the motor running.
Kelowna, you're not breaking into the bank, are you?
Oh, of course not, Hope. I'm just sitting here having a cup of tea with the night watchman. Too much lemon.
Kelowna, when you're looking for jobs, you're not supposed to pound the pavement with your head.
I know, but listen, Hope, I've got a job for you and Ennis. Over to a little hotel on 99th Street. A couple of our city's loveliest girls have taken it over.
Oh, boy, pretty girls. Let's go, Skin. I wonder what they look like.
Brenda.
What is it, Cobina?
Gee, Brenda, imagine running a hotel. What are our rates?
$5 a day for soldiers.
Gosh, only $5 a day?
Well, that's all we can afford.
Oh, I just love running this hotel for servicemen. It's so romantic with all these generals and colonels around. Oh, I just love to snuggle up and rest my cheek on their shoulders.
Who are you kidding, Cobina? The closest you ever got to brass was the time you got your head caught in the cuspidor. Gee, Cobina, what should I do? I just offered one soldier a small room, but he's afraid of claustrophobia.
Well, promise you won't bite him. Oh, gee, ain't it lucky we got this hotel, Brenda? How would you like to be still living in the park?
Oh, don't mention it. I think those squirrels were beginning to get a little jealous of us.
Oh, they're so silly. We're bigger than they are, so naturally we could store more nuts in our cheeks. Gee, Brenda, I hope we don't get overworked here. I'm a little worried about my health. Every time my head gets below my waist, I get dizzy.
Well, Cobina, I told you time and again, you ought to stop walking that way. Say, by the way, I'm getting hungry, ain't you? Let's put on the feed bag.
Okay, Brenda, it's hanging on that nail there. Oh, look. Here's a customer.
Oh, hello, girls. I'll have a room.
Oh, here's a pen. Just sign the register. Oh, that's fine. Now let me blot it for you.
Cobina, that ain't dignified. Put your hair back on your head. Say, doesn't that bearskin rug look grand in the lobby?
Yeah, that's the one I got the time we went on our hunting trip.
I don't remember you shooting a bear.
I didn't shoot him. Remember, I hugged him to death.
Cobina, you should be ashamed of yourself hugging a poor bear to death.
Oh, you should talk, Brenda. You know that moose head on the wall didn't walk in here.
Well, Skin, this looks like the place.
Oh, how do you do? What can we do for you?
Well, Brendan, Cobina, I knew they'd close the track, but I didn't think they'd close the stables, too.
Well, how's old Hubba Blubber? Are you looking for a job, Bobsy?
Well, what's the salary?
We let you keep half of what you steal.
Say, Hope, did you get the job?
Oh, come in, Kelowna. I want you to meet a couple of friends of mine, Brendan and Cobina.
Hello, Professor.
Dad, we must never use the atom bomb again.
Hey, what do you want, Kelowna?
I came over to collect my commission for getting you this job, Hope. Reach for the ceiling. This is a stick-up.
A stick-up? So this is how you play your hand, huh?
Yes, this is how I play my hand, Hope. Now open the cash register and start dealing. Fine. Now, nobody move for 6 hours.
Why do you want anyone to move for 6 hours, Kelowna?
I'm making my getaway on the Santa Ana bus.
Bobsy, follow him. Don't let him take our money. He's going up the stairs to the roof.
Okay. All right, Kelowna, we got you trapped. You can't get off this roof.
That's what you think, Hope. I'm going to jump over to the roof of that building across the street.
You'll get killed, Kelowna. It's a wide street. You can't jump that far.
Oh, no. Here I go. Lucky that telephone wire was there.
The memory of veterans of the air who made freedom their affair, who proved to all our creed can't fall when placed within your care. And we thank you so much. And thanks, the memory, to each and every guy who helped our planes to fly, each one of you a victory crew that kept our flag on high. And thank you so much. Say thanks to General A.E. Easterbrook, Major Morris Abram, Major Merrill Fiat, and all you men for a swell time here tonight. We're in a hurry, so good night. Thanks very much.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
escape. You better get them before they get you.
PlayStation. True crime stories of the LAPD are up next with Jack Webb's Dragnet.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to traffic investigation, hit-run felony detail. An elderly woman and her 9-year-old grandson are struck down in a pedestrian crosswalk by a speeding truck. The woman is killed instantly. Witnesses fail to get the license number. The hit-run driver escapes. Your job? Find him.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, December 21st. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the night watch out of traffic division, hit-and-run felony detail. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Captain Calfee, Commander AID. My name's Friday. It was 10:51 p.m. when we got to the Carlton Theater, the box office.
Thank you. How many, please?
Police officers, ma'am. I'd like to talk to you for a minute, if we could.
Oh, yes, you mean about the accident?
Yes, ma'am. One of the officers in the traffic car across the street, he told us you're one of the people who saw it happen.
Yes, that's right. Terrible thing. It was an old lady and her grandson, you know.
Yes, ma'am. Would it be possible for you to get a relief for a little while? A few questions we'd like to ask you about it. Won't take very long.
Well, I'll be off duty at 11. That's when the box office closes. 8 minutes to 11 now. Would you like to wait?
All right, ma'am. Fine.
Cold wind out there. Would you like to wait in here? Right around back here. I'll open the door for you.
All right, ma'am. Thank you. Yeah, it's nice and warm.
Did anybody get the license number? Do you know, officer? I mean, on that truck that ran them down?
No, not that we know of. We understand the officers in the traffic car talked to you. You didn't see the number either?
No, I'm sorry, I didn't. The whole thing happened so fast. I saw the old lady grab the little boy, pull him next to her. It was an awful thing. The truck hit them both together. It's funny the things you notice. The boy was carrying a little box of candy. I heard this terrible thud when the truck hit them. I looked and the candy was spilled all over the street. I just couldn't help it. I got sick to my stomach.
Yes, ma'am, I can understand. Now, about this truck that ran them down, do you think you'd know it if you ever saw it again?
Well, I'm not sure. I think I might, yes. It was one of those delivery trucks, you know. I think you'd call it a panel truck. It was a light tan color all over, and there was black lettering on the side.
Mm-hmm. Could you make out any of the lettering at all?
Well, I think there were 3 or 4 words painted on the side, and I know one of them was bakery. I'm sure of that.
Did you recognize what make of truck it was, ma'am? The year, the model?
It was a late model. I'm pretty sure of that. Either a Chevrolet or a Ford, I'd say. One of those regular delivery trucks like some bakeries use.
You sure about that word you saw lettered on the side? It said bakery.
Yes, I'm positive of that.
Now, anything else out of the ordinary that you might have noticed about the truck, ma'am? Anything outstanding that might have caught your eye?
No, I'm sorry, officer. That's about all I can tell you. How was the old lady, do you know, and the little boy? Could they tell you anything?
Yes, ma'am. The woman's dead. She was killed instantly. They've taken the youngster over to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital. Afraid he's in pretty bad shape, too.
Terrible shame. Poor old lady. She lives right here in the neighborhood, you know. I've seen her shopping in the market next door here Saturday afternoon. It's just tragic.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Boy's her grandson, you know. Somebody said he was down visiting her for the Christmas vacation. Seemed like a nice kid, well-behaved. She seemed so proud of him. Sure be a sad Christmas for the family.
Hey, just one more question, ma'am. When the boy and his grandmother were crossing the street, would you say the visibility was good? I mean, is there any reason why it would have been hard for a driver to see them?
No reason in the world, officer. It's a clear night. You can see how well the intersection's lighted up, all the Christmas lights strung up along here. The lights from the theater marquee was just as well lighted then as it is now.
Yeah, I see.
The intersection was perfectly clear, no other cars around. The boy had a white sweater on. The old lady was wearing a light-colored coat. Certainly easy to see the traffic light, too. It said stop. I can't understand why that driver didn't see him.
No, ma'am, neither can we.
How could anybody do such a thing? It just isn't any excuse for it. No excuse in the world. It was downright murder.
Well, maybe that explains it.
What?
That's why he kept going. 11:35 p.m. Ben and I finished interviewing the cashier in the theater box office, and then we called the office and had them get out a supplementary broadcast and an APB on the description of the hit-and-run vehicle. We went back across the street to the scene of the accident where the officers in the T-car, along with the crew from the crime lab, were finishing up their preliminary investigation. We interviewed 2 more witnesses to the hit-run accident, but they were unable to tell us anything that we didn't already know. When we got back to the office, we put in a call to Georgia Street Receiving Hospital, where they told us the 9-year-old boy struck down by the hit-run driver was still in a critical condition. The husband of the 64-year-old woman, who'd been killed instantly, was brought downtown to the morgue where he identified the body. The next morning, we got out a special bulletin to all garages, auto repair, and paint shops throughout the city to be on the lookout for a late-model tan panel truck, black lettering on the sides, with damage to the front end. 8:30 a.m. I checked with communications, and then I went back to the office. Hi. Just checked with Georgia Street, Joe. Asked him about the boy. The old lady's grandson. How's he doing? About the same. Critical condition. That's about all they'll say. That's a lousy shame. Communications get any kickback on the oil point yet? No, nothing at all. Did you get in touch with the crime lab? Yeah, they're not going to be able to help much. What'd they find out there? Anything at all? Just what we saw. A few small pieces of glass, probably from one of the headlights on the truck. I don't think they're going to be able to do much with them. There's not enough there to go on. That's the only physical evidence they got, huh? That's all. Might be able to tie it down a little tighter if we could find that panel. Yeah. You start checking on that bakery truck angle yet? McGowan and I called every bakery in town, got it pretty well narrowed down. There's only 2 companies that use tan late model panels for delivery trucks. Well. Only one of them uses black lettering on the sides of the truck. Other company says they use red lettering. Which one has the black? I got it right here. Outfit called Nielsen's Wholesale Bakery. They got a fleet of 173 trucks, all the same, tan color, black lettering on both sides, late model Ford delivery truck. Mm-hmm. They tell you whether or not any of their drivers could have been making deliveries that time of night, 10:30, 11 o'clock? Yeah, there were about a dozen of them out on deliveries. More of them to account for than that, though. What do you mean? All their drivers are allowed to take the trucks home with them when they are off duty if they want to. Yeah. I'm afraid it's going to mean checking out every one of them, Joe. Well, we might as well get moving on it. They're going to give us some kind of a list to work with, are they? Yeah, I've got it all set up with them. I've got it. Accident investigation, Romero. Oh, yes, sir. That's all. I see. You're right, thank you. Rotten deal. Yeah, what's the matter? That young kid, the grandson? Yeah. He just died. Many times and on many different occasions, the police officer has it proved to him that there can be very little difference between a crime of neglect and a crime that's been willfully premeditated. If you look at it closely enough, you can judge it for yourself. How much difference, for example, as far as moral guilt is concerned, is there between the following? Number 1, a man who plans a killing, takes up a gun, finds his victim, and shoots him to death. Or number 2, the man who thinks he has to look out for no one's welfare but his own, gets behind the wheel of a car, disregards the ordinary rules of safety, and proceeds to commit homicide with a motor vehicle. Oftentimes, the crime masquerades under the guise of an accident. Morally, no matter how you spell it, it adds up to murder just as surely as if the person had taken a gun and shot the victim down. The way it looked to us, the hit-and-run killing of the elderly woman and her grandson was a prime example. Wednesday, December 22nd, Ben and I began checking out the delivery trucks owned by Nielsen's Wholesale Bakery. Late that afternoon, we located one of the trucks with recent damage to the front end. We checked and found the driver's name was Arthur V. Singer. We drove out to his home to interview him.
No, I wasn't working last night, officer. I was off. What's it all about?
Did you spend the night at home, Mr. Singer, or were you out?
Was home part of the time. After dinner, I went downtown to a little bowling. Our neighborhood team bowls every Tuesday night.
Where is that, sir?
Place downtown. It's on West 7th. Got a pretty good team.
Mm-hmm. Did you drive down, Mr. Singer, or did you take the bus?
No, I drove down. Had the company truck with me. Let us use them when we're off duty. We pay for the gas.
Did you drive down by yourself, or was there someone else with you?
No, I was alone. The other boys had their cars.
When did you leave the bowling alley, you remember?
About 10:15, I'd say.
How'd you drive home, Mr. Singer? I mean, what route did you take?
Oh, I drove straight out West 7th, got the Coronado, came over Coronado to the house here. Why do you want to know?
What time did you get home?
About 11:15. This wouldn't be about that little scrape I had last night, would it?
What was that?
Down at 7th and Grandview, right by Westlake Park there. Old guy in the car ahead, he stopped fast right in front of me. Didn't even signal.
All right.
Yeah, I almost plowed right into him. Lucky I was watching. I slammed on the brakes, turned in toward the curb. Should have seen it. I clipped the headlight and the right fender against a telephone pole. Had to take the truck in this morning, get it fixed up.
Are there any witnesses to this accident that you had, Singer?
Yeah, a half dozen people saw it.
Did you get any names and addresses?
Well,
No, I didn't. I was so teed off about the whole thing, I guess I didn't think about it.
Is there anyone at all we can check with? Anybody to corroborate your story?
Just the old guy in that car. Sure a lousy driver. I really chewed him out.
Did you get his name and address?
No, but I took down his license number. Wasn't going to pay for that damage. He admitted it was his fault.
I see. Do you mind giving us that license number?
No, if I can find it. Wrote it down on the back of an old envelope. Thought I put it in my jacket, but when I looked this morning, it wasn't there. It's around someplace, so I'll check around again before I leave for work. It's bound to turn up.
I'd like to have you look for it now, Mr. Singer, if you would. It's pretty important.
Well, I think I get it, officer. What's this all about, anyway?
Preliminary investigation. Want to see if you can find that number for us?
Well, why? What's it have to do with an investigation? I didn't do anything. That old man was his fault.
Well, a bakery truck was involved in a serious accident last night, the same kind that you were driving. Afraid you're going to need some kind of an alibi, Mr. Singer.
Alibi? I don't know what you mean. Why'd I have to have an alibi?
Well, just take my word for it. You're going to need one.
Well, why do I need one?
2 reasons.
Yeah?
A 9-year-old boy and his grandmother. We continued questioning the suspect, Arthur Singer, but he denied any knowledge of the hit-run accident the night before at the intersection of Drexel and Pico Boulevard. We stayed with him while he searched his home for the license number of the car, which he said caused him to have his accident the night before. After half an hour of looking, he came up with a number scribbled on a scrap of paper which he'd found back in one corner on the floor of his closet. We put in a call to RDMV, and they came back with the information that the license number was registered to a Mr. Thomas Foley on Lancashire Boulevard. We drove out to the address to check with Mr. Foley, but there was nobody home. We left our card along with a message to contact us as soon as possible. 4:15 p.m. Ben and I got back to the office. At 4:35, Mr. Foley returned our call.
Yes, sir, that's right. Oh, you did, uh-huh. I see. Well, what time was that? Do you remember? Oh. Well, all right, Mr. Foley. Thank you very much. We may be contacting you later. Right, bye.
What'd you get?
Thought this was starting out too easy.
Why? What'd he say?
Apparently, this Arthur Singer's telling us the truth. Mr. Foley says he did have a little scrape with a bakery truck last night. Described Singer as the driver of the truck.
Well, what about the location? Is Foley pretty sure about that?
Grandview and West 7. Says it happened about 10:35 last night. That puts Singer about 3 miles from the scene of the hit run. It's impossible, Joe.
Yeah.
If this Mr. Foley's right, Singer couldn't have done it. Wasn't anywhere near the scene.
I sure thought he was it, didn't you?
We can drive out and double check with Foley. Can't think of any reason why he'd lie about it, can you?
I guess I'll get it. Accident investigation Friday. Yeah, Ted. Where? Yeah. Nobody, huh? Yeah, right away, thanks. It's moving a little fast. Got a piece of luck here.
Who was it?
Ted Zimmerman. He and McClendon are down the south end of town.
Yeah?
The hit-and-run truck. They think maybe they found it. 4:28 p.m. Ben and I left the office and drove to the south end of the city where we met with Sergeants Zimmerman and McClendon, a block from where the tan panel bakery truck had been located. As soon as the truck had been discovered, an immediate stakeout was placed on it. A code 5 was broadcast on the vehicle's location, warning all units to stay away so as not to discourage the suspect in case he decided it was safe to return and get the truck. Ben and I drove down the side street where the truck was parked and got a good look at the front end of it. The right headlight was damaged, and so was the right fender. While Zimmerman and McClendon remained on stakeout, Ben and I contacted the Nielsen Bakery people again, gave them the number of the truck, and they traced down the driver's name for us. He was listed as Daniel Miller. He'd been employed by the bakery for the past 3 years, and he had a good record. They told us this was his day off. 5:30 p.m. We checked at his home address, but his wife told us he wasn't there. She said that besides driving a truck for the bakery, he also had a part-time job at night. He worked as a counterman at a small coffee shop out on Wilshire Boulevard. We drove out to the coffee shop and interviewed him on the job.
No, I'm sorry. I don't know where the truck is. I wish I did.
What happened, Mr. Miller? Was it stolen?
No, not exactly. A fellow that comes in here quite a bit, his name's Paul. Good customer. He borrowed the truck from me last night. Said he'd only be gone an hour. I haven't seen him since.
Where does this man live, this friend of yours, Paul?
Well, to tell you the truth, I don't know. Good customer. He comes in quite a bit at night when I'm working. Gotten to know him pretty well. He asked to borrow the truck for an hour. Didn't think much about it. Let him have it. Is there anything wrong?
What's this Paul's last name, do you know?
No, I guess I don't. Never thought to ask him, as a matter of fact. Guess they never had any reason to.
About what time was it last night that you loaned him the truck?
A little after 8 o'clock, I think it was. He said he wanted to take his television set over to a guy he knew and get it fixed. He told me he'd be back by 10 o'clock at the latest.
You don't know where this man lives? You have no idea at all how to get in touch with him?
No, I guess I don't, Sergeant. Why?
You're in the habit of lending the truck to strangers?
No, not usually. Well, what's your beef, anyway? What's this all about?
What are your hours here at the coffee shop, Miller? When do you check in for work and when do you leave?
I check in at 7 o'clock. I go a straight 5 hours to midnight. That's when we close up, midnight.
Well, you worked that shift last night, did you? 7 p.m. straight through to midnight?
That's right. Monday through Saturday. 6 days a week. That's the schedule. It's just a part-time job for me, extra dough, you know. My regular job is driving the truck for the bakery.
Was anyone around last night when your friend Paul came in to borrow the truck? Maybe another customer, waitress, somebody we could double-check with?
No, there were a couple of other customers in the place. Don't know who they were, though. Why do you have to double-check anyway? I haven't done anything. I loaned Paul the truck, that's all.
Well, have you any way at all of proving you were here from 7 to 12 last night? Must have been some customers you waited on that you remember.
Sure, there are at least half dozen, and they'll tell you I was here.
I'd like to have their names and addresses if you don't mind, Miller.
Yeah. Excuse me a minute, huh? Got a customer to wait on.
Sure, go right ahead.
Hi, Dan. I missed you last night.
Hi, Fred. What do you have?
Coffee, a couple of those donuts back there, powdered sugar ones.
Okay.
Yeah, me and the missus dropped in for a sandwich after the show last night. Looking for you.
That's so?
Yeah, about 10:30. Where were you, Dan?
(7:15 p.m., Wednesday, December 22nd. We continued questioning the hit-run suspect, Daniel Miller, for a full hour, but he seemed to be unable to account for his time the previous night. His first story was that he'd been on duty behind the counter in the coffee shop without a break between the hours of 7 p.m. and midnight. Then, after the customer entered and disclosed that he was in the coffee shop at 10:30 the night before and that Miller was nowhere about, the suspect switched his story. He said he thought he left the coffee shop briefly for about 15 minutes between 10:30 and 10:45 p.m. to run down the street to a hotel to say goodbye to some friends of his who were leaving for New York. We checked at the hotel, but they didn't know Miller, and they hadn't seen him the night before. They were sure of it. We returned to the coffee shop and took up the questioning of the suspect all over again, but he made little or no sense at all. Apparently, he was piling up lie after lie in an effort to cover his tracks before and after the hit-and-run murder the night before. 7:48 p.m. Ben and I pulled Miller off the job at the coffee shop and took him downtown to the interrogation room.
I'm telling you, it's the truth. I wasn't in that truck last night. I wasn't in an accident. I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, then give us something to go on, Miller. You've handed us 3 different stories so far. Not one of them strong enough to hold water.
I'm telling you the truth. What are you trying to hang this on me for? I didn't have a wreck and I didn't kill anybody. Why are you picking on me?
Because you don't make sense, mister. You're trying to sell us a story and you haven't got 1 ounce of proof to back it up. That bakery truck you're responsible for is the same truck that killed the old woman and the little boy. Now, you come up with a solid story that we can check on, or you're going to be resting your back in the main jail.
No wonder they call you cops dumb. I wasn't in that truck last night. Can't you get that through your heads? I wasn't in the truck. I didn't have an accident.
Then prove it to us, Mr. Miller. That's all we're waiting for.
Listen, call Bill Calder. He's a good customer. He was in last night, I think. He'll tell you. Go ahead and call him. He'll back up what I say.
What's his number, do you know?
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, right here in my wallet. Yeah, Bill can tell you. Yeah, here it is.
Thank you. Hello, William Calder there, please? Yes, ma'am, it's important. All right, will you have him call Michigan 5211? Yeah, 5211. That's extension 2512. Right, thank you very much. Well, he's busy. He'll call back in a minute.
He'll tell you the truth. I was in the coffee shop all night. Just those couple of minutes I ran down to the hotel to say goodbye to those friends of mine. That's the only time I left the place.
Well, how come you couldn't tell us that to begin with, Miller? You say you've got nothing to hide? Well, why do you have to hand us 3 different stories? Which one are we supposed to believe?
I got nervous, that's all, when you first come in and started to ask questions. I didn't know what it was all about. I didn't know there was any trouble. I just loaned the truck to this guy, Paul, as a favor. How'd I know what he was going to do, getting himself in a jam like that?
All right, now try to look at it from where we stand, Miller. You loan out your truck to a man. You don't know his last name. You don't know where he lives. You say he must have been driving the truck when the lady and the boy were killed.
Sure, he must have been driving it. I wasn't. I was back at the coffee shop. I was there until midnight.
All right, then prove it to us. If you know the man well enough to loan him the truck, you ought to be able to find him.
No, they must be Bill Calder. He'll tell you. Go ahead. See what he says.
Interrogation room, Friday. Oh, yeah, Mr. Calder. Well, my name's Sergeant Friday, LAPD, Accident Investigation. Friday, yes, sir, that's right. Wonder if you'd tell me if you know a Daniel Miller. Mm-hmm. When's the last time you saw him? Do you remember? I see. The place where he works, the coffee shop? Were you in there last night by any chance? Did you see Miller in there? You're sure? Yes, sir. No, sir, that's all for now. Thank you very much. We're going to contact you later on. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, how about it? He told you, didn't he? That enough for you?
He says he hasn't been in the coffee shop for 3 days. 9:45 p.m. Our interrogation of the hit-and-run suspect, Daniel Miller, went on. At his suggestion, we called half a dozen people who he figured might substantiate his alibi, but none of them were able to. Miller continued to deny any knowledge of the hit-run killing, but he still couldn't account for his whereabouts at the exact hour the 9-year-old boy and his grandmother were run down. The time element especially didn't work in his favor. Nothing worked in his favor. 11:30 p.m. Ben and I took Daniel Miller over to the main jail where he was booked in on suspicion of 480 V.C. The following afternoon, his lawyer obtained a writ, and he was released from custody. The writ was returnable in 5 days. He came immediately to the office to plead with Ben and I to help him find Paul, the man who'd borrowed his truck, and thus clear himself. We took him up on it. Either way, we figured we'd get to the bottom of it. If Miller dreamed up the character Paul to escape blame for the hit-and-run killing, we were bound to find out sooner or later. If Miller was telling the truth, we had little reason to believe he was, and a man named Paul had borrowed the truck the night of the hit-and-run killing, we were bound to find that out, too. In any event, we had to investigate. It's the job of the police officer to prove guilt or innocence, not guilt alone. 2 days passed, and then another 2. The Monday following the Christmas weekend, we were ready to call a halt.
I don't know what else we can do. I think we've given enough time, don't you?
Well, the deeper we get into it, the more it looks like Miller's our man. I still can't make up my mind.
Why do you have to be stubborn about it? We've checked every possible angle on this story. We still haven't an ounce of proof that this guy Paul he talks about even exists. We can't string along with Miller forever.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. We've given him a square enough break on it. I still got that funny hunch. It's possible he might be telling the truth.
We've gone 4 straight days on it, Joe. Haven't come across one lead to back up his story. It's too much for me. I can't bite anymore.
Go ahead.
Sergeant?
Oh, how are you, Miller?
I'm okay. Glad to see you. I've been looking for you.
We've been looking for your friend, Miller. Still haven't found a trace of him.
That's why I came down to see you. A friend of mine called me this morning. He knows this guy, Paul, I told you about. He says he saw him last night, going into a hotel down on South Flower.
How come we haven't heard from this friend of yours before? We've checked through twice on the list of everybody you know.
This fellow's been out of town, just got back yesterday. When he heard about the jam I was in, he called me about seeing Paul.
Mm-hmm. This hotel Paul was supposed to have been seen going into. Have you got the address of that?
Yeah, it's over on South Flower, right near 12th. You want to go over there with me right now? This friend of mine wouldn't kid me. Paul must be there.
You're sure about that?
He must be there. I'll bet a month's pay on it.
You might be low, mister.
What?
Stands to cost you a lot more than that.
We went up to the 3rd floor to room 318, but the man registered as Paul Barton wasn't in. He'd left no word at the desk as to when he'd return. We sent Miller home and told him to wait for our call. Ben and I went on stakeout at the hotel. At 7:25 that night, Paul Barton returned to his room and we began questioning him. He showed no signs of being upset. His answers were quick, straightforward, and they seemed to make sense. The interview went on. A half hour, an hour, and Barton began to grow a little nervous. He contradicted himself. Big holes began to show up in his story as to how and where he'd spent his time the night of the hit-run killing. 8:45 p.m. Ben and I took Barton back to the office. We found Zimmerman in the squad room and had him phone Miller at his home and ask him to come downtown as soon as possible. Meantime, we checked Paul Barton through R&I, and then we took him to the interrogation room where the questioning went on.
You're a little mixed up about that, aren't you, Mr. Barton? I thought you said you went to that bar downtown about 10 p.m. and then you went to visit at your sister's house. Now you tell us you went to your sister's house first and then you went to the bar downtown. Now, which is it?
Well, that's getting a little high-handed, isn't it? Why do I have to account for my time to you?
If it wasn't important, we wouldn't be asking you. I think you know that.
Well, I don't know anything of the kind. You're trying to take advantage of me. That's the only impression I can get. I think I've answered enough of your questions. I'm going back to the hotel.
Just a minute, Barton. There's one more thing.
Yeah?
Last time you were arrested for a traffic violation, you want to tell us what the charge was?
What?
I think you heard me.
Well, that was a year ago. I was driving a little too fast going out Beverly Boulevard. And what's that got to do with it?
Our record bureau says the charge was for drunk driving. Your license was revoked, isn't that right?
Well, so what? I haven't been driving. I haven't been near a car.
What about last Tuesday night?
Huh?
Last Tuesday night, did you do any driving then?
No, of course not.
You sure about that?
You're not trapping me. I answered all your questions. Now I'm getting
you're
out
going
of
to
here.
stay right where you are, mister. Stay put. Ben, you want to check next door, see if Miller's come in with you?
Yeah, okay.
You can't make me stay here. It's illegal. You got nothing to hold me on.
All right, then there's nothing to worry about. This won't take very long. We got a man by the name of Miller coming in. He says he thinks he knows you.
Miller? I don't know any Miller.
Nice going, Paul. Where you been? I said, where you been? What'd you do with the truck?
Here, grab him, Ben. Grab him.
Yeah, I got him. Okay, all right. Now, let me go. Settle down. Come on, mister. Settle down.
I didn't do a thing. Well, look, you can't prove it. You can't prove I did.
They're going to prove it, Paul. I'm going to help them prove it. You should have been a real good friend.
But give me a break, Danny. I didn't mean it. Honest, I didn't mean it.
I loan you the truck. You get boozed up. You run down the little kid and the grandmother. Then you take off and leave me holding the sack, like I did it.
Well, I didn't mean it, Danny. It was an accident. I wasn't boozed up.
Yeah, you're a real good friend. I hope you get it in the neck. I hope you get it with both barrels.
Look, Sergeant, it's not true. I wasn't boozed up. I only had 2 drinks. Now, believe me, that's all I had.
Yeah.
I couldn't have been drunk. It doesn't affect me that way. 2 drinks never hurt me. A couple of drinks never hurt anybody.
They killed a little boy and his grandmother.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On February 28th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 87, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. Paul Barton was filed on for violation of the State Vehicle Code, Section 480, a hit-and-run felony, and also for manslaughter, 2 counts. He was convicted only for Section 480 and received sentence as prescribed by law. A hit-and-run felony is punishable by imprisonment in the state penitentiary for not less than 1 nor more than 5 years. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department.
Nice try, Tommy. Carlos, so nice to see you again. Please get out.
There's only one thing kids want as much as their favorite food.
Becky, I applaud the effort.
Their favorite toys. Now they can have both with the Tarzan Hamburger Happy Meal at McDonald's. Still just $1.99. Each comes with a toy from Disney's new movie Tarzan that kids will do almost anything to get.
David? Hey, Mom. Told your class we're going to McDonald's again today, didn't you?
It was so tough.
Did somebody say McDonald's?
And now, let's drop in to Duffy's Tavern.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern, where the elite meat to eat. Archie the manager speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. Tonight, Desi Arnaz. Desi. That's Izzy spelled backwards. Yes. Yeah, he's married to Lucille Ball. Lucille Ball. Yeah, red hair, beautiful figure, gorgeous face, terrific pair of legs. Yeah, that's the guy. Yes, he's very dashing and debonair and devilishly handsome. Sort of a Cuban me. Yeah, he migrated here from Cuba. He's a musician. Yes, sings and plays the drums at the same time. Has he got a good voice? Suppose so, if you like drums. Incidentally, Duffy, I got some news for you. By this time next week, I might be married. Well, you know, I always said that when I got married, I wanted me wife to have everything. A big home, servants, a car, mink coat. Well, I finally found a dame that's got 'em. Huh? You hope my marriage turns out as good as yours? That's a lousy attitude to take. Let's see here now. Chapter 2. Community property. That property which is owned jointly between husband and wife, including bonds, securities, real estate, cash.
What's that book you read?
What every young bridegroom should know.
Are you planning on getting married?
Yep, to Mrs. Piddleton. You know.
Mrs. Piddleton? You mean the widow?
Yeah.
The old widow?
Yeah.
The old ugly widow?
Yeah.
The old ugly widow with all the money?
That's my darling.
You set a date for the marriage?
Well, not definitely, Eddie, but I'm kind of planning on June.
June? Think she'll keep that long? Look here. What you mean, not definitely?
Well, she ain't gave me a definite answer yet.
What makes you so sure she'll say yes?
Look, when a dame passes 50, there's no such word as no in her vocabulary. Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes now.
Archie, my dear boy.
Hello, honey. Have you thought it over, Abigail?
Yes, but Archie, I'm still not convinced that we'd be happy together.
Oh, but pity, who cares? After all, happiness is so middle class.
But are you sure you're not just marrying me for my money?
Me? A fortune hunter? Look, here's $1.
What for?
My share of the marriage license. Well, what do you say?
Well, let me think it over a little longer, and I'll give you my answer. Until then, Archie, parting is such sweet sorrow that I shall say goodbye till it be morrow.
So long, Toots. Don't fall in the gutter. Well, Eddie, there goes me future bride. What a dog.
Yeah, but look at the bright side. She can't live forever.
Yeah, that's right. We all got to go sometime.
What?
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
All right, think of a number.
Okay.
What is it?
5.
Wrong, it's 12. Pretty good trick, huh?
Yeah, let me see if I can do it. Think of a number, Finnegan.
What number?
6. Are you concentrating?
Yeah.
Okay, you're thinking of the number 6.
No, I'm thinking of number 3.
Really? That trick is a lot harder than I thought it was. Well, so much for prestidigitalis. Did I tell you the news, Finnegan? I'm about to commit nuptials, you know.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm going to get married.
Oh, no, what? Why do you want to get married?
Well, it's biological, Finnegan. The first law of nature, the desire to quit working. And one of these days, you'll probably think of getting married yourself.
Oh, yeah? Don't let this low forehead fool you.
Hey, Archie.
Huh?
What's this about you getting married to Mrs. Piddleton?
So what?
Well, she's old enough to be your mother.
Maybe she ain't as old as she's cracked up to be.
Yeah. I guess among turtles she'd be considered just a kid. Aren't you ashamed of yourself marrying for money?
I suppose you wouldn't do it?
I should say not. And I've had plenty of chances.
Miss Duffy, offering a guy $10 to marry you is not being considered marrying for money.
But don't think you're the only pebble on the beach. I'm practically engaged myself.
You mean a guy whistled back at you?
He did not. He's a real gentleman.
Then how'd you happen to meet him?
It was during the Christmas rush.
That figures.
Yeah, up at Macy's. Oh, and he's wonderful, Archie. Not much to look at. Sort of a red nose and a pot belly and whiskers.
A department store Santa Claus?
No, just a slob.
Hey, Miss Archie, look who's here.
Mrs. Piddleton?
No, this one's better looking. Desi Arnaz.
Hello, Archie. Well, Desi, glad to see you. Hasta la matza. Hacienda Cuanta La Gusta Buenas Noches.
What?
I thought you spoke Spanish.
That's Spanish.
What do you think?
Sounds like Cugat with a pair of maracas in his mouth.
Well, that's because I speak it with a little accent. What language do you want to talk?
English. The language I think she's most beautiful.
That's English? Maybe we better talk an international language, Desi.
Okay. Let's talk about names.
Okay, I'm thinking about marrying one.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm marrying a fine hunk of woman. If you like your women in hunks. Was you ever known as Helen Traubel? The dame's name is Abigail Piddleton.
Abigail Piddleton? This I gotta hear about. What's she like, Archie?
You mean her money or her figure?
Both.
She's loaded.
Archie, you mean you're marrying for money?
It's a new idea?
I'm surprised at you. Marrying for money. In my country, it's different. We place women on a pedestal.
You don't know Mrs. Piddleton. In this country, it ain't a pedestal big enough to hold it. But she's a pretty good kid, though.
Hi. Who's the bullfighter?
He ain't no bullfighter. He's a movie star.
A movie star, huh? Hey, Bud.
Yes?
You ever been thrown out of a nightclub?
No.
Are you divorced?
No.
Ever kick a cop in the shins?
No.
Oh, it's the guy's a phony.
And he ain't no phony at all. This is Desi Arnaz.
Oh, they introduced me.
Oh, very well. Mr. Finnegan, Mr. Arnaz. Clifton, Desi. Pig, Latin. Finnegan, Mr. Arnaz is a singer.
Mind if I put a nickel in the jukebox?
Why put it in a jukebox? Maybe we can get Desi to sing for us in person.
Oh, okay. Where do I put the nickel?
Archie, if the skin on his head was a little tighter, I could use him for a conga drum.
Yeah. Well, look, Desi, please ignore the guy. Go ahead, light up and start singing. Sing one of them tangos or sambos, huh?
How about a rumbo?
Rumbo? Okay.
Well, I got a brand new one for you.
Good enough.
Whenever old man trouble makes troubles arise, just pull that big straw hat over your eyes. You'll never see the circumstance making you frown if you'll just push your eyes over the crown. Life can be a simple thing to laugh and sing. Get yourself a hat of straw and put it on. Don't take it off. And pretty soon your troubles will come to an end, because you simply will not see them, my friend. To visualize the permanent sun in the skies, just put that big straw hat over your eyes. Buy a sombrero, a big straw sombrero. Sí, señoras y señores, a big straw sombrero. And when the landlord tells you the rent's in arrears, just pull that big straw hat over your ears. You'll never hear the dialogue tragically grim if you'll just push your ears under the brim. Life can be a simple thing to laugh and sing. Get yourself a hat of straw and put it on. Don't take it off. And pretty soon your troubles will come to an end, because you will not see or hear them, my friend. To visualize a permanent sun in the skies, just pull that big straw hat. Just pull that big straw hat hat down, that big straw hat down over your eyes.
Who is that?
That is Abigail.
This is what you're going to get married to?
Please, not so loud. She's a little sensitive about her hideousness. Well, Abigail, what's the decision?
Archie, I think our kindred spirits shall soon find rhapsodic expression in the ethereal sphere of marital bliss.
You mean I'm in or out?
I mean, I will marry you.
Oh, well, this calls for a celebration. Eddie, the Ovaltine.
Oh, Archie, I haven't been so happy since I married my first husband, Commodore Piddleton.
Oh, yes. He was the one that mysteriously disappeared into the sea, wasn't he?
Yes, the first day of our honeymoon. Poor Benjamin. I was beside myself with grief. That is, until I met Michael,
Michael.
my second husband. May he rest in peace.
Another one resting in peace. Was he also pushed? Was he washed overboard?
No, this time it happened on land.
During the honeymoon?
Yes,
The first day?
yes.
Where?
The Eiffel Tower.
Would you care to give me the gruesome details?
Well, Michael and I were playing a little game.
On top of the Eiffel Tower.
Yes. We were trying to see who could lean out the farthest.
And Michael won.
Yes.
You say again this was the first day of the honeymoon?
Yes.
You don't get much mileage out of your husband, do you?
No, that's just what I said when I lost poor Fairfield.
Fairfield? At two? Tell me about Fairfield.
He was my third spouse.
How many spies did you have? Abigail, this Fairfield,
Yes,
the honeymoon,
yes,
the first day?
yes.
I wonder if this could indicate a trend. Abigail, dare I ask what happened to Fairfield?
It happened at Niagara. The poor dear boy went over the falls.
In a barrel?
Nobody knows.
Abigail, this honeymoon of ours, was you planning to hit a few high spots?
Yes, I have a very romantic spot picked out.
For us, where?
Mount Vesuvius.
The volcano?
Yes. Oh, Archie, you love the view from the edge of the crater.
A volcano yet? At least the Commodore had a chance to come up twice. Look, Abigail, will you please excuse me for a minute?
Where are you going?
I'll be right back. Here, read a newspaper. Amuse yourself with the obituary column. Look, Desi, did you hear that conversation?
Yes.
What am I going to do with this dame?
Well, why don't you trick her?
Trick her? How?
Commit suicide.
I got to talk her out of this thing. Wait a minute. You're roper. I got an idea. Abigail, I've been thinking about us getting married.
Well?
Don't you think it's carrying love too far? I think you should marry somebody with more mutual interests.
Well, who?
Oh, I don't know. Somebody like Henry VIII or Jack the Ripper.
Oh, Archie, you're wrong. You are the only man in the world for me.
At the rate she's going, I'll be the only one left. I I am the only man in the world, huh?
Yes, even Commodore Piddleton said so today.
Is he back?
No, but I communicate with his spirit.
Oh, that's nice. How often?
Once a week.
Well, that's normal. Tell me, where do you communicate him?
At a weekly seance that I attend.
A seance?
Yes.
One of them things, sort of a information, please, with sheets?
You see, the Commodore was right. He said, marry Archie. He's so amusing.
Yeah, the Commodore said that. Tell me, what did Michael and Fairfield have to say?
Oh, I haven't discussed it with them.
Oh, you haven't, Abigail? On a big decision like this, you're only going to ask one out of three? What are you running, a gallop pole? I think the least you can do is to get a majority vote, the best 2 out of 3.
You really think so?
Oh, certainly. I think we should hold a seance right here and now and see what Michael and Fairfield have to say about this thing.
But, Archie, look. I've never been to a seance.
It don't make no difference, Desi. All you have to remember is you are Michael, husband number 2.
Second villain, huh?
What a ham. No, Finnegan.
Yeah?
Now, you are Fairfield, husband number 3.
But Arch, the guy is dead.
You're perfect. And, Eddie, you're the medium, see? Hey, wait a minute. Here she comes. Well, Abigail, we're all ready to start the seance. I would like you to meet our medium, Swami Green.
I bring you greetings from the east.
Just a minute, Archie. Isn't this your waiter?
Yes, but if you notice, he only waits on tables that are tilted. Now, leave us begin the seance. Okay, Swami, douse out the lights. Now, leave us all hold hands here in the dark. Now, Swami, let's first talk to Michael. Hi, Abigail. Your hand feels so smooth here in the dark.
Archie, you're holding my alligator bag.
Oh, sorry. Tell me, what's Michael's last name?
O'Brien. Michael Patrick Seamus O'Brien.
Calling Michael Patrick Seamus O'Brien. Calling Michael Patrick Seamus O'Brien.
Faith and Bigorra, CC. I am Michael Patrick Seamus O'Brien.
Archie, his voice sounds so strange.
Well, after all, he fell off the Eiffel Tower. He probably caught cold on the way down.
But it sounds like a Spanish accent.
Well, maybe it's because where he is, it's a tropical climate. Go ahead, ask him if we should get married.
Michael, you loved me once, didn't you?
I was a pushover for you.
Then please give me your advice. Shall I get married again or not?
No, yo no creo que tú te debes de casar otra vez. Ya tiene usted demasiados maridos.
Swami, what did he say?
He said you already bagged your limit.
Now, wait a minute. Now, let's make this thing legal. Oh, Michael.
See?
If you don't think Abigail should marry me, just rap 3 times on the table. There's your answer, Abigail. Swami, tune in Fairfield.
Come in, Fairfield.
What's his full name, Abigail?
Fairfield Bodkins, M.A., Ph.D., LL.D. He was a college professor, you know.
What a miserable job of casting this is.
Calling Fairfield Bodkins, M.A., Ph.D., LL.D.
I am Fairfield Botkin.
He sounds strange.
Well, he's been dead a long time, man. Don't forget, this guy is from another world.
Professor Botkin, can you hear us?
I can hear you like you was all in the same room.
Fairfield, whatever happened to you at Niagara Falls?
Well, I was standing there looking at the view, and the next thing I knew, I was in it.
Look, Fairfield, Abigail wants me to marry her.
Oh, good. We could use a Fawcett Bridge up here.
Fairfield, please answer the question. Now, if you don't think she should marry me, just wrap the table.
Wrap the table? Okay. That's a lousy table.
Fairfield, concentrate. I mean, if the answer is no, I shouldn't marry her, knock on the table 3 times. There it is, Abigail. Swami, turn the lights on. Thank you. Well, Abigail, it looks like you ain't going to have the honor of being my blushing widow.
But, Archie, you...
Abigail, you agreed to live up to the vote.
Yes, I did, didn't I? Oh, it's too bad, though. You would have loved Vesuvius. Archie.
Yes?
Who is this charming gentleman?
Now, wait a minute, Abigail. This is Desi Arnaz.
Oh, my. He's quite handsome, isn't he? Mr. Arnaz?
Yes?
Could I drop you off someplace on the way home?
You mean someplace like the Washington Monument?
An interesting idea. Oh, Archie, I'm sorry it didn't work out for us, but I hope we'll still be good friends.
Oh, sure. If I can get a parachute from War Surplus, I'll give you a ring sometime.
Duffy's Tavern was originally released by NBC, the national broadcasting company, for listeners in the United States, and was rebroadcast for American forces overseas. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
Over 30 years ago in our laboratories, eye care was revolutionized with the introduction of Visine. Today, our latest advance, an even better Visine. Advanced Relief Visine. Its unique formula gets the red out, plus more. This simulation shows how it spreads the cooling, soothing relief of 3 moisturizers. Discover how good your eyes can feel. With Advanced Relief Visine, it gets the red out and the irritation, too. Look for a $1 coupon in Sunday's paper.
Get ready for an overexciting tale of escape coming up next.
Tired of the everyday grind? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all? We offer you Escape.
Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
You are standing in the bedroom of an English inn, the sound of revelry coming faintly up the stairs, while in the shadows across the room from you, the gun in his hand already aimed at you, is an enemy agent whose success depends upon your death.
Listen now as Escape brings you Ben Wright's story, Affair at Mandrake.
This town, this beach might have been wonderful in peacetime, I don't know. I never saw it before, but in war in 1940 it was hell. And on the map that I held in my shaking hands, it read Dunkirk. I stood by a burnt-out truck, weaving with fatigue, watching what was left of my battalion lurch like sleepwalkers onto the shell-swept dunes to await their turn on the little ships that were struggling so desperately to get them away and back to England.
Major Baker!
Over here, son, Major. You find the colonel?
Afraid he's boarded, sir. Him and the old battalion order group.
All of them?
Yes, sir. One bloody shell. Nasty, very nasty. You want to look over the prisoners now, sir?
I suppose so. Brigade still wants unit identification.
This way, sir.
All right.
I left them with the Lance Corporal of D Company. Here you are, sir. This bomb here.
Right.
Okay, you Nordics, give a man up on your bloody feet.
I get them lined up all the way. We'll see what we've got.
Prisoners!
That man at the end, Holloway. Get him turned round.
You, face the officer. You I'm talking to.
That's more like it. Now we can... 30 shots. Bitte, Herr Major. 30 shots. What in the world?
Aber Herr Major, ich kann kein Englisch Wort verstehen.
You don't understand English when you were born in England.
Bitte, Herr Major.
Holloway, shoot that man.
Sir?
Shoot him.
No, sir.
Then by heaven I will.
No, sir, you can't.
Leave
Sir,
me.
Stop it. You know it's against King's regulations to shoot a prisoner. You know it is, Major, sir.
He's a traitor. I'll prove it to you. Get his service book.
Yes, sir.
It says 30 shots. Born London, England, doesn't it?
No, sir. It says here, Wilfred Dorf, born Bremen, sir.
Dorf? I could have sworn it. Dorf? Wilfred Dorf?
Yes, sir.
All right, Holloway. Must have been mistaken. Give him back his book. Now, I want the prisoners placed nearer the sea. Less chance of them making a boat for it that way. Then I want you... And I want you to see that all of the ranks are fully equipped. What they don't have already, they can pick up off the beach.
Right, sir. Corporal, get them prisoners down nearer to the sea.
All right, John Major.
Come along, Holloway.
Excuse me, Major, but who do you think that prisoner was just now?
My best friend, Holloway.
Best friend, sir? Gentleman?
Yes, blasted Holloway, my best friend.
Sorry, sir.
That's all right, Holloway. I'm tired. We all are. I made a mistake, that's all. I wasn't really going to shoot him, you know?
No, sir.
Major Baker, sir. Navy's just signal for us to embark.
All right. Acknowledge.
Yes, sir.
Battalion will move off by companies. A company leading. Single file, 5-yard interval. Deliver that order to platoon leaders.
Yes, sir.
You married, Holloway?
Not half, sir. 10 years now and 3 nippers.
I'll be glad to see you.
I should say so. You know, I've always thought of the old trouble and strife talking too much, but after this little lark, she'll seem like a blinking deaf... Come on, sir, let's get off this flaming beach.
We left Dunkirk blazing behind us, and the Navy took over. Then England again, and finally the blessed release of 2 weeks' leave. But it was a short-lived happiness, for on the 6th day I was ordered to report to the War Office. General Ballister, sir.
Baker. Yes, of course. I sent for you, didn't I? Oh, Baker, congratulations.
I beg your pardon, sir?
On your military cross. I haven't got it yet, eh? Well, it'll be along. That was a good show in France, Baker. A fine rear guard and a properly equipped battalion when you came ashore. Deserve your MC.
Thank you, sir.
Thank me, rubbish. Deserve it. Now, what do you know about rockets, Baker?
Well, sir, I was interested in them pre-war as a possible method for postal delivery.
Oh, that's right. I have it here in your record. Attended experimental meetings in Germany, eh?
Yes, sir. My best friend and I... Well, it interested me.
Yeah, well, come here. Have a look at this map.
Sir?
Mandrake Forest, full of rockets, our rockets, Ack and anti-personnel. Well, the Germans think they're very clever with this sort of nonsense. We think we're a bit brighter.
Mandrake Forest. I see.
Baker, I want you to command a group at Mandrake and carry out field tests. Can't give you more than a battalion for the job either. I'm giving you the job because of your record and because you know about rockets. Now, what's your main problem?
Security?
Exactly, security. The enemy knows we're up to something, and he'll do his best to find out what it is.
It'll be quite a job, sir, with only a battalion.
All you get with your colonelcy, of course. Take it?
Of course, sir. Thank you. Oh, one thing, sir. May I have my old regimental sergeant major with me? Holloway knows the way I work, and he'd be very good value.
Oh, we'll arrange that immediately. That all?
I think so, sir.
Good, that's it then. Except for a word of warning.
Sir?
From now on, Mandrake will be a #1 target for enemy agents. Mandrake and you.
Yes, sir.
Your life, and more important still, our chances of winning this war depend on how well you do at Mandrake.
I'd already thought of that, sir.
I'm sure you had. Well, then, I suggest you spend the last of your leave by having a look around that district. Make your appreciation and so on, eh? Oh, yes, and dine with Barbara and me tonight, eh, Guy?
I'd love to, sir.
Splendid. 8:30 then, blitz permitting. Oh, and do me a favor, will you?
Of course, sir.
Don't mention rockets, eh? Barbara's all right, really, but Pongo's awfully touchy.
Pongo?
Yes, the bloody dog,
Oh,
right?
right, sir. And thank you. The dinner was excellent, as was the courvoisier. So it was well after midnight before I said goodnight to the Ballisters and made my way slowly towards my flat in Cranmer Mews. The darkness was absolute. No searchlights, no raid, an almost irritating hush. And then as I turned into the mews, I saw it. A chink of light coming from my own window. I moved quietly, yet as quickly as possible, up the steps, and stopped suddenly. My door had been forced. I eased it open wider and stepped through. There was a ribbon of light from the study. Then, as I slowly edged closer... I came to where I had fallen in the hall. Head pounding, I got to my feet and opened the study door. The room was in chaos. Chairs ripped open and papers littering the carpet. Bookshelves empty. Pictures pushed aside. Quickly, I pried open a tightly fitted false bottom to the bureau drawer. My most secret documents and books were untouched. The film of chalk dust with which I had sprayed them, unmarked. If it had been a burglar, he'd got what he came for. If it had been the enemy, then they had not discovered what my mission was. Hello.
Guy, sorry to disturb you. Ballister here.
Oh, yes, General.
Got another blister for you, I'm afraid.
In what way, sir?
Just after you left, I got a toll call from Pig Spooner. Chap's commanding a prisoner of war camp just outside your new area.
Yes, sir?
Yes. Thought I ought to tell you. Well, Pig was livid. He said that 2 days ago, 6 of his POWs made a bolt for it. His patrols have brought in 5 of them, but one is still swanning about scot-free. Bloody well vanished.
Got a description of him, sir?
That's why I rang up. Blight is about 32, medium build, but tall, pale face, black eyes and hair.
I'll keep my eyes open, sir. Anything else?
Yes. Pig thinks he must speak fluent English and know the country well. Oh, yes. The fellow's name is Wilfred Dorff.
I left London the next night, and as the train crawled towards Mandrake, under the nightly blanket of shellfire and bombers, I thought of my new command, of the rockets, and how they could change the whole face of the war, properly used and in the right hands. And I thought, too, of Wilfred Dorf, whom we'd captured at Dunkirk, the man I'd mistaken for my oldest friend, Ferdy Schatz. Ferdy's parents had been German, certainly, but he was a British citizen until he had gone to Berlin in 1937 to finish his studies there. And if Dorf was Ferdy, why had he refused to recognize me that day? Shame? Fear? Why? Why change his name? In any case, I'd soon find out. For somewhere in the forest of Mandrake, he was loose. And then, much later, I was stepping off the train into a driving, stinging rain at Mandrake Halt, where Sergeant Holloway met me with a staff car. And in a matter of minutes, we were driving away from the station toward the little town of Mandrake.
The adjutant sent his apologies for not being here, sir, but the camp's a mess and he couldn't get away.
Thanks, Holloway. Well, they posted you quickly enough.
True, sir. Hardly had time to get my pack off.
Camp's a mess, huh?
Yes, sir. The adjutant suggests the Red Lion pub in the village for you, sir, till we get settled a bit. He's warned them, sir.
Cheer up, Holloway. It's not as bad as all that.
No, sir.
Well, at least we're home.
Yes, sir. But if you'll forgive me saying so, it ain't much better than the beach at Dunkirk.
How was your wife, Holloway?
Talky, sir. Very talky. Well, this is it, sir. The Red Bloody Lion. The camp's number is Mandrake 45 if you want the staff car for reconnaissance.
Fine. Thanks for meeting me, Holloway. How about a drink before you go back?
Well, it's very good of you, sir, but the sergeant's mess managed to get a couple of barrels of Scotch ale last night. They only have bitter here.
Right up. Off you go.
Good night, Colonel.
Good night.
Colonel Baker, isn't it?
That's right.
I'm Alfie Bingle. I've been expecting you, sir. Your adjutant gave us a buzz, and we've the best room put by for you. Number 6 on second floor. Has to eaten out yet, sir?
Well, I did have dinner in London, but...
But they're still a bit peckish and all, eh?
Yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, I am.
Well, don't you worry, sir. I told the old lady to put by half a blood pudding and some green gauges for afters, just in case.
That sounds fine.
I'll take your valise up for you, sir, and the bottle of Jameson's Irish the adjutant sent along. You just stop into the bar parlour. Mrs. will serve you in there.
Right, thank you.
Colonel, sir.
Hmm?
I do hope you won't put us out of bounds to your chaps just because you're top secret and all.
Where did you hear that?
Well, it's sort of gossip is all. It's sort of gossip, like.
Let's talk about it some other time, shall we? In the meantime, how about the food?
Of course, sir. Right away. Right away.
The bar parlour was warm and crowded. And Bingle's food far better than I'd hoped for. After I'd eaten, I sat for a while over a couple of glasses of port. I was tired after the journey north. Bingle's remark about being top secret irritated me, so that when the singing began, I started up to my room.
Hello, Guy.
Ferdy Schatz.
Sorry about this artillery, but we have to talk, and I remembered your little outburst at Dunkirk. It seemed wiser to take no chances.
And you were?
Wilfred Dorf. Yes, that's right. The sort of melodramatic thing one is forced to do only in wartime, thank heavens.
Now you listen to me.
Guy, please, don't get yourself in an uproar. Pour a couple of drinks like a good chap, will you, and then we'll talk. You probably have a service revolver in your valise, but I'd rather you didn't try to get it. Drink, Sobo?
There you are.
Thanks. That's more like it, eh? Yes. And I can't tell you how grateful I was when you didn't positively identify me at Dunkirk, Guy.
I'll bet you
Well, you see, it was essential that I get to England with Germans and as a German.
What else are you? Captured you myself, didn't I? You, a British subject in a German uniform? Now that you've escaped, you've come to me to beg a favor. How long do you think you can trade on old friendship? You're an escaped prisoner of war.
Guy, let me explain.
Go on, then explain. You have the gun.
All right. Firstly, we are very well aware of the importance of your new command.
We, who we? The Germans?
Germans, my foot. British military intelligence.
British military? You? With MI5?
That's right. Guy, do you remember my farewell party at the Dorchester in 37 when I was leaving for Germany to finish my education?
I remember. What about it?
Intelligence knew war was coming then, sooner or later, and because of my German parentage, they sent me there as a plant.
What?
Guy, I'm not an escaped prisoner. That was arranged by courtesy of military intelligence. I expect the commandant of the camp is furious, but then sometimes you can't let the left hand know what
Suppose I did believe you. What are you doing here?
Well, we feel sure that one of the top German agents is now or will be in this area. Target? Mandrake's new rocket command, and, of course, its commander. You.
Who is this agent?
We don't know. Yet.
I see. Do you know what he looks like?
We don't know that either.
You know very little for someone that supposedly works for military intelligence.
Oh, I see. All right, here. This is the only identification I carry. Look.
It doesn't mean a thing.
Guy, you don't think...
I don't think, Ferdy, I know. Those credentials are forged.
Forged? Are you out of your mind?
How credulous do you think I am, Ferdy?
Now, listen, Guy, I need your help.
Our friendship's finished. Done. You see, you're on one side. I'm on the other. And you better go while you still have that gun, because the next time I find you, I'll kill you.
Guy. You always were pig-headed. All right, then, a drink for the road, One for our friendship that was.
As I poured his drink, he came toward me smiling, his gun in one hand. Then as he reached for it, I flung the raw whiskey straight into his eyes. As he spun away from me half-blinded, I leapt at him. He was trying to bring the gun round on me. I brought my heel down hard on his hand. And the gun skidded away, out of reach under the wardrobe. Then his left hand chopped me hard across the throat. Through a choking haze, I reached the bed, clawed open my valise, swung my revolver towards him as he came toward me. Then I fired. I knew I'd hit him, but even so, he was able to wrench the gun from my hands, race for the door, and slam it shut behind him. By the time I got to my feet and had the door open, Ferdy had a good lead. I took the stairs as fast as I could, but down in the parlor I saw only Bingle, open-mouthed and a blur of excited faces. The blackout curtains at the front door were half ajar, and Ferdy Schutz was gone.
And as you know, Colonel, 3 days later, Ferdy Schutz was dead.
Captain Harper, I suppose for you chaps in MI5, this is run-of-the-mill. But for me, the whole thing has been a nightmare. Tragedy of errors. Killing one's best friend is, well, not too pleasant.
As I quite understand, Colonel.
In time of war, friendships are set aside when one's country is being attacked. And I thought Ferdy Schutz was doing just that. Now that I know he was working for MI5, well, I...
Didn't he tell you that military intelligence had sent him out to Mandrake?
Yes.
Didn't he show you his credentials?
He did. But at that time, I felt sure they were forged.
Oh, I see.
Look, Captain Harper. On the beach at Dunkirk, I capture this man. Later, I am told by General Ballister that he has escaped the POW camp. And still later, I find him in my room, holding me at the point of a gun.
And what did he tell you he was doing there?
He said he'd come to Mandrake because an enemy agent was supposedly in the area. He wanted my help in turning up something. It's all easy enough to understand now, but don't you see, Captain Harper? At the time, I thought I was doing my duty. I had no way of knowing for sure that he was a British agent. The whole thing has been a frightful tragedy.
Oh, yes, it is tragic. Perhaps most of all because those shots got to one of our men before he died. He never knew he'd found the evidence he wanted.
I don't understand, Captain Harper.
Colonel, you were able only to fire once.
That's correct. Before he grabbed my gun and ran.
Yes, and lost himself in the blackout.
That's right. I never saw him again.
Or couldn't find him. Is this your gun?
It could be.
I rather imagine it is, Colonel. Shots gave it to us before he died.
Well?
You fired only one shot from your revolver, the shot that killed Ferdy.
Yes. That's true.
And during a regulation ballistics check, we found the remaining 5 rounds of your revolver held not powder, but rather microfilms, with a complete German code necessary for your activities here at Mandrake. Colonel Baker, you're under military arrest as a Nazi agent and for espionage against His Majesty's government. Shall we go?
Under the direction of Norman MacDonald, Escape has brought you Affair at Mandrake by Ben Wright, starring John Daner. Featured in the cast were Ben Wright, Richard Peel, Parley Bear, Joseph Kearns, Gary Montgomery, and Lawrence Dobkin. Your announcer, George Walsh. The special music for Escape is composed and conducted by Leith Stevens. Next week.
You are groping your way through the belly of a sunken ship of fortune and pearls secured to your belt. While above, on the ship that tends you, working the pump that sends air to you, is an adversary whose plans include the taking of your pearls and your life.
So listen next week when Escape brings you John Russell's story, The Adversary. Today, radio station WDNC in Durham, North Carolina, celebrates its 20th birthday and its 20th anniversary as a CBS radio affiliate as well. Happy birthday, station WDNC, and many more happy listening birthdays to all the listeners in the greater Durham region, from more than 200 CBS radio affiliates from coast to coast. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is heard Friday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
For a living, and you get athlete's foot. Smart guys know. Comfort comes in yellow. Destinex. Other guys' feet, they just keep itching and burning. But Destinex Comfort is what keeps you going.
Destinex. Its dual-action formula not only gets rid of athlete's foot fungus, it soothes that itching and burning, surrounding your feet with soothing comfort.
Destinex. Soothes while it cures for comfortable feet.
Hey, man, how about we check in with Fibber McGee and Molly next? That sounds good to me.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber McGee and Molly, written by Don Quinn, with songs by Martha Tilton and the King's Men, and music by Billy Mills. The show opens with Love Is. One thing you can be sure of during these next few days, friends and neighbors will be dropping in unexpectedly for visits to talk over holiday plans and parties. Will your home always be ready for them, floors gleaming with beauty, tabletops and woodwork spotless? If you practice protective housekeeping with genuine Johnson's Wax, it probably will be. Daily housework is reduced to a minimum when these surfaces are Johnson waxed. Rooms are quickly tidied up, and properly waxed floors never really lose that richly polished look that good housekeepers so much admire. When you wax your floors, furniture, and woodwork, you not only protect them against scratches, dirt, and wear, you not only save yourself hours of work, but you also win the compliments and praise of your family and friends for the beauty that genuine Johnson's wax adds to your entire home. When you consider the low cost of those advantages, is it any wonder so many good housekeepers just couldn't keep house without this famous wax polish? But don't be satisfied with anything but the original and genuine Johnson's wax in paste, liquid, or cream wax form. This is the time of year when a man who can't suppress his curiosity should be handcuffed and blindfolded. For instance, a package came for the McGees today, which is almost certainly a Christmas present. And we invite you to an interesting discussion between Fibber McGee and Molly.
Oh, but Molly, look, we don't know it's a Christmas present.
Just the same, McGee, we're not going to open it before Christmas.
Oh, but sweetheart, there's nothing on it that says don't open till Christmas.
Don't get mushy with me. I still say we don't open it till Christmas morning now.
Okay. I just wondered if it could have been them silver fox furs, that's all. I just wondered.
What silver fox furs?
Oh, never mind. We'll know Christmas morning. Well, I guess I'll run out the cigar store.
McGee!
Huh?
What silver fox furs? Who's sending me some furs?
How should I know?
Well, you're the most exasperating. But this is exactly the size and shape of a box that would have a set of fox furs in it.
Hey, cut that out. You can't open that. Not till Christmas.
But, darling...
Don't get mushy with me. You can't open it. Here, give me that package. You wouldn't let me open it, and I won't let you open it.
Why do you pay any attention to me? I'm just a woman. I don't know anything. You're the man of the house, and what you say ought to go, dearie.
Hand me the scissors.
Here.
Thanks. Uh-oh. Bad news, Molly. It ain't furs.
What? It isn't? Oh, dear. I told you we shouldn't have opened that package, McGee. Not until Christmas. But what is it?
I don't know. Look.
Oh. It's a musical instrument of some kind. Looks like a little pipe organ.
There's electric wires on. Hey, I know. It's one of them chime doorbells. And a beauty, too.
You mean one of those doorbells that every time it rings you expect somebody to say, the following announcement is transcribed?
Yeah, but it don't say here who sent it. Now, who do you suppose...
Oh, get that stuff out of sight quick, McGee.
Okay.
Come in. Mr. Wilcox.
Hello, folks.
Oh, hi, Harlow. Come on in.
No, thanks. I just wanted to leave these packages for you. And don't open them before Christmas.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Wilcox, and we won't. But what's your hurry?
I've got to stop and get a sandwich before I go back to the office. I missed my lunch. Well, Merry Christmas.
Well, heavenly days. Now, there's plenty of cold chicken in the refrigerator, Mr. Wilcox, and a lemon meringue pie.
Oh, boy, my favorite vegetables. But, gee, I hate to be any trouble, Molly.
It's no trouble at all. It's no trouble at all. I'll just set out the chicken.
Now, wait a minute. No, you don't. I'll find everything myself. Don't get up or I won't stay.
Oh, well, go ahead, Wilcox, and easy on that pie. You got to watch them hips.
Okay, I'll try to restrain myself.
Well, we know he didn't send that doorbell.
No, but I wonder who did. Oh, dear. Come in.
Yeah.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? How
do you do, Mr. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
And a yippee-yoo-tie to you, Mrs. Ewing. Won't you slip out of your sables and squat a spell?
Thank you, no, Mr. McGee. I came over to ask a favor of you.
Oh, certainly, Abigail. Anything we can do, just ask us.
Oh, yes. Unless you want me to take that pooch of yours for a walk. I draw the line at patrolling the precinct with that pie-eyed peak.
Mr. McGee, Fifi does not enter into this matter at all. Besides, I believe she entertains the same aversion to you that you do to her.
Well, that's a lot of entertainment for one man and a dog. But what can we do for you, Abigail, dear?
Well, Mrs. McGee, I head the neighborhood committee to conserve waste paper for the government. I wish to ask you not to burn or destroy your waste paper and cardboard,
Please save it, and I shall have a truck pick it up whenever you call.
Why, sure. I'd be glad to help such a good cause. Personally, I'd like to form a movie committee for this war.
A movie committee, Miss McGee?
Yeah, I'd like to get the government to make a documentary picture and send 1 million prints to Tokyo.
Starring what actor, dearie?
Harry Carey. By the way, Uppy, did you by any chance send us an electric chime doorbell for Christmas?
No, I did not, Mr. McGee. But I must say I admire your blunt way of inquiring. I simply detest people who hint.
I do too, Uppy. Although when I was a cub reporter years ago, I was always the diplomat.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yes, you betcha. Yes, sir. Never used to act a direct question if I could help it. But if there was any inside dope I wanted, I got it. Get that dope McGee, I was known as in them days.
Oh, my.
Get that dope McGee, the dashing, daring darling of the dailies and the ding-dong dipsy-doodle daddy of the dirt dishers, diligently deviling dignified diplomats for delicate details, discreetly dictating data difficult to decipher, and deliberately denouncing dangerous demagogues dripping with dubious dialogue designed to develop defeatism, doing my duty with a dearth of dilly-dallying despite the dirty digs of the desperate dogs who determined to dampen my do-or-die disposition and deteriorate a diggity dynamo into a drippy droop, a dandy detective at dodging death and danger, but doesn't this description sound like a total stranger?
Martha Tilton sings He's 1A in the Army and A1 in my
From
heart.
coast to coast in this great nation, each man has got a classification. Pray tell me, what's yours? I've got a guy who's really something. This man of mine, he ain't missing nothing. No wonder I'm happy to say he's 1A in the Army and he's A1 in my heart. He's gone to help the country that helped him to get a start. I love him so because I know he wants to do his part. For he's 1A in the Army and he's A1 in my heart. And just in case you're quizzical, I'm gonna tell you now. He passed the toughest physical, he passed it, folks, and how? For I know why he rates so high on Uncle Sammy's chart. 'Cause he's 1A in the Army and he's A1 in my heart. They're 1A in the Army and they're A1 in our hearts. They've gone to help the country that helped them to get their start. We love them so because we know they want to do their part. 'Cause they're 1A in the Army and they're A1 in our
Hey, Molly, this is going to be a pretty snazzy doorbell, you know it?
Yes, but who do we get to install it, dearie? An electrician?
Nah, I can do it myself.
Oh, no. No, please, let's not go into that again.
What do you mean? I fixed the thermostat on the furnace last week, didn't I? It works at the touch of a finger now.
Sure it does, sure. At the touch of a finger, you get a shock that melts your bobby pins.
Now, I'll get you some rubber gloves. Anyway, I don't see...
Oh, dear. Come in.
Oh, hi, sis.
Hi, mister. What you doing?
Huh? What?
I guess not.
You guess not what?
I guess you didn't know I was a businesswoman, mister.
Oh, businesswoman, eh?
Mhm.
Well, just what branch of commercialism are you identified with, madam?
Well,
I says, what's your racket?
Oh, a miserable toe.
Huh?
Miserable toe.
I don't get it.
You don't unless you pay for it, I bet you.
Pay for what?
Miserable toe.
Well, that was a short ride, but I enjoyed it. Let's go around again. What's miserable toe?
Oh, gee, mister, you know what miserable toe is.
No.
You hang it up on Christmas and it's got white berries on it.
Oh, sure.
Sure.
Mistletoe. Otherwise known as mug holly. Lip lilac. And night blooming smush.
My daddy calls it fracture cactus.
Fracture cactus. Why, sis?
Because once a long time ago, he started to hang some up on the chandelier and the chair broke and he fell down and fractured his leg.
Oh. I says, oh.
Oh. Well, mister, can we do any business? Only 25 cents a bunch.
Okay. Bring me 2 bits worth, sis.
Oh, thank you, mister. I'll deliver it first thing tomorrow and you can pay me the 35 cents.
Fine. I'll be... Hey, wait a minute. You says 25 cents. What's the extra dime for?
Tax?
What do you mean, tax? There's no tax on mistletoe.
There is unless you want to glue it up, mister. That's up to you. So long.
Smart little tyke. I'll bet she winds up selling Santa Claus a snood for his beard. Hey, Molly, do you suppose this doorbell runs on batteries or the regular house current or how?
Well, why don't you experiment, little dearie? You're a wonderful lad with electricity.
You really think so?
Why, sure I do.
Yeah.
Who else could have wired the vacuum cleaner so it runs and hides under the Davenport every time I plug it in?
Well, stop.
Oh, heavenly days. Something's happened to Mr. Wilcox. Come on, McGee.
Hey, what's the matter, Harlow? Hey, what you sitting on the stove for?
I just blow-coated your linoleum. Meow.
Huh?
And I'm waiting for it to dry. Ooh. I've only got 15 seconds to go. Ooh, yeah.
But you're sitting right on the pilot light, Mr. Wilcox.
I know, but I don't want to jump down till the floor is dry. It takes 17 to 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Time's up.
Well, turn around quick. I'll throw some water on you. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, boy. That's better.
Now, what was all this foolishness, Mr. Wilcox?
I'm sorry, Molly, but when I came out here in the kitchen, I noticed your linoleum needed attention.
Oh, I know, but I've been so busy shopping the last day or so that
Well, it wasn't bad, but I can't resist a linoleum that isn't perfect. So I grabbed a can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat and spread some around with a long-handled plier. It's really fun to do, you know.
Oh, yeah, we heard you screaming with joy, Harlow.
Well, you see, the minute I had the floor all nicely glow-coated, and with no rubbing or buffing either, I hopped on the stove to let it dry, never realizing I was sitting on the pilot light.
Well, thank you for polishing my floor, Mr. Wilcox. And I'm sorry you had to roast your rompers doing it.
Oh, that's all right, Molly. Well, I'll be getting back to the office now. And
did you have enough to eat, Harlow?
Eat?
Yes, eat. Did you find the chicken and the pie?
Well, what do you know? I forgot all about eating. The minute I got out here, I started glow-coating the floor. If I'm not the darndest fool. Oh, well, I'll grab a bite downtown. Thanks anyway, folks.
You forgot to eat. I always said it, Molly, but I never really believed it.
What?
He'd rather talk about glow coat than eat.
Well, I still hate to think about it.
Oh, dear.
I'd like to get paid by the door knock, McGee. At a nickel a knuckle, I'd be rich in a week. Come in.
Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Good day, Mr. Mayor.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? Hello, McGee. I just dropped in...
Excuse me just a minute, Latriv. Look, did you send us an electric chime doorbell for Christmas?
I did not. I didn't send you anything for Christmas.
You mean yet?
McGee.
Except for my immediate family and employees, McGee, I'm putting my Christmas budget into defense bonds and stamps.
Good for you, Mr. Mayor. We've got to back up our buck privates with our private bucks. Which is an old saying I just made up.
Exactly. And now, McGee, you've been hounding me for a job with the city.
Oh, I wouldn't say hounding you, Latrivia. Oh, I'll admit I've been kind of scratching around, wagging my tail, but...
Well, have you got something lined up for him, Mr. Mayor?
I think so. Are we alone?
Nobody here but us chickens, Latriv.
McGee, how are you on disguises?
Heavenly days, detective work?
How am I on disguises? Funny you should ask that, Latrivia. Why, when I was a cinderdick for the old TSR Railroad...
What railroad was the TSR?
The Topeka, Sauganash, and Rochester. Better known to the passengers as the 2 streaks of rust.
When I was a detective on the TSR, Latrivia, I was known as the man with 1,000 faces.
You had your choice of 1,000 faces and went back to your own?
Oh, tush. I'll never forget the time I rounded up that gang of boxcar bandits around East St. Louis. I was walking along the right-of-way, slick as a cat, disguised as a jockey.
Never mind the heroic details, McGee. All I want to know is, can you assume a completely different identity and maintain it under trying circumstances for days at a time?
Oh, why, certainly he can, Mr. Mayor. Why, he can even disguise his voice. Change your voice for the mayor, dearie.
Okay, I will. No trouble at all. In fact, I started changing my voice at the age of 14.
That's splendid, splendid. You report to the City Hall first thing tomorrow, McGee.
Oh, wonderful.
You better get me a police permit.
You better get me a police permit, Latriv, so I can carry a gun.
You won't need a gun. The disguise will be enough. You're going to be Wistful Vista's official Santa Claus in City Hall Park. $5 a day. I'll see you tomorrow.
Well, man of 1,000 faces, it looks like you're holding the bag again.
Why, that double-crossing political parasite. Who does he think I am?
Santa Claus.
I won't do it. I won't do it. He can't badger me into a beard and a bustle. No, sir. Well, here we go again. I got to hurry up and put this doorbell up,
Yes,
Molly.
an ounce of prevention is worth 10 pounds on the door.
Yeah.
Come in.
Merry Christmas, Mrs. McGee. Hello, little chum.
Heavenly days, how do you do, I'm sure.
Well, come on in, Gildy old sock. I'm glad to see you. Look at him, Molly. Ain't he a sight?
What's that, McGee?
I mean, ain't he a sight for sore eyes?
Oh. By George, it's nice to see you folks again. You're looking as lovely as usual, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, now, Mr. Gildersleeve, stop your blind.
Yeah, you see, Gildy, you got her so fussed she can't even pronounce baloney.
Here, Mr. Gildersleeve, take his hat and coat, McGee.
Okay.
I'll make a pot of tea.
Yes, take my hat and coat, McGee.
The King's Men sing What Do I Want for Christmas?
Ding dong, Christmas bells. I must make a wish for Christmas while their music swells. Ding dong, all year through. If my wishes are auspicious, I'll be needing you. Oh, what do I want for Christmas? Do you really want me to tell? Well, I want you for Christmas Day and every other day as well. I never hang up my stocking beside the chimney flue. My cup is full to overflowing, long as I just have you. A toy balloon is something I'd never use, but joy in June is something I can't refuse. If you want to know what I want most, if you want to know what to do, just merely say, let's name the day, for I want you. Ding-a-dong, 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 ding. Everyone is writing, telling Santa what to bring. Why don't I just write and say, dear old Santa Claus, what do you want for Christmas?
What do I want for Christmas? Oh, who ever heard of such a thing? And yet, you know, I miss the things you all have here at other seasons of the year. Valentine's and Easter eggs and firecrackers on the 4th of July and Thanksgiving turkey and mincemeat pie. But all these things don't matter at all. If it makes you happy when I come to call, that's all I need the whole year through. That's the merriest Christmas to me from you.
Oh, what do we want for Christmas? Do you really want us to say? We hope old Santa has a very merry, merry Christmas day. Let's hang up all our stockings and fill them full of cheer, so Santa Claus will have a happy round trip this year. We know you're awfully busy visiting everyone alike, But though you may get dizzy visiting, never go on strike. If you want to know why we're singing and feeling the way we do, it's just because old Santa Claus, we all love you.
Yes.
Yes, Sir Gildersleeve, you don't look a day older than when you left Wistful Vista.
Oh, well.
Not that you were any chicken then, but...
Yes.
Will you have another cup of tea, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, thank you.
I should hope not. You've had 6.
Yes. I have not. I've only had 5, McGee.
What do you mean, 5? You had one at the coffee table, one while you were snooping through our Christmas cards, another while
now, McGee. Stop. He's welcome to all the tea he can drink.
Thank you, Mrs. McGee. My goodness. I never thought my little chum would ever begrudge Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve a miserable little cup of tea.
What do you mean a miserable tea? My wife makes the best tea in this...
I didn't say the tea was miserable.
You did, too. You said...
McGee, he didn't mean that. He meant he was surprised you wouldn't want him to have all the tea he wants.
Yes.
Why, sure. He's welcome to all he wants. Big ninny. But tea's pretty stimulating, Throcky, old man. And to a guy your age with your blood pressure, it might make you just a trifle...
What? What are you talking about, my age? Why, I'm still on the sunny side of 40.
Maybe, but you got no more use for suntan oil, boy.
I wish you boys would stop this. It's so nice to have an old neighbor drop in on us.
You hear that, Gildy? Old neighbor. Even Molly thinks...
Never mind what I think. I never saw him looking better. Going to be in town long, Mr. Gildersleeve?
No, I've got to go to New York tomorrow, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, hey, while you're in New York, Gildy, why don't you go see the picture we made together? You know, you and me and Molly and Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
Oh, yes. Look Who's Laughing. Where's it playing?
Well, it has its New York premiere tomorrow at the Palace Theater, and Keith Albee in Brooklyn.
Oh.
Yeah. So you better see it in Brooklyn, Gildy. You're one of them bums.
You? Is that so? Speaking of bums, McGee, that was a bum joke of yours sending me that old lawnmower the other day.
Why, it was yours, Mr. Gildersleeve. Didn't you want it back?
Well, I thought it was a big, expensive Christmas present. So before I opened it, I went out and bought McGee a very costly easy chair with a built-in radio and everything.
Gildy, I'm sorry. That lawnmower thing was just a gag. I sent you a real present yesterday.
What? You did, McGee?
Why, sure. I thought to myself, if Gildersleeve ain't worth $47.50 of my money... Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let the price slip out.
$47.50 is none too much for Mr. Gildersleeve, McGee. Not that the price of a gift makes any difference.
Of course it doesn't. But I might have known that my little chum wouldn't do a thing like that. $47.50, eh?
Well. Come in.
Is this the resident? Who lives here?
I do, Bud. Fibber McGee.
Oh, thanks. Here's a telegram. It's a wire.
Well, I'll sign for it, boy. There. Give the lad a quarter, dearie.
Sorry, Bud. I got nothing smaller than 35 cents. You got a quarter, Gildy?
No, I haven't, little chum. Sorry, Sonny.
Oh, that's all right, folks. I didn't expect. I've been here before.
Hey. It's from Racine, Wisconsin. From the Johnson Wax Company.
Oh, my. What do they say?
It says, Dear Fibber and Molly, we are sending you under separate cover an electric chime doorbell. Stop.
Oh, my.
We are so tired of hearing that eternal door knocking. Stop. So is everybody else. Stop. If every knock was a boost, you'd have a Crosley rating of 6,000. Use the doorbell. Stop. Regards and Merry Christmas. Signed, Johnson's Wax.
Well, that solves the mystery, McGee.
Yeah, sure does, don't it? For a while there, I wondered, hey, where are you going, Gildy, old man? Aren't you going to stay for dinner?
Oh, please do, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Thank you. I'm sorry, folks, but I've got to get back to Summerfield and then on to New York. Hey, that's a wrong hat, McGee. I was wearing a fedora, not a beret.
Oh, excuse me. That's the one I wear to fix the furnace in. Here you are, Gildy.
Thank you. Well, I certainly enjoyed this visit.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Gildersleeve. And I'm so sorry you can't stay for dinner.
Well, he couldn't eat any anyway, Molly. He's so full of tea, his eyes are beginning to slant.
Yes. Well. Still the same old McGee, full of little smart cracks, he thinks. Well, I hope you enjoy your Christmas present, folks.
I'm sure we will, Mr. Gildersleeve, and thank you very much.
Yeah, and I hope you like the one I sent you, Gildy. I'm sorry I was so crude as to let the price slip out.
Yes, $47.50. Well, certainly nothing to be ashamed of. Wow. Well, goodbye, folks, and Merry Christmas.
Goodbye, Mr. Gildersleeve, and the same to you.
So long, Crocky.
Well, I'm certainly glad we found out who the doorbell was from, dearie.
Me too. Hey, Molly,
Yeah?
what could I get Gildersleeve that would look like it cost around $47.50?
You know, there's one room that gets to be mighty important around the holiday season, and that's your kitchen. For two reasons. One, it gets more than the average amount of wear and tear. And two, when your friends drop in, they all seem sooner or later to find their way to the kitchen. Now, what's the number one thing to do to be ready for them? Right. Give your floor a protective beauty treatment. Make it sparkle and glisten with Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat. The floor polish that gives floors such a lasting luster, that makes linoleum wear indefinitely, keeps its colors as fresh and bright as new. Glow Coat is different from ordinary polishes. Its film is flexible, not brittle. It does not chip or wear down unevenly. It guards linoleum surfaces against wear and dirt, makes house cleaning so easy because it needs no rubbing or buffing. Glow Coat is quick drying. You simply apply and let dry 20 minutes. And Glow Coat is economical because a little goes a long way. Now, if you're not already using Glow Coat, just try it once. Look for the familiar red and yellow can, and be sure it reads Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat.
You know, Molly, it was nice to see old Gildersleeve again.
Well, nobody'd think so the way you two argued there.
Oh, we were just kidding. I wouldn't really fight with him.
I should hope not. He's a much bigger man than you are.
That's why it's so easy to get under his skin. He's got so much of it. Good night, and a Merry Christmas.
Yes, and a Happy New Year, too. Good night, all.
This is Marla Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night.
With automobile production again restricted, it's very important to take better care of your car. Don't let the finish deteriorate. Make it last. Keep it new-looking with Johnson's Car New, the sensational auto polish that both cleans and wax polishes with one application. 2 jobs in one, in less than half the time they used to take. For the sake of your car and for your own pleasure, buy a can of Johnson's Car New right away. It's spelled C-A-R-N-U. This is the Red Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
Hey! What are you doing up here?
So, you've been using 10-10-3-2-1?
What? Oh, I keep forgetting about that.
Well, you should try to remember. You get 50% off calls over 10 minutes, every day, anytime.
Huh. Oh, I like that. But there's got to be a monthly fee, right?
Not with 10-10-3-2-1. Dial it, and you'll see the savings on your phone bill.
All right, I'll give it a try.
Cool. Hey, get away from my car!
Just dial 10-10-3-2-1.
Away from the sound of music. And Bing Crosby is up next.
The Ford Dealers of America present The Fred Allen Show. Fred Allen Show with Fred's guest, New York's favorite disc jockey, Jack Eigen, Minerva Fires, Peter Donald, Parker Fenley, the DeMarco sisters, and Al Goodman and his orchestra. And this is Kenny Delmar bringing you some big news from your friendly Ford dealer. Next Thursday, June 10th, the world premiere of the 49 Ford, the first big motor car showing in 8 years, will be held at the Waldorf Astoria in New York City. 8 days later, on June 18th, a week from next Friday, your Ford dealer will display the new 49 Ford in his showroom. So mark these important dates on your calendar. Next Thursday, June 10th, world premiere of the 49 Ford at the Waldorf in New York. On Friday, June 18th, nationwide premiere of the 49 Ford at 6,400 Ford dealers. Starting on these dates, America will see the car of the year. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time each year, most of the leading comedians leave radio for their annual summer vacation. One hardy Punchinello still carries on, however, and here he is, Fred Allen.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Kenny, you're right about most of the comedians starting on their summer vacation.
Yeah, Red Skelton finished this week.
Right.
So McGee and Molly.
Yeah.
Phil Harris, Amos and Andy.
I know.
Jack Benny is still on, isn't he?
Oh, yes. Up until this year, you know, Benny had to finish before the weather got too hot.
Oh, and Jack can stay on in hot weather now?
Since Airwick has been invented.
Well, I read that Edgar Bergen is going to spend his vacation in Sweden and Norway.
Yes, sure. That's right, Kenny. Edgar is taking his fjord back home for service.
What is a fjord?
Kenny, did I hear you correctly? That question coming from the announcer on this program can lead to sudden unemployment, Kenny. Before you get fired, though, what is new?
Well, I heard you on We the People last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Nature Boy was on the program with you.
Yes, Kenny. I had a long talk with Nature Boy through an interpreter. You know, Nature Boy is only going to stay in the swamps one more year.
In the swamps?
If he doesn't find Chloe by then, he's giving the whole thing up.
Well, didn't New York confuse Nature Boy?
Yes, he confessed to me behind a video executive there. He told me that New York did confuse him. The first time Nature Boy saw the Holland Tunnel, he fainted. He thought it was a big gopher hole. And gopher reminds me, I think I'll go for the writer who wrote that joke. On my way to Allen's Alley. I think I will go.
Well, what is your question tonight?
Well, this week, the Federal Reserve Board announced that credit buying is at a record high, and most families in America will overspend their incomes for 1948. And so our question is, are you spending more than you are making this year?
Shall we go?
As the big toe said when the man stepped on the lawnmower, I am off. Ah, what a night in Allen's Alley, Kenny. There must be a benefit in the sky. All the stars are out. Well, let's see if Senator Claghorn is around.
Somebody flogged my flap.
Yeah.
As the tax collector says, let me have it, Tom.
Well, look,
Get going. I'm busier than a man with a stiff neck trying to watch a tennis match.
Now, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm leaving for college tomorrow. I'm getting an honorary degree.
A degree?
I'm flattered, son. I never had no education. I'm a self-made man.
A self-made man?
I'm demonstrating the horrors of unskilled labor.
Well, tell me, Senator, what do you want at college?
I'm polishing up my Spanish, son.
Spanish?
Yeah, Henry Wallace is down in New Mexico speaking Spanish. I gotta head him off.
But,
Si, amigos.
What was that?
Si, amigos. I speak Spanish like a castanet.
I could tell that.
Las Antigas Senora Popona Ella Palillo Pogo en Mezcla Patada.
Now, wait a minute. What is that translated?
The old lady is sticking a pogo stick in the mashed potatoes.
Well, isn't that an unusual sentence?
Not in Spain. You can't trust an old lady in Spain, son. The minute your back is turned, she'll pull an enchilada on you.
Oh. Well, look, Senator, our question tonight is about families overspending this year.
The Democrats started that trend, son. Democrats is in favor of spending.
Spending what?
The next 4 years in the White House. So long, son. So long, Elliot.
Well, the senator sure gets some inside information. But let's see what Mr. Moody thinks about it.
Howdy, Bob.
Well, Mr. Moody, how do you feel about this overspending?
Why, the trouble is, people are buying too many things on the installment plan.
What causes that?
It's them smooth-talking sales fellers.
Yeah?
They're slick as slush.
Slick as slush, eh? You've had an experience?
I'm still laughing.
Laughing? What happened?
Well, sir, one day, I was sitting in the kitchen, catching some flies from a pet spider.
Catching flies?
Yeah, my spider's got a stomach disorder.
Oh, I see.
He can't spin a web.
Uh-huh.
He grunts and spins, but nothing comes out.
And without a web, a spider can't catch nothing.
Oh, and you?
I catch flies and mosquitoes to feed my spider.
Well, it's very nice of you.
Well, this day I was cupping my hand and catching flies. I heard somebody knocking.
Knocking, hey?
I went to the door.
Yeah?
It's a feller in a checkered suit. He's a fast-talking Weisenheimer.
A Weisenheimer, huh?
Yeah. He says, Rube, can you write? I says, yes.
Yeah?
Easy words.
Yeah.
He says, sign here on the dotted line.
Well, sign for what?
He says, for nothing down and 400 easy monthly payments, you are now the sole owner of a little dandy electric toaster, electric refrigerator, electric iron, and electric stove.
You bought all of these things?
Yeah. As I'm signing, I'm laughing to myself.
You're laughing, eh?
For the last 10 years, every month when I'm paying the $84 installment, as I'm handing him the money, I laugh right in his face.
Your house is full of electrical gadgets, isn't it?
Yep.
Then why are you laughing?
Because my house ain't wired for electricity. So long, Mom.
Well, Titus sure has them. Well, let's try this next door.
Howdy, Chappie.
Ah, Mrs. Nussbaum. Is that a new book you're reading?
This is to Moby Dick, a sequel.
Oh, Moby Dick? Moby Dick, that story about the whale?
This they are calling Moby Max.
Moby Max?
For 3 weeks is living inside the sturgeon, a man.
A man inside a sturgeon?
To me, it's as silly.
Well, how do you mean?
If inside the sturgeon is trapped a man,
Yes?
he could eating himself out from inside the sturgeon.
From inside?
Eating from inside out the sturgeon is delicious.
I've never tried it that way. Well, Mrs. Nussbaum, what about this overspending business?
I'm calling to mind an old saying.
Yes?
The leg is not knowing what the pocket is thinking.
That is an old saying. What? But that doesn't make sense.
Overspending also is not making sense.
Oh.
I'm bringing it in cleverly so you will catch the point.
I see. Well, never mind the cleverness right now. Tell me, what about people spending more than their income?
A neighbor, Taboo Rappaport, is constantly overspending.
How do you know?
Although she is not working, always Taboo is buying fur coats, jewelry, also nicks with necks.
Well, if Taboo Rappaport doesn't work, how can she afford to keep buying things?
From Europe, a sister is sending cash.
Well, where does a sister in Europe get the money?
From a plan.
The Morris plan?
The Marshall Plan.
Oh, Well, here we are at the driveway of Mr. Cassidy's estate. I wonder if Ajax is in. Well, Mr. Cassidy, what about people overspending?
Happy boy, when I hear the word overspending, it calls to mind the sad plight of Rinty Monaghan.
What happened to Rinty?
Well, you recall that Black Friday when Mayor O'Dwyer announced on July 1st he was raising the subway fare to 10 cents?
I do.
On that day, Rinty found himself stuck with 10,000 nickel slugs.
So?
Rinty invited me out for an evening of revelry while he disposed of his outmoded illegal tender.
And, you accepted?
Oh, as soon as Rinty loaded the slugs into 2 duffel bags, we was off for Coney Island.
Rinty was spending his slugs, eh?
The sky was the limit. Going into the subway, we went through 4 turnstiles, 1 for each leg.
I see.
And when we got to Coney Island, the fun began.
The fun, hey?
Rinty found a nearsighted lemonade man.
The lemonade man? The lemonade man took the slugs?
You're nearsighted yourself, aren't you? No. The lemonade man not only took the slugs, me boy, he was giving us change.
Giving you change? Fine.
Then with the slugs, we started taking free rides.
Oh, fine.
On the Flying Atom. We went on the Flying Atom.
The Flying Atom? What is the Flying Atom?
Well, you step into a capsule,
yeah?
They throw in a little uranium, and whoosh, get off.
Say, that's some ride.
About 3 o'clock in the morning, I says, Rinty, I think me spine is gone.
Yeah.
I just sat down up to me shoulder blade.
Yes?
Rinty says Cassidy will have one last free ride.
Uh-huh.
With that, a man in a blue ensemble stepped out of the tunnel of love. Says he, gentlemen, you'll have your last free ride with me.
And your last free ride?
It was in the patrol.
Well, tell me, where is Rinty?
Oh, he's still in the hoosegow.
Still in?
Rinty forgot himself.
How?
When the judge sentenced him.
Yes?
Rinty tried to pay his fine with slugs.
Maestro Goodman signals us to stop this levity. He's ready to conduct. The 5 DeMarco sisters curtsy. The maestro raises his plastic baton. The song, I May Be Wrong. Girls?
I may be wrong, but I think you're wonderful. I may be wrong, but I think you're swell. I like your style and I like your smile and I think it's marvelous, but I'm always wrong, so how can I ever tell? All of my clothes are unsightly, all of my hats are a try. If in you I think rightly, it's the very first time you came along, I think you're wonderful, I think you're grand, but I may be wrong. Oh, if I've ever been right, I'm hoping it's this time. You came along, say, I think you're wonderful, I think you're grand, but I've been known to be so wrong.
Now, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, wait, Kenny, wait a minute. Kenny, what is this? We're not supposed to have music now.
Oh, Al Goodman's helping me out with a problem.
Yeah, what problem?
The 49 Ford will be here soon, and it's so wonderful, Fred. I can't find words to describe it, so I asked Al to try and describe it with music.
Well, how can you describe the new Ford with music?
Show him, Al.
What did that describe?
Well, that gives you an idea of the new Ford's beauty and its long, low line.
Say, that was swell, Kenny.
Now, listen to this next part.
What was that?
That was silky and smooth, like the new Ford's midship ride. You travel in the center of the car where the going is smoothest.
Say, this music's a great idea.
Now we show the power of Ford's 2 great new economy engines, 95 horsepower 6 and 100 horsepower V8. Okay, Al?
Great, Kenny. The music of the year for the car of the year. Is that the finish?
No, we still haven't covered the new Ford's roominess, and there's picture window visibility, magic action brakes, hydrocoil front springs, and Taraflex rear springs.
Now, wait a minute. Hold it, Kenny. Now you're overdoing it. You can't describe all of these features with music.
You're right, Fred. Music can't describe the new 49 Ford any better than words. So, folks, you'd better make a date now to see the car of the year at your Ford dealers starting June 18th.
That was the end of Maestro Goodman's Ford Sonata, played by the maestro and 25 men who, unlike the new 1490 Fords, are not going places. And now, ladies and say, Kenny.
Yes, Fred.
Could you run out and get me a stamp, please? I have to write my weekly letter to Portland.
Okay, Fred.
Now, let me see. June 6, capital 6. Dear Portland, a funny thing happened this week. Letters have been pouring in for months, all asking the same question. Who is Jack Eigen? Well, I couldn't very well answer every letter, so I thought the best thing to do would be to ask Jack Eigen to be a guest on our program. Jack is a disc jockey at the Copacabana nightclub, so last Thursday after midnight, I went over to the Copa. The Eigen program was just going on the air. As I came in, I heard Jack say, "Meet me at the Copa." Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's midnight here in New York, and this is your Broadway and Hollywood reporter, Jack Eigen. Ah, this is a big night at the Copacabana. The lounge is packed with celebrities. Sitting over there is Ma Perkins with Nick Kenny. Oh. And at the next table, Georgie Jessel is giving a big party with a magnum of celery tonic and 4 straws. What a night. I'm at the Copa. Where are you? Say, here's a celebrity sneaking by the check room with his hat on. Why, it's Fred Allen. I'm going to ask Fred to say a few words. Right this way, Fred. Thank you, Jack. Say, Jack, what's new? Well, I was just going to play a record, Fred. I had a request for Cohen on the telephone. Who requested Cohen on the telephone? Cohen. Jack, before you play any records, you're always interviewing guests on your program. Say, how about changing it around tonight? Let me interview the automat. Well, at midnight, isn't the automat closed? I have my own key, Fred. Oh, they give you... Very nice of you. Yes, they leave me some food in a special compartment. Well, how do you find one of those little compartments in the dark? They keep a light burning in the window just for me. Oh. And when you finish your midnight lunch, I blow out the light and come here to the Copa. Well, Jack, sitting here playing records all night, you must have a lot of time on your hands. Yes, Fred, but I don't mind. It gives me a chance to do some thinking. Really? What do you think about? Well, mostly about radio and all the things that are wrong with radio. Really? What things? Well, take some of those dopey contestants on quiz programs. Dopey contestants? Yeah, how can the quiz masters be so considerate of morons? You mean one of those quiz shows that starts something like this?
Take it or we'll sue. The quiz program that makes every contestant a capitalist. And here is your quiz master, Ready Money Ralph.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Here's our first contestant. What is your name, please, sir? Never mind. Here it is on your card. Your name is Gabriel Gunzelfinger.
That's me.
I know it's you. I just told you.
What did I win?
$50. Now do you want to try for $100? Good. Here's your next question. Now, who was the first president of the United States? His first name was George. There is a bridge named after him.
George Bridge.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Gunzelfinger. I think you'll find the first president was not George Bridge.
No?
He was George Washington.
Oh.
But you were certainly close. You made a grand try. Here's $500. Take it or we'll sue.
Is that what you mean, Jack? Yes, the guy's a jerk. He doesn't even know his own name. They treat him as though he's Einstein. I know. Fred, just once, I'd like to hear a quizmaster tell one of those dopes off. What you would like to hear, in other words, is something like this.
Money Stick, the exciting new quiz program. Every contestant's head is covered with glue. The lucky winner puts his head into a bag of money, and all of the money that sticks to the contestant's head is his. For Money Stick. And here's our quizmaster, Art Finkletter.
Well, sir, we're ready to play Money Six. Our first contestant is here with his head covered with glue. What is your name, sir? You don't know your own name, do you? Still, you have the audacity to come up here on the stage and try to answer questions. Radio is full of you crumbs, cluttering up quiz programs, wasting everybody's time. Do you know what you ought to do?
Give me a hint.
I'll give you a hint.
What should I do?
Drop dead!
Is that what you mean, Jack?
Oh, that was a pleasure, Fred.
Yeah.
All those morons should be told off.
Well, what else bothers you in radio?
Those soap commercials where people whisper about you if you don't use a certain soap.
Oh, that whispering. You mean one of those soap commercials that starts?
Folks, have you tried Aroma? The new all-purpose scientific soap? Aroma has the lather with the locked-in perfume. Do your friends say, wow, when you come into the room? You may have elbotosis, the medical name for potent elbows. Try a cake of Aroma in your bath. You will be as fragrant as a tiger lily. Do what John Brown did. John Brown was a secretary to a big businessman. John Brown had, you know what? His desk was not inside the office. John Brown sat outside in the hall. When the boss wanted to dictate a letter, he opened the door.
Come in, Brown.
Yes, sir.
Wow! Brown, don't come near me. I want to dictate a letter. Get in that closet.
Yes, John Brown had to take dictation hidden in a closet. He had elbotosis, the medical name for potent elbows. Even his best friends wouldn't tell him. One day, an enemy told John Brown about aroma soap. That night, he tried it. The next morning, when the boss wanted to dictate a letter, he opened the office door.
Come in, Brown.
Yes, sir.
Dad, what is that fragrant tiger lily odor?
It is I, sir.
You smell lovely, Brown.
Yes, sir. Shall I get in the closet, sir?
No, Brown. Come sit on my lap.
Yes, today John Brown takes dictation sitting on his boss's lap. Someday he will be a vice president. Do you want to sit on the boss's lap? Do you want to smell like a tiger lily? Try a cake of aroma tonight.
Is that what gets on your nerves, Jack?
Yes, the guy takes one bath and he's a member of the firm already. Why doesn't somebody invent a soap that will just leave you alone?
You'd like to hear something? You'd like to hear a soap commercial something like this.
Friends, have you tried Lumpo, the new won't-do-nothing soap? Lumpo won't lather, Lumpo won't clean. But if you get lonesome bathing, Lumpo is good company in the tub. If you want to keep those dishpan hands you've got, if you want to keep that rough, scaly complexion, if you want to take a bath and be the same getting out of the tub as you were getting in, try a lump of Lumpo. Lumpo leaves you alone, spelled A-L-O-N-E.
Well, how was that? Great. Well, what else in radio gets on your nerves?
Those daytime serials, Fred.
Jack, you with your schedule, you heard a daytime serial?
Well, I woke up in the middle of the night. After I heard it, I was so worried about the family I couldn't go back to sleep.
What you heard, I gather, was something like this.
Presenting Life Can Be Lived. Another chapter in the life of John Doe and his typical family living in the typical Quonset hut halfway up the next block. Yesterday we left the whole family with their noses pressed against the parlor window, crying as Granny Doe's funeral started off. As the scene opens today, John Doe enters the room.
Mary.
John, you've come.
Yes, Mary. Something is wrong.
It's Grandpa. He needs another operation.
Another operation? Grandpa just came back from the hospital this morning.
I know he fell through the bottom of the ambulance. There was a loose plank.
Another operation. Mary, we have no money.
But if Grandpa isn't operated upon immediately, his sight will keep failing.
Turn on the light.
Poor Grandpa.
John, have you seen Junior?
No, I haven't.
I hope he hasn't been run over again. Wheel me to the window, John.
Mary, you are in a wheelchair.
Oh, John, I hope you wouldn't notice.
Here comes Junior.
Who am I?
Mary, Junior has galloping amnesia.
Who am I, hey? The landlord must have hit him on the head again.
That means the rent is due.
Oh, John, what are we going to do? The rent, Grandpa's eyes, my legs, Junior's hair.
We haven't any money, Mary. There's only one thing we can do.
What can we do, John?
We can all cry, Mary.
And with John Doe and his family crying as though their hearts would break, we end another chapter of Life Can Be Lived.
Is that what you heard, Jack?
Yes, Fred, and it made me sore.
Sore?
John Doe sounds like an intelligent guy. What does he put up with all that stuff for?
You mean you'd rather hear a serial that sounded like this? Mary.
John, you've come.
You're always calling me at the filling station. What's wrong now?
It's Grandpa. His eyes are failing.
Turn on the light.
Jack, Shut up, you old schmo.
John, here comes Junior. Who am I?
What's wrong with him?
Junior doesn't know who he is.
That's the last straw, Mary. Trouble, trouble, trouble. 15 minutes every day, 5 days a week. Trouble. I've had enough.
John, put down that gun.
Get back in that wheelchair, Mary.
Who am I?
You too.
Oh.
Turn on the light. Okay, Grandpa.
Never mind.
One more bullet. Here goes.
Folks, you have just heard the final episode in Life Can Be Death. Tune in tomorrow when we will bring you a whole new family.
Well, Jack, have you any more complaints about radio?
No, Fred, I guess that takes care of everything.
Well, thanks a lot for this visit at the Copa with you tonight.
Say, we've been talking a long time. I'd better put a record on.
Yeah, what record have you got there?
This is Al Goodman playing Doing What Comes Natural.
Oh, swell. I want to thank Jack Argan for joining us tonight. Next week, our guest will be Miss Shirley Booth and the Moylan sisters. And the following Friday, June 18th, is the day of the year at your Ford dealers. Starting June 18th at your Ford dealers showrooms, you're all invited to see the brand new 49 Ford. A Ford that's new from the ground up. Thank you, and good night. Good night. Thank you.
This program came to you from New York. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Tonight's Survival Sunday movie, Night of the Twisters, is brought to you in part by Terminix.
Now it is time to go back to Dodge City with Gunsmoke.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal on the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Marshal.
Good morning, ma'am. Kitty!
Hello, Matt. I didn't see you sitting there.
Well, I know. Sit down, sit down. There you are.
How do you like my outfit?
Ah, I never saw you in a riding skirt before, Kitty. You been riding side saddle?
For the first time in my life. At least I know how to do it now, in case I'm ever called on to be a lady.
Well, I know ladies who don't always ride side saddle.
Sure. Like that female wildcat down in the Panhandle you told me about. What's her name?
Oh, Belle Star?
I bet she never rides side saddle.
Oh, Belle Star's a lady, though. And everybody treats her like one. Even though she has to use a 6-gun to make them do it.
Maybe I ought to try that.
Yeah, it takes more than a 6-gun to make a lady, Kitty.
That's a funny way of putting it.
Well, that isn't what I meant.
Dillon? Hello, Miss Kitty.
How are you, Chester?
Hey, I just come to Longhorn there, Mr. Dillon.
What, trouble, Chester?
Not yet, but there's gonna be as soon as Art Long gets to town.
Art Long? Well, he's always been a peaceful man.
Isn't he one of those nesters out near Sam Baxton's ranch?
That's him. But it's another one of them nesters that's talking up trouble. A fellow named Hoffer. He's saying he's going to shoot Art Long on sight.
Well, is he drunk, Chester?
Yes, sir, some.
Armed?
He's got the biggest old cavalry pistol you ever saw stuck right in his belt.
Real farmer style.
Well, that may be true, Kitty, but those horse pistols go off sometimes.
We'll buy later, Matt.
Yeah, I will if I can, Kitty. So long.
It sure sounds like he means it, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, why does he want to kill Long, Chester?
Well, sir, he didn't say.
Yeah, maybe he's just drunk and wants to shoot somebody.
No,
Anybody.
Sir. No, sirree. Hoffer's pretty certain about who it's going to be.
All right, Chester. Don't stand too close in case he puts up a fight, huh?
No, sir.
And all you bully clubs, shut up and listen to me. When Art Long gets here, you're going to see his blood all over the floor. Right there. Or maybe right over there. I don't know just where yet.
Your name, Hoffer?
Barnaby Hoffer.
What's the trouble between you and Art Long?
You friend of his?
That doesn't matter.
Yes, it does. Because if you're a real good friend, I might take it to mind to shoot you, too.
I'm a U.S. Marshal, mister, and you're not going to shoot anybody.
Oh, Marshal Dillon, huh?
I'll take that pistol, Hoffer.
Okay, Marshal. Take it.
All right. Now tell me what this is all about.
I don't need no pistol.
He's got a knife, Mr. Dillon!
Drop it, Hoffer. I said drop it.
No! I'm going to cut you again. Give me that knife back.
You're kind of hard to convince, Hoffer.
Did he cut you bad, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, he opened up my arm a little bit, Chester. I better go see Doc. You throw him in jail.
Yes, sir, I sure will.
There's a saying that it's the gentle horse that's most dangerous. You don't watch him close enough. And so with Barnaby Hoffer, a farmer who hands you his old horse pistol and then snatches an 8-inch knife from the back of his belt. Well, Doc took a few stitches in my arm and told me to come back in a couple of days. And I did. And it looked pretty good by then. At least I thought so.
You're going to have to watch that cut, Matt. There might be an infection in it.
What are you talking about, Doc? Looks as clean as rain to me.
Well, how do you know what that idiot's been using his knife on? Probably sticks hogs with it all day and uses it to clean his boots at night.
Yeah, sure, but my arm bled a lot. That got it clean. That and all the turpentine you poured into it.
Hurt, didn't it?
You know, someday, Doc, if my luck holds, I'm going to get a chance to work on you.
Oh, no, you know, I'd sooner die. I'd sooner lie in the snow and bleed to death all alone without anybody around even to bury me.
How did you get in the snow, Doc?
Oh, I just hate snow.
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Oh, come in. Oh, hello, Chester.
Doc, Mr. Dillon, Art Long's been killed.
What?
Yes, sir. A cowboy just come into the office and told me. Said he rode by his cabin this afternoon and he found him there laying right in the door. Barnaby Hoffer must have done it.
Hoffer? I thought you had him in jail, Matt.
Well, I turned him loose next morning, Doc. He seemed calm enough then. I guess I made a mistake.
I guess you did, all right.
Maybe we shouldn't have stopped to bury Art Long. Hoffer may be a long way from here by now.
Oh, we couldn't leave him lying there, Chester.
No, sir, I guess not. Poor fella.
Well, there's Hoffer's cabin.
Yes, sir. Hey, we've done pretty good at that. It's hardly past daylight.
Looks like his door's open.
Yeah, then he must be inside. He wouldn't go off and leave his door open.
No. Hey, wait a minute. Look over there, Chester.
What? Why, it's him. Oh, he looks dead.
Yeah, come on.
Oh. He's been shot, Mr. Dillon. With a shotgun. Just like Art Long.
Well, he's still breathing. Hopper? Hopper. It's Marshal Dillon, Hopper. Hey.
Marshal. Huh? I'm tore all apart. Took a load of buckshot when I opened the door.
Who did it, Hopper? Did you see him?
Sam Baxton. He did it.
Sam Baxton?
Who killed Art Long, Hopper? Did you?
Art Long. Is he dead?
Yeah.
Both of us. Dead. I don't want to die.
It's a wonder he lived this long.
Gosh, Mr. Dillon, I just can't believe Sam Baxton done this.
Why? Just because Baxton's a big rancher and pretty respectable? He's also a mean old devil. And these men are nesters. Come on, let's go find him, Chester. Hello? Anybody home?
Why, it's Marshal Dillon and Chester.
Hello, Miss Baxter.
ma'am.
Well, don't stand around out there. Come on in and sit a while.
Thank you, ma'am.
I got 2 pots of coffee on the stove.
Well, we don't want to bother you now, Miss Baxton.
Bother. Why, I love company. And besides, you don't get out this way very often, Marshal. You're just going to have to stay and eat dinner with us. Sam, we got company.
Hello, Baxton.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
Why, Sam, that's no way to...
Shut up, woman.
Please, Sam, don't talk like that.
Want to get whooped instead? Well, do you?
No, Sam.
I asked what you're doing here, Marshal.
Yeah, I heard you.
Well, say it out. We're busy around here.
You know Art Long and Barnaby Hoffer?
I know 'em. Dirty nesters.
Well, they're both dead, Baxter.
Good.
Oh, no.
They both got killed the same way.
What do I care how they got killed, as long as they're dead?
I'm going to tell you anyway, Baxton. Each of them, when he came out of his cabin first thing in the morning, was killed by a man waiting outside with a shotgun.
Oh, you know all that. You weren't there.
Barnaby Hoffer was still alive when we got there, Baxton.
Still alive?
He died pretty quick, but before he did, he told me who shot him.
Did he? And who was that, Marshal?
You?
Oh, no. No, it couldn't be.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but that's what he said. I'm going to have to arrest you, Baxton.
Arrest me? On the word of a dead sodbuster? Who's going to believe it?
The court will decide that, but it's enough evidence to hold you on.
What makes you think Hoffer wasn't lying? He knew he was going to die, and it was his last chance to get me in trouble. That's what happened.
You'll get a trial, Baxton. You can defend yourself there. Right now, you're going to jail. I'm charging you with 2 murders.
But Art Long was dead. He didn't tell you nothing, Marshal.
He and Hoffer were killed exactly the same way, ma'am. Looks like one man killed both of them.
Come on, Marshal. If we're going to jail, let's go. And you stay out here, woman. I don't want you running into Dodge all the time I'm there.
All right, Sam.
And don't go talking your fool head off to everybody about this either.
I won't.
When we get this business over with, Marshal, I'm going to give you a lot of trouble. You're going to wish you never come near me.
Come in. Be with you in a minute, Matt. As soon as I get Kitty fixed up here.
Oh, Matt.
Kitty. What's that, a black eye? What happened?
It's none of your business. How's your arm, Matt?
His arm's all right, Kitty. Just comes up here to bother me.
Somebody's got to keep you from sleeping all day, Doc.
Oh, now, don't forget I'm making pretty good money off that cut of yours. Yeah, kid.
Thanks, Doc. Matt, has Sam Baxton confessed yet?
No, I've spent 2 days trying to get him to, but he won't admit a thing.
Well, if he does hang, there won't be many tears shed around here.
Yeah, there's Ms. Baxton, Kitty. For some reason, she really loves him.
Oh, that poor woman. I've seen how he treats her.
Too bad she hasn't got a son to stand up for her. Some kid about 8 feet tall.
Well, he'd be about 8 feet tall if he was Sam Baxton's. Well, that man's tall as a tree.
Is he still wearing that white hat of his?
Yeah, the only time he takes it off is when he sleeps, Kitty. Then he puts it over his face.
Must be like sleeping under a horse blanket. No wonder he's so ornery all the time.
Oh, come in. Well, come on in, friend.
Fellow downstairs told me I could find the marshal up here.
What can I do for you, mister?
Oh, I never been in Dodge City before, Marshal. I ain't even been in Kansas very long. I'm riding south. I got tired of that cold up north.
Why, you're welcome here.
I'm going on south. What I come to tell you was there's a little creek runs out of Arkansas about 20 miles from here. Fellow told me it's called Ginger Creek.
Yeah, that's up near Sam Baxton's ranch, man.
It's on his ranch, according to him. What about Ginger Creek, mister?
Some fellow's got a little cabin there with a corral out in back. I don't know his name.
Now, that'd be Jim Fowler. He's been homesteading there for about a year.
No more he ain't.
What do you mean?
I buried him myself early this morning. I come by and found him laying in the door of his cabin. He was dead, but still bleeding. Somebody's tore him plumb in two with a shotgun.
We will return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first...
Radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, launches its new summer series Tuesday nights on most of these same stations with more spine-chilling stories packed with excitement and well calculated to keep you in suspense. This Tuesday, here The Earth is Made of Glass, in which a man experiments with crime on a scientific basis. Suspense, now Tuesday nights at the Star's address. Don't miss it.
Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Mr. Dillon, look at there.
What is it, Chester?
Out there in the street. It's Miss Baxton.
Huh?
She's coming in a buggy.
News travels fast, doesn't it?
You going to turn old Sam Baxton loose?
Well, I don't have much to hold him on now, Chester.
No, sir. Not with him right here in jail when that last fellow was killed, same way as Art Long and Hoffer. Shucks, I guess he was telling the truth after all.
Yeah, it looks that way.
Well, I'm glad for Miss Baxton anyway. I'll open the door for her. Well, morning, Miss Baxton.
Hello, Chester.
Come right on in, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hello, Miss Baxton.
Marshal Dillon, I'm sure glad to see you this time.
Well, I hope there aren't any hard feelings, ma'am.
Oh, you was only doing your duty. I respect that. Oh, where's Sam?
The cells are out back.
Oh, you haven't turned him loose yet?
No, ma'am.
It's too bad about Jim Fowler, Marshal, being killed that way. But it was just like the others, wasn't it? The same man killed all three of them. And Sam was right here in jail.
Well, I was just saying to Chester, news sure travels fast. How'd you hear about it so soon? It just happened this morning.
What? One of our cowboys rode by there about noon, Marshal. He come straight to the ranch and told me about it. Would you let Sam out now? I'd like to get started for home.
I'm sorry, Miss Baxton, but I'm going to have to hold him for a while yet.
But why, Marshal? What for?
Well, Mr. Dillon, a few minutes ago you said yourself...
I said that he wasn't clear of this yet, Chester. You don't listen very close, Chester.
No, sir, I sure don't.
Marshal, you said that whoever killed Hoffer killed Art Long. since they was both shot the very same way.
Well, I know I did, ma'am, but I've been thinking a lot about it, and I'm just not sure yet.
Even with the same thing happening again this morning?
Well, I got to admit that does make a difference, all right. I suppose if one more man got killed like that, I wouldn't have any case at all against your husband. But the way things are now, I got to hold him, ma'am. I'm sorry about it.
Well, it's like I said, Marshal. You got to do your duty.
Yes, ma'am. If there's anything I can do for you, Miss Baxton.
Thank you, Marshal, but I'm all right. Can I see Sam before I start back?
Of course, ma'am. He's right through that door.
I can't stay long.
Chester. You've been up on Ginger Creek since I have.
Yes, sir.
Isn't there another nester there, not far from Jim Fowler's cabin?
A couple of miles beyond, there's one. I don't know his name, though.
Oh, that doesn't matter. Chester, go get our horses, huh? And bring a horse for Sam Baxton, too. He's going to go up there with us.
I don't know what you're up to, Marshal, but I'd rather be in jail than spending the night in this place.
It's a nice little cabin he's got here, Baxton.
Yeah, you improved it some when you sent him into Dodge for the night.
It's almost daylight, Mr. Dillon.
Okay, Chester. Well, I'm going to build a fire now and let whoever's waiting outside think his victim's just got up.
What makes you think he'll be there this morning, Marshal?
But if he isn't, we'll stay here till he does come.
Mr. Dillon, you want me to pull the door open when you're ready?
I'll tell you when, Chester. And after he gets off a couple of blasts with that shotgun, we'll go out and try to take him alive. All right, Baxton, you get over there with Chester. And I'll try to get this thing started. All we're going to need is a little smoke going up through the chimney.
Maybe we can come back when it's all over and cook a little breakfast, Mr. Dillon.
Now, we'll worry about breakfast later, Chester.
Yes, sir. Here, Baxton, you stop that.
What?
Wait, he's got my gun, Mr. Dillon.
You're standing in my way, Chester. Move!
Oh, he got outside.
Come on. Drop that gun, Baxton.
I got him, Marshal. I hit him both times.
Drop it, I said.
All right. I was only helping out, Marshal. Look, he's laying right out there.
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry, Mr. Dillon. I never thought he'd try nothing like that.
Walk ahead of me, Baxton.
Oh, sure. Oh, Marshal, look, it's my wife.
Yeah. She's dead.
I didn't know who it was, Marshal. I couldn't see who it was. How'd I know she was doing this? Going around killing people.
Your wife shot Jim Fowler yesterday morning.
I didn't know she hated nesters that much. Well, it's kind of hard to believe, Marshal.
Yeah.
But I guess you never know about a woman.
Well, I can tell you about her, Baxton. Fowler's the only man she killed, and she didn't kill Fowler because she hated him. She did it because she loved you.
What are you talking about?
She was trying to cover up for you.
Now, wait a minute.
She almost did it, too. She almost kept you from hanging. So she claimed one of your cowhands saw Fowler's body when I knew he'd already been buried. I had all the evidence I needed on her right then, Baxton. And the biggest mistake you made was killing her.
I didn't know it was her.
You knew. But what you forgot was that she'd have confessed to killing Long and Hoffer.
Why would she?
Because she loved you. Besides, she couldn't have been punished any more for killing 3 men than for killing 1.
You got it all figured out, ain't you, Marshal?
Yeah, everything. Everything except how she could love a man like you. But then it's like you say. You never know about a woman.
Gunsmoke, transcribed under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Helen Cleve, Paul Savage, and Clayton Post. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Roy Rowan speaking. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
Gene Autry stops a lynching of an innocent man and tracks down the real killer on tomorrow's Gene Autry Show. There's time out for Melody on Melody Ranch, too, as Gene sings Down Yonder, Blue Canadian Rockies, and other Western hits. CBS Radio presents the adventure and melody of the Gene Autry Show every Sunday on most of these same stations. Be listening tomorrow. Meet William Demarest and Hope Emerson as the Cobbs, Sunday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Enemy, the humanoids after us.
Outsmart the bugs with Terminix. We'll be there when you need us.
And the most dangerous, Terminix Eradicator.
Call 1-800-TERMINIX. No bugs.
Our next guest will give you the laughs. Just don't ask him to lend you money. It's Jack Benny coming up next.
K-E-L-L-O. The Jell-O program, coming to you from Western Women's Club in San Francisco, California, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston and Phil Harris and his orchestra. The orchestra opens a program with San Francisco from the picture of the same name. The hardest game of questions and answers is really easy compared to one question that every woman has to answer every day. What will we have for dessert tonight? Well, here's a tip. On every package of Jell-O, you'll find delicious recipe suggestions. There are different recipes on the different packages, so the variety is almost unlimited. Every sort of delicious Jell-O dessert and lots of attractive Jell-O salads that you'll find especially helpful at this time of year. Look them over at your grocer's. You'll be surprised and delighted at the recipes on the Jell-O package. But remember, there's only one Jell-O, and only Jell-O brings you that delicious, extra-rich fruit flavor. That full-flavored true fruit goodness that simply cannot be topped. So don't accept any substitutes. Look for the big red letters on the box. They spell Jell-O. That was San Francisco, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you a man who has been in San Francisco a whole week and has just found out that the gold rush is over, Jack Benny.
Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, I think that was a very thoughtless introduction. I know perfectly well that the gold rush is over. It was in 1849.
Well, Jack, then why did you bring a pick and a shovel up here with you?
Because if history repeats itself, I want to be prepared. But you know, Don, there's still a feeling here in San Francisco of the rugged frontier days. Take the money, for instance. When you get a big bill change, you don't get it back in paper. You get it back in good, solid silver dollars. You know, it makes you feel like you've got something.
Yes, I've noticed that, Jack.
I tell you, Don, my suspenders have been so overworked, I had to take out pants insurance. Say, Don, another thing about this town, have you noticed how friendly and courteous everyone is? So hospitable.
Oh, yes, Jack. I've seldom seen people so polite.
Why, Don, only yesterday when I was out driving, I happened to go through a red light, and a policeman walked up to me and said, "Pull over to the curb, Mr. Wise Guy."
Well.
Now, in what other city would they say Mr.? And, of course, Don, there's another great thing about San Francisco, and that's the climate. It's so invigorating, you know, it really peps you up.
Well, that's quite true, Jack, but they do have foggy weather here once in a while, don't they?
Well, Don, it isn't exactly foggy weather. I mean, you really wouldn't call it fog.
Oh, you wouldn't?
No. Of course, when you go out for your morning walk, it wouldn't hurt to wear a neon necktie. You know, Don, you know, the fog here is like our Los Angeles rain. It's just a vicious rumor. Only last week I had to pump 80 gallons of rumor out of my cellar.
Oh, I know how it is. Jack, I wonder where the rest of our gang is.
Yeah, I hope they know we're broadcasting from the Western Women's Club.
Well, I'm sure Phil Harris does.
Oh, I know Phil does. He tried to get a room here. You know. You know, Phil used to go to school in this town. He has a lot of friends here, but that's no excuse for being late, you know. No, come in.
Mr. Benny, on behalf of the Chamber of Commerce, I want to welcome you to San Francisco.
Well.
Now, if there's anything we can do to make your stay here pleasant, please call on us.
Well, thank you very much. Now, is there anything I can do for you?
Yes, keep that Maxwell off our new bridge.
How do you like that? Well, if you want to know something, Don, I already drove my Maxwell on the new bridge, and I got across almost to Oakland.
Oh, you did? What happened?
Well, the car broke down, and it took 12 seagulls to pull it in. You know, I drove it up from Los Angeles.
Was that the phone, Jack?
It ain't the Oakland Ferry. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Gladys?
Yes, I'm calling for Phil Harris. He'll be over in 15 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Say, by the way, are you the Gladys I used to know?
I was, but I moved.
Phil certainly goes around with intelligent girls. Oh, hello, Mary. Welcome to San Francisco.
Hello.
Well. Hey, you hear that? Huh? Hey, that's a nice hand you got there, Mary. They kind of like you in this town, huh?
Oh, I've got a lot of friends here, Jack. I know so many people.
Oh, sure. I almost forgot, folks. Mary's a local girl. She was born right here in San Francisco, weren't you, Mary?
Well, not right in San Francisco.
Oh, you mean not in the city itself?
That's it. Uh-huh.
Oh, well. Where were you born? Was it Berkeley?
No.
Alameda?
No.
Sausalito?
No.
Where?
Seattle.
Well, that's only 2 inches away on a small map. It doesn't... Well, tell me, Mary, have you... Mary, have you been having any fun here? I mean, what have you been doing all week? Huh?
Oh, I've been all over. I went to the zoo and Seal Rocks, and yesterday I went to Chinatown.
Oh, Chinatown. Did you do any shopping?
Did I? I bought some pajamas and a kimono with a dragon on it and some chop suey. And oh boy, am I sorry I told the man I was in a hurry.
Why?
He wrapped everything in one bundle.
Gee, chop suey and a kimono. Gee, the kimono must be all spotted.
No, but the dragon gained 3 pounds.
No, I didn't know they liked chop suey. God.
And oh, Jack.
What?
I must tell you something that happened to me last night. It was awful.
What?
Well, I was sitting in the lobby of my hotel minding my own business.
Uh-huh.
And all of a sudden, my eye winked at the cutest fella.
Oh.
Gee, was I embarrassed.
Well, don't feel bad about it, Mary. That could be a nervous twitch, you know.
And then to make things worse, I had to go and drop my handkerchief right in front of him.
Whoa, well, that was just an accident, that's all.
Yes, but when I said hello, I could have slapped my face.
Oh, I see. So you were flirting with this fellow in the lobby of the hotel, huh?
Yeah. We had more fun all evening. We laughed and talked and had the swellest time.
You did? Where'd you go?
No place. He was the bell captain.
Well, anyway, I'm glad you're having a good time here, Mary. I really am.
I certainly am. But, oh, Jack, you know what?
What?
I forgot to write a poem about San Francisco.
Oh, isn't that tragic, Don?
Yeah.
Oh, now, Mary, you go over there in the corner and work on it. Write a poem.
Okay, Jack.
Say, Don, did the rest of the gang get here yet?
Well, Kenny just walked in.
Where?
There he is. He's going out again.
Kenny, come back here.
Gosh, was that for me?
Certainly, Kenny. What were you running away for?
Oh, I feel silly broadcasting from a woman's club.
That's nonsense, Kenny. Don's here. I'm here. Do I look silly?
You mean from where I'm standing?
Yes.
Yes.
If that last yes wasn't my echo, you're fired. Well, Kenny, what have you been doing? Seeing the sights like the rest of us?
Oh, I've been getting around.
Oh.
Yesterday I saw the new bridges, and this morning I took a boat and went over to the World's Fair.
You did?
Yeah, and you know, Jack, there's hardly anyone over there. Gosh, they're not doing any business at all. It's terrible.
Kenny, they're still building the World's Fair. It won't be open until 1939.
Oh, then that fan dancer I saw must have been a carpenter.
Well, tell me, Kenny.
Oh, Jack, I'm getting along swell with my poem.
That's good. Tell me, Kenny, now that you've seen them, what do you think of those two new bridges?
Oh, they're pretty.
Pretty? Is that the way to describe those engineering masterpieces? Why, those two bridges are the result of men working and slaving and sweating day and night, pouring thousands and thousands of tons of concrete.
Gee.
Erecting miles and miles of mighty steel cables, employing mechanical skill that will never be surpassed or even duplicated in the history of civilization.
How do you spell crab meat?
C-R-A-B-M-E-A-T. And you, Kenny Baker, you stand there and say those bridges are pretty, those mighty triumphs of engineering. Now what do you say?
They're very pretty.
That's fine. I yell myself hoarse and get a very. Oh, well, sing your song, Kenny, and redeem yourself to our San Francisco friends here. Now, wait a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Oh, you again, huh?
Yeah, Phil Harris will be over in about 10 minutes.
Well, he better. If Phil thinks he can go running around to all his girlfriends while the program is on, he's crazy.
How do you spell...
Oh, shut up. What are you going to sing, Kenny?
I'm going to sing When the Organ Played Oh Promise Me.
That sounds all right. That's fine. Hold it a minute, Kenny. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Is this the Western Women's Club?
Yes, it is.
Well, where are they? Woo-hoo!
I must have packed him in my bag. He's got a head like an old shaving brush. Play, boys.
When I hear an organ in the twilight glow, it brings back sweet memories of long ago. Softly then the music fills my eager heart with love, so sweet and tender, my sweetheart. I can see you and I as we were in days gone by, when the mighty organ played Oh Promise Me. I was yours, you were mine, it was orange blossom blossom time, when the mighty organ played, oh, promise me. The day I placed that ring upon your finger will forever linger in my Though the years roll away, you're as sweet as yesterday, when the mighty organ played. Oh, promise me.
See how nice it is here, you see? Yes, sir. Very nice. That was When the Organ Played, Oh, Promise Me, sung by Kenny Baker. And you see, Kenny, you have nothing to worry about. You weren't a bit nervous.
Well, at first I was going to fly to pieces, but then I said to myself, Kenneth, take hold of yourself. And I did.
Oh, well, it sounded like it, Kenneth. I thought your voice was pretty.
Pretty? Is that the way to describe my voice when it took thousands and thousands of tons of concrete?
Oh, quiet. Concrete. Huh?
Jack,
What?
my poem is all finished, and I think I've got something here.
Well, Mary, this is one time we'd all like to hear it. Wouldn't you, Don?
Yes, Jack, I think it will be very apropos.
Oh, you do, eh?
Kenny, stop showing off. Go ahead, Mary. Let's hear your poem now.
Okay. San Francisco. Oh, San Francisco, San Francisco. You're the town I can't resist-o. I like your parks and civic center. It's cool in summer, warm in winter.
Winter? That's good.
And your harbor filled with water.
Wait a minute, Mary.
Oh, darn that.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Tell Phil to get right over here to work.
All right, slave driver.
Go ahead, Mary. Go ahead.
Where was I?
In the harbor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And your harbor filled with water, and your good old fisherman's wharf, with its lobster and its crab meat. Gee, I cannot get a north.
A North? Boy, that was a torf one, wasn't it, huh? Wasn't it, Horwitz? Huh? Go ahead. Go ahead.
I climbed your hills and cars and cables. I would have walked if I was able.
Able.
And after that, I took a boat and sailed right through your golden goat.
Goat, that's golden gate. Goat. Is that all? Is that all there is to the poem? Huh?
Yes, that's
Now,
all.
wait a minute, Barry. Wait a minute. What about our, well, you know.
Oh, yes, John, I'm sorry. Last verse, all out. San Francisco oft reminds us, footprints in the sands of time. Jell-O, 6 delicious flavors, strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, lime. Boom.
Well, that was a surprise to me, Mary, and I think you did very well considering the time you had to prepare it, you know. And now, folks.
Hello, Jack, old boy. Here I am.
About time. Here I am. Huh?
Am I late?
I don't know, Phil. Where are you going? Am I late? Huh?
Well, I'm sorry, Jack, but we were playing an engagement in Sacramento last night, and we had to drive in.
Well, the boys in your orchestra got here on time.
I know, but I had to stay and sweep up the dance floor.
Now, Phil, that's a lie.
And then to make things worse, on the way in, I had to stop and have my car fixed.
I know, Phil. The mechanic called up 3 times. His name is Gladys. Anyway, you can't put anything over on me. I know where you were, and it's not to your credit to be seen with every girl in town. You don't see me running around.
Well, it's your own fault. I wanted you to go out with me and meet some of these girls, didn't I? I could have gotten you a swell date.
Oh, sure, like the girl you fixed me up with on New Year's Eve. That Dolores Del Schmutz. Boy, was she a mess.
Have you seen her since?
Yes, Phil. Last Wednesday, I had a nightmare. The last time I'll ever go to sleep. And another thing, Phil, why do you always mix pleasure with business? Does Castellanos let his social life interfere with his work? Does Stokowski come in late on account of girls?
He would if he had my little red book.
You and your little red book. I've got a book, too, haven't I, Mary?
Yeah, it came with the telephone.
Yeah, it came with the telephone. Yeah, it came with the telephone. Yeah. Next time you want me to read a poem. All right, Phil, now that you finally got here, you might as well do your stuff. What's it going to be?
We're going to play By Mere Bis Duchesne. Had a little trouble with it.
Yes, you did. Well, Schlepperman had a hard time teaching it to you. I know. The little Norwegian ditty there. Oh, well. Oh, wait a minute, Phil. There's the phone. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Gladys.
Well, what do you want now?
I'm calling for Phil Harris. He says he'll be over in a little while.
Now, wait a minute. Phil Harris is standing here right now.
Then who's this guy?
Aha, you see, Phil, competition. Think that over while you're playing the next number.
By mere bis Duchesne, please let me explain. By mere bis Duchesne means that you're grand. By mere bis Duchesne, again I'll explain. It means that you're the fairest in the land. I could say Bella, Bella, even say Wunderbar. Each language only helps me tell you how grand you are. Again I'll explain. By mere bis Duchesne, so kiss me and say you understand.
By Mere Bis Duchesne, played by the orchestra with a vocal refrain by Phil Harris. That was swell, Phil. You ought to sing more often.
That's what they tell me.
Oh. Didn't you think Phil did a great job, Don?
Oh, yes, Jack. I thought he handled it with unusual esprit.
What was that?
Why, say, I thought he handled it with unusual esprit.
Oh, yes, quite.
Oh, that means spirit.
Well, why didn't you say so? Esprit has to ring in Spanish on me, you know?
No, esprit is a French word, Jack.
A French word?
Of course.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Well, so much for our trip to Europe, huh? Now, fellas, not meaning to change the subject, but as long as we're here in San Francisco, come in.
Hello, fellas. Hiya, bud.
Well, Andy, I didn't expect you up here in San Francisco. You told me you couldn't make it.
Well, I didn't think I could, Buck, but Ma and Pa wanted to come, so I thought I'd treat them to a little vacation.
Oh. What did you do, motor up?
No, we took the night train. Ma slept in the lower berth, and Pa and me shared the upper.
Well, the two of you in an upper berth, you must have had trouble getting undressed.
Undressed? We couldn't even get our hats off.
Oh, that must have been awful. Huh?
Well, we wouldn't have minded that so much, but our dog wouldn't get off the pillow.
Oh, your dog was in there, too. My goodness.
She sure picked a fine place to have pup.
Gee, that must have been uncomfortable. Are you going back on the train?
Oh, I don't think so. Pa got in a crap game with the porter and lost her return ticket.
Well, don't worry, Andy. I'll lend you some money.
What are you doing up here?
Tell me, Andy, have you been having any fun looking over the town?
Yeah, I've been all over. Say, Buck, before I leave, I'd like to go to Chinatown and get some of that Chinese hash.
Oh, you mean chop suey, huh?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's a coincidence, Andy, because I was just going to invite the gang down there and treat them to a real dinner. How about it, fellas?
Okay.
Mary, call up and reserve a table. I know a swell place. I've got the address here somewhere. Oh, here's that card. Ling Fu chop suey like Mother used to make. See, my mother never made any. Call him up, Mary.
What's the number?
Just ask for Ling Fu in Chinatown.
Okay. Operator, get me Ling Fu's restaurant in Chinatown. Hold the line, please.
Now, fellas, remember, the whole party's on me. I'm buying.
Here's your party. You better talk, Jack.
Okay. Hello?
Hello. Ling Fu restaurant.
Now, listen. I want to reserve a table for 6. We'll be over in about 15 minutes.
Who is this, please?
This is Jack Benny.
Jack Blenny? Blenny?
No, Benny. The L is silent in there. Now, look, we want you to fix us up some real Chinese dishes. You know, just give us enough chow mein and chop suey for 6. Mix them up, you know.
Okay.
Now, what can we have for dessert?
Oh, we got lychee nuts, rice cookies, kumquat, sing pao poo, and jello.
Oh, Jell-O.
Yes, slow belly, less belly, jelly, almonds, lemon, and lime. Look for the big red letters on the blocks.
Hey, Don, did you hear that?
You sled it.
Well, all right, we'll be over in a few minutes. Now, look, by the way, how much will all this cost, approximately?
The party's off.
Mary, I'm just asking. How much?
$6 paper, $6.
$6 for chop suey? Why, I never heard of that. Now, listen, Ling Fu.
Me no Ling Fu. Me plus boy.
Oh, well, let me talk to the boss. Ling Fu.
Okay, here he is.
Hello, Ling Fu?
Hello, Slinger.
Why, Schlepperman.
Quiet, you're talking to Ling Fu.
Well, tell me, Schlepp, what are you doing in Chinatown? I mean, how do you happen to be running a restaurant?
Well, I'll tell you, Jackie. I figured like this. Everybody likes chop suey.
Mm.
I look good in a kimono. So what am I waiting for? Time marches up.
Oh, I can just picture you in a kimono. Say, you must look like a real Chinaman there.
Yeah, but there's only one thing wrong.
What's that?
A pigtail I wouldn't wear.
Oh.
You know me, Jack. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy.
Yeah, went to town. I don't blame you. Now, look, Schlepp, we're all coming over for chop suey. Now, what else have you got there that's good, you know?
Oh, Jackie boy, have I got a special dish prepared for you. You'll love it.
A special dish, huh? What is it?
Egg foo young with matzo balls.
Say, that sounds tempting. Let's see. What else have you got?
Well, we got some nice gefilte yakame.
Mm.
And listen, Jack, if you want a real A #1 delicacy,
Yes?
you must try our Wa Su Ying Lu Cao.
Hey, I've never heard of that. What is it?
Confidentially, it's herring.
Oh, well, look, Schlepp, smuggle a little of it on my plate.
Look under the rice.
Okay. Now, we'll be right over. Wait, I've never seen your place, Schlepp. How will I find it?
Oh, you can't miss it, Jack. There's a big sign in the front.
A sign? What does it say?
Cleaning, pressing, and chop suey.
Oh, fine. We'll be right over. Goodbye, Slap.
Goodbye. Chinatown, my Chinatown. You eat so much you fall right down.
Well, fellas, come on, fellas. Let's go.
Hey, Jack, what about the program?
Oh, it's almost over anyway. Come on, fellas.
right.
We'll go to Chinatown.
Here's one swell dessert to give any meal a happy ending. Serve Jell-O chocolate pudding for dessert and listen to the family cheer. For Jell-O chocolate pudding is downright delicious. It has a real full chocolate flavor, a tempting rich chocolate color, and a smooth consistency that's creamy and luscious. Jell-O chocolate pudding is made with the same wholesome ingredients you'd use yourself in your own homemade chocolate pudding, but it's far quicker and easier to prepare. Just combine the contents of one package with milk, then cook and stir over a low flame until it's thick and smooth. It takes just a few minutes and you have a perfect dessert. If you like, you can vary it with toasted nut meats, raisins, or crisp shredded coconut. Directions are in every package. Jell-O chocolate pudding sells for the same low price as Jell-O. So ask your grocer tomorrow for Jell-O chocolate pudding.
Say, Ling Fu's got great food, isn't he? Give me some more tea, Don.
Oh, here you are, Jack.
That was the last number of the 15th program in the new Jell-O series. And
lemon or cream?
Lemon, Don. And we'll be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, broadcasting from Hollywood.
Gee, this chop suey tastes good.
Yeah, I like it, too.
Yeah, man.
Ouch! Kenny, look out for those chopsticks.
Oh, look, Jack, I found a sardine under my rice.
Give me that. Good night, folks. Yum, 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 yum.
J-E-L-L.
Kenny Baker appears on the Jell-O program through courtesy of Mervyn LeRoy Productions. Jubilee is from the score of Every Day's a Holiday. Remember, Mr. Shane is from Love, Honor, and Behave. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
KFI, Los Angeles.
I think 99 cents is a great deal.
It's incredible. It's huge for only 99 cents.
It's a good deal in any language. You think right.
I think in a hot day you should have a Frosty.
For 10 years, people have depended on Wendy's 99-cent super value menu.
I think I'm hungry.
One of the all-time great directors, Cecil B. DeMille, hosts Lux Radio Theater. Up next.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Francis D., and Sir Cedric Hardwicke in If I Were King. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone connected with the theater has a special affection for certain plays. Tonight's play, If I Were King, happens to be a favorite of mine, just as it's been a favorite of millions of theatergoers the world over. Aside from its entertainment value, I have a very personal reason for liking this play, due to my rather romantic association with it some years ago. Just after Mrs. DeMille and I were married, we were both engaged for the cast of the original New York production, starring the celebrated E.H. Southern. Fortunately for the family treasury, If I Were King was a smashing success, and our honeymoon became a lengthy tour of the country. The play brought us to Los Angeles for the first time, but we failed to discover anything very promising in the wild and woolly suburb now called Hollywood. Our play delighted audiences everywhere we went, for it's one of those romantic dramas that take a hit with men as well as women, a double appeal. And we note in passing that our product, Lux Toilet Soap, has this same double appeal. In fact, we've heard from a number of men in our audience that they were the ones who first introduced Lux Toilet Soap into their homes, only to have the idea and the soap appropriated by the ladies. If I Were King is a story of medieval Paris and Francois Villon, who really lived in the reign of Louis XI. Villon was a merry rogue who could write a sonnet as deftly as he could fight a duel, who ruled the rabble with a bold heart and a ready tongue, and who dared to fall in love with the loveliest lady of the court. If the Lux Radio Theater had been presenting If I Were King about 15 years ago, our cast would probably have been headed by a gentleman named Douglas Fairbanks. We might have found a boy's part for his son. But in 1939, it's Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., who seems to us the ideal actor for the swashbuckling hero of our play. And although Mr. Fairbanks has always been rather secretive about the matter, it's a fact that he once wrote some poems. That gives him a very realistic approach to the poet Villon. For the part of Catherine, we selected an actress who seems to have a very special talent for recreating the glamour and brilliance of a day long past. She's Frances Dee, who played this same role in the recent Paramount picture, If I Were King. As Louis XI, you'll hear Sir Cedric Hardwicke, who comes to us thoroughly steeped in the medieval mood. For some weeks, he's been at home in the Middle Ages as a leading character in RKO's The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Now for the Clash of Swords, the colorful romance and dangerous intrigue of If I Were King, starring Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. as Francois Villon, Frances Dee as Catherine, and Sir Cedric Hardwicke as the King. We raise the curtain on Act One. Paris in the 15th century. A Paris torn with conflict, her inhabitants facing starvation. For besieging the city on all sides are the troops of the Duke of Burgundy, determined to wrest the throne from King Louis XI. In the cold, misty dawn, a file of Louis's guards marches through the silent, narrow streets, their footsteps ringing out against the stones. Perhaps they've heard a whispered rumor that even now a band of cutthroats, led by a certain Francois Villon, is plundering the king's private warehouse. And the rumor is true. In the cellar of the warehouse, the watchman stands bound to a post. Shadows move quickly in the darkness, filling great bags with the king's good food and wine.
Hey, gently, my friends, gently with that box. Have a little more respect for the king's cheese.
And for our necks. If you aren't quieter, you'll have the watch down on us. It's due now, Francois. We better go.
Will that barge outside hold any more food, Rainier?
Perhaps, but even if it will...
Then, if there's more to take, we'll take it. You, my watchman friend. Are there any more stores here we haven't found? So you can't speak, eh, Fancy Pants?
I loosen his tongue for him.
No, Rainier, put up your knife. Why give yourself the trouble?
To help him forget what we look like.
Oh, I don't think he'll remember us. Will you, Fancy Pants?
No, I swear I won't remember.
You see, Rainier?
You fool, Francois. We'll hang for this.
Then let us hang. But not for murder.
Francois, the king's watch. They're at the door.
Quickly then, Rainier, Tabarnak, Casa, through the passage and onto the barge. I'll wait here and head them off.
Leave that basket. All that wine. Which do you want? The wine in your head. The wine, Brother Rene. The wine. Fools, hurry. They're breaking down the door. You're going to stay here, Francois?
They'll follow me, my friend. I'll lead them a merry chase through the streets until you're safe. If they catch me, remember me in your prayers. Now go on, hurry.
When I see you again, may you have your head. Horseman, where are you?
This way, my loyal soldiers, this way.
That man there. Arrest that man.
This way, gentlemen, over here.
Stop there.
Sorry, my friend, but I have business elsewhere.
Head him off. That man. He went that way. Toward the river.
No, he didn't. He went into the church square. Which way shall we go, Captain?
Oh, both ways, you fool. But catch him. There he is. There he is, Captain.
Where?
On the wall of the churchyard. Now he's over. Don't talk about it. Follow him. Who lives in that house by the church? One of the priests. Father Villon. Come with me.
Yes?
Good morning, Father Villon. I regret disturbing you, but one of the king's storehouses has just been robbed.
The king's storehouse robbed?
Yes.
By the poor, no doubt. They're so hungry since
One of the
siege.
thieves was seen climbing over the churchyard wall. Did you see him?
Over the wall? No, I can truthfully say I did not see him.
Well, watch out for him. We'll be back.
All clear, Francois. They're gone. You may come out now.
Bravo, good father. You lied like a gentleman.
I didn't lie. He asked me if I saw you coming over the wall. I didn't.
Never mind, Father Villon. I'm hungry. Now, how about some breakfast?
Not one morsel, not a smell of food, you young wastrel, until you tell me what this means. What trouble are you in now?
Oh, you wound me. You wound me deeply, Father. I've just returned from the country. My first thought is, naturally, of my foster father. I fly to your domicile, and how am I received? Like a fly in the soup.
In the first place, you haven't been in the country because you couldn't get through the Burgundian lines without wings. And if there's one man in France who hasn't got wings, it's you, Francois. And in the second place, I understand that you were drinking every night last week in a dirty den called the Fir Cone Tavern, guzzling wine with a young wench named Huguette.
Oh, that's not true, Father.
Well, I choose to believe it. And why shouldn't I? Have you ever shown me anything but ingratitude or brought me anything but misery since I took you in at the age of 6?
Ah, that is true, Father.
At 6, you were skilled at breaking windows.
At 7, I was an expert.
At 8, you stole a chicken from the spit of Monsieur Ledoux.
Oh, but that was a very small, thin chicken.
Now, don't cloud the issue. At 11, you stole a goat. A fat goat.
Lovely view from this window, Father. So impressive to see the faithful coming out from early mass.
And at 14... At 14, you were carefully avoiding your classes in the university to spend your days fishing and gambling and writing bad verses.
Name of 1,000 saints.
Francois, you're not listening. What's wrong with you?
Who is she, Father? Tell me.
Who's who?
There, that girl that just came out of the church.
I don't know. Now, Francois...
Look at her, Father. The face of a saint. The figure of an angel.
And what is that to you? She's a lady, Francois. From the court, perhaps.
She's getting into a coach alone. The princess must never ride alone.
Francois, come back. You can't knock that girl. You're mad. Francois!
Drive on, please, coachman.
Yes, milady.
Wait, please wait. Oh, I was afraid I wouldn't catch you.
Who are you?
Not a word, fair princess. Your coachman might hear and misunderstand. Princess, what have I done to offend you, ever?
What? Well, I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, but you've forgotten my dreams. I've dreamt of you always. Each night we've roamed the starry way together. Each morning I've wakened with despair in my heart to realize no mortal could be so fair. Yet here you are, the loveliest lady this side of heaven.
I think you're a madman. Coachman, will you please...
Wait, may I read you a poem?
No, you may not.
Thank you, milady. If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair? Beneath your feet, what treasures I would fling. The stars would be your pearls upon a string, the world a ruby for your fingering, and you should have the sun and moon to wear, if I were king.
That verse, whose is it?
Mine, or rather yours now.
There's the man.
Of all the
You,
luck.
hold there.
Soldiers? What does this mean?
Come here.
You mean me, Captain?
Thought you got away, did you? Are you Francois Villon?
Francois Villon, Captain. At your service.
Where's that watchman? The one they bound.
Here, Captain.
Now, is this the man who robbed the King's storehouse? Well, answer.
And answer carefully, my good man.
No, I've never laid eyes on this man before. Have I? Fancy pants.
Never, my good leather breeches.
Well, we'll take him along anyway, just to be sure.
Just a moment, Captain.
Yes, milady.
There must be some mistake. I saw this gentleman at his prayers back there in the church. He's an acquaintance of mine. We've met before on starry nights.
What? Well, let the gentleman go, for the present at least. Forward!
Thank you, fair princess.
Drive on, coachman.
Yes, milady.
Farewell, princess.
To the palace, Lady Catherine.
To the palace, please.
Good morning, Lady Catherine.
Oh, Your Majesty, I didn't see you.
Fortunate quality of mine is the ability to remain unobserved. The Queen has been asking for you.
Thank you, Your Majesty.
Lovely girl, isn't she, Tristan?
Very. But, Your Majesty, you were telling me of the arrow that came over the walls last night.
Ah, yes, last night, Tristan, an arrow came over the walls from the Burgundian camp. There was a note in the feather, obviously intended for one of my more important traitors.
Who is it, Your Majesty?
The note didn't say. A soldier, probably in the pay of my traitor, was seen to pick the arrow up. I had him tortured all the evening.
Did he speak?
Yes, just a few minutes before dawn, he whispered the name of a person high in my favor.
A traitor? Here at court? Who is it?
It's a secret, Tristan, which you may know tonight. You see, the note was to be delivered to the landlord of the Fir Cone Tavern. We will deliver it, you and I, in person.
The Fir Cone Tavern. A retreat for every scoundrel in Paris. You can't go there, Your Majesty.
In disguise, Tristan, in complete disguise. The landlord will in turn give the note to the person for whom it was intended. When he does so, we have our traitor, Tristan.
But, Your Majesty, I tell you, the Fir Cone Tavern...
The harbor of cutthroats, beggars, thieves, the scum of the earth. Interesting. I should like to see this scum alive. I've only seen it before at the end of a rope.
Good evening, brother. Strange, isn't it?
Is this the Fir Cone Tavern?
Yes, it is.
Is the landlord here?
I'm the landlord.
Then we'll come in for a cup of wine, my friend.
But who?
A cup of Burgundy wine.
What are you talking about?
Perhaps this note will talk for us.
I know. Give it to me quickly.
The other one. Will he be here for it tonight?
Yes. What will you have, monsieur?
A demi-flagon of red.
A demi-flagon of red. I don't like this, Your Majesty.
Tristan. Please, Tristan. Would you ruin my disguise with a word? Careful. We have a guest.
A drink for our company, gentlemen?
Charmed. What will it be, mademoiselle?
You can buy me wine. Colette, come here. They are going to buy us wine.
Get out of here.
Who's speaking to you? I'm interested in Horseface. Hello, Horseface. My name is, Huguette.
Huguette? Oh, lovely.
Did you say wine, Huguette? Oh, welcome, monsieur.
Get off my lap.
Oh, no, pussycat.
Come in, all of you.
Look, it's Francois Villon.
Francois! What is this? Those baskets of food and wine.
Help yourselves, everybody. Tonight you're the guests of His Majesty the King, because last night we robbed his storehouse.
Interesting. Very interesting, Tristan.
Very interesting.
Francois! Here!
Huguette, my little love. Oh, Huguette, I'm sorry to see you in such poor company. With Father Time himself, I see, huh?
Who is this rope?
It's Francois Villon, the poet.
He probably rhymes badly.
Oh, a tinker of verses, gentlemen. No offense. Poetry is its own worst enemy. Now, come on, join me in a bottle of wine fit for a king. Here's to King Louis. May his hide rot on his carcass, and may the Burgundians take the city away from him. Or, better still, may they take him away from the city. For he who does nothing gets nothing, and he who dares nothing deserves nothing. To King Nothing.
You drink more than is good for you, my friend.
What can a man do but drink when France is going to the devil and an nincompoop sits on a throne?
I suppose you could do better if you were king.
I don't want to appear boastful, Brother Longnose, but a child of 2 could do better.
Really?
Yes, really.
Well, if it's so easy to be king, how would you begin, my friend?
Well, first I'd clean house. The vermin who infest the palace, disguised as advisors, I'd hang and cluster.
And then?
I'd try to know my subjects. Try to earn their love instead of their loathing.
By abolishing taxes, I suppose.
No, by substituting hope for despair. By seeing my people as they are. By bringing out the best in them, by knowing the worst in them. In other words, if I were king, the French would be my children, not my enemies. Thank you, my subjects. Fergus, open the cheese.
Francois. What would you do for me if you were king, Francois?
If I were king? Oh, love, if I were king. What tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips and eyes and hair?
Would you?
What?
What were you thinking about? When did you write that poem anyway? I never heard it.
I don't remember exactly.
You snake. You wrote it for some other wench.
I swear on my hereditary honor.
You have no honor. You're a liar, and I can tell by the look in your eyes. Here, clown. A coin for your rhymelets.
Well, that's more than I usually get.
I suppose you're going to keep it, you imp.
You get my little love.
Open here.
In whose name?
In the name of the Grand Constable of France.
The Grand Constable himself. Open the door. Tristan, over here quickly. Out of sight.
What is it, Your Majesty?
Grand Constable Tristan, high in my favor.
You think he is a traitor?
Look, the landlord. He's passing along our note.
But the Grand Constable of
Our man, Tristan, for the gibbet.
I shall examine this tax receipt later, landlord.
Yes, Your Excellency.
At the moment, I have other business. My men and I have been informed there is a certain storehouse thief here known as Francois Villon. Which is he?
We never heard of him.
What is this? Do I have to hang you all for a pack of lying knaves?
That won't be necessary, Your Excellency. That's Francois Villon, the tall one there.
Villon? Come with me. Stand back.
I am Francois Villon, but I do not intend to know either the king's dungeon or the king's noose. Not while I have a sword.
Don't let them take you, Francois.
You defy the Grand Constable of France?
Yes.
Stand by, then, brother.
Order! Order in the king's name!
My personal guard. That was thoughtful of you,
The
Tristan.
Lord Grand Constable. Where is he? He's here, Captain. Or rather, there.
He's dead.
Stabbed. Duval, Lafarge. This man has murdered the Grand Constable of France. Take him out and hang him.
Just a moment, Captain. Not so quick with the rope.
Who are you to interfere with the king's justice?
I am the king's justice.
What? Your Majesty.
God save the king.
Good evening, my loyal subjects. And good evening to you, Master Philosopher.
Kneel, Francois. The king.
I'm afraid it's a little late for etiquette.
Quite so, Master Villon. Captain, arrest these men. Remove them all to the palace dungeon.
Tristan, Your Majesty.
I will see Francois Villon in my private chambers. Bring him there at once. And now, Master Villon, I suppose you wonder what I'm going to do with you.
Well, Your Majesty is not of the imaginative type. I can almost guess.
Isn't that a dangerous tone to use in the circumstances? Villon, tonight you have insulted me publicly. You have made revolutionary speeches naming yourself as my successor. You have even robbed my storehouse and eaten the loot under my very nose.
I didn't know it was Your Majesty's nose.
Well, don't be impertinent. You did know it was my storehouse, and then you topped off the evening by assassinating my Grand Constable.
Well, he started the fight.
But you finished it. And for that piece of work, your king is indebted to you.
Indebted?
My Lord Grand Constable was a traitor.
Oh.
Which leaves me with the problem of at once punishing you and rewarding you. A problem for Solomon himself. A greater king would hang you at once. A lesser would forgive you. I probably fall somewhere between the two. And this is my decision. Since you have deprived me of my Grand Constable, and since you think it's so easy to rule these cockroaches who call themselves my subjects, I hereby appoint you Grand Constable of France and Brittany.
Grand Constable?
Defender of the crown, commander-in-chief of the armies, and dispenser of justice. High, middle, and low.
Is this a jest, Your Majesty?
Not at all. Heretofore, I've selected my Grand Constables from the noble families of France. They've been either traitors or cowards. Oh, it's true you come from the gutter. But you have a certain degree of loyalty, courage, and practical common sense. This time, I'm going to appoint a Grand Constable from the people. And, oh, yes, you'll need a title to go with it.
A title? But I...
On your knees. Francois Villon, cutthroat. I dub you Count de Montcorbier, hereditary Knight of the Golden Buckle. And now I think you need a bath.
This way, my lord.
Your Majesty.
My Lord Grand Constable.
The curtain falls on Act One of If I Were King. In the second act, we watch the amiable Monsieur Villon adjust a beggar's philosophy to the king's palace. But during this brief intermission, the amiable Monsieur Ruick and our merry trio have something to say and to sing that I think will interest you. Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Francis D., and Sir Cedric Hardwick will be back in a few minutes to bring you Act 2 of If I Were King. But while we're waiting, let's ask our friend Sally what makes her so thoughtful. She looks as if she had a real idea. Let us in on it, Sally?
Well, tonight's play, If I Were King, makes me think a lot of ifs. You know, a woman is always dreaming of the wonderful things she'd have if she had money. Oh, if she had talent, if this and if that.
Yes, and sometimes she doesn't value the priceless things she does have right now.
Like a Lux toilet soap complexion?
Of course. A smooth, soft complexion is something you can't buy and wouldn't take any amount of money for.
Yes, I should think any woman would realize that the beauty of her complexion is priceless. A possession that ought to be cherished most carefully. But why do I do the talking? This is a subject dear to every woman's heart. Why don't I hand it over to you girls?
We'll handle it with care, Mr. Ruick.
Beautiful complexion should be handled with care. You cannot buy a new one anytime, anywhere. So in picking beauty soap, make it your affair. That you are experimental, that your soap is really gentle. That's the reason Lux Soap is the right soap for you. That's why we advise you as we do. Choose the soap with active lather, for we know you'd really rather handle your complexion with care.
Thank you very much, girls.
Oh, you don't need to thank us, Mr. Ruick. It's fun to sing about Lux toilet soap.
And it's fun to use it. Honestly, I never saw such smooth, rich lather.
When you make Lux toilet soap a regular bedtime habit, you go to sleep with a clear conscience. You know you aren't leaving traces of dust and dirt or stale cosmetics to choke your pores. Use cosmetics all you want to, but remove them thoroughly every night with Lux toilet soap. The fine white soap 9 out of 10 screen stars use. The gentle soap that's good for your skin.
It will only take a minute from the time that you begin it. Don't forget your Lux beauty care.
Here's our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of If I Were King, starring Douglas Fairbanks Jr. as Francois Villon, Francis D. as Catherine, and Sir Cedric Hardwick as the King. It's the following morning. Francois Villon, vagabond and poet, has awakened to find himself the Count de Montcorbier and Grand Constable of all France. In his luxurious apartments in the royal palace, he stands before a long mirror, wondering at his own transformation. A specially appointed aide addresses him.
And now the cape, Your Excellency. The final touch.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Oliver. Now, your name is Oliver, isn't it?
Yes. If it please Your Excellency.
It does please my Excellency. Ah. I look very different in fancy dress. You know, I'm not quite sure myself that I am myself. Oh, well, then I'm not, am I? Incidentally, has the king informed the court in general as to my real identity?
Oh, no, my lord. No one knows save His Majesty, Lord Tristan, and necessarily myself.
Uh-huh. And to all the rest?
You are a strange nobleman from the provinces. The Count de Montcorbier.
The Count de Montcorbier. Do you spell that with a small d or a capital D?
Small, Your Excellency. And now, if I may remind you, sir, you were to be presented to the court at 11 o'clock. It's past now.
In good time, Oliver. At the moment, there are some things I want to know. First, now that I am Grand Constable of France and Brittany, etc., what do I do?
Do, Your Excellency?
Yes.
You govern.
Oh. Oh, yes, of course, I govern. Yeah. Tell me, just how does a Grand Constable fill his day?
First, he inspects the guards.
Yes.
Reports to His Majesty. Tries all prisoners, both civil and military.
Prisoners? Have we any prisoners today?
Well, only those who were arrested last night at the Fir Cone Tavern.
What? Are they still here? And I'm supposed to try them?
At your convenience, my lord. There is no hurry.
No hurry? Listen, my friend, if you have ever been chained in a slimy dungeon, fearful and hopeless and thinking every moment might be your last, you'd know whether there was need for hurry or not. I'll try those prisoners now, immediately.
But, Your Excellency, you can't. The king, the whole court, they're waiting.
And so are the prisoners. Bring them at once.
The man must be mad. Does he realize that I have been waiting, that the entire court has been waiting?
Yes, Your Majesty. But he insisted upon trying the prisoners. He hid behind a screen and heard their pleas, and then he freed them.
Freed them?
And gave them each a piece of gold.
What?
He told them it was from you, and they cheered you, Your Majesty.
Cheered me?
They cried, God save Louis.
I wish I'd been there. It would have been a novel sensation.
Your Majesty. Good morning, sir.
Ah, my Lord Grand Constable. I'm happy to learn of my new magnanimity. Now, instead of hanging criminals, I cover them with gold. Interesting.
And sensible, Your Majesty. Those criminals, as you call them, stole only to avoid starvation.
Well, we won't go into that at present. Now, if you don't mind, would you kindly come and meet my queen and court before they all collapse from exhaustion?
Your Majesty.
My Lord Grand Constable.
Lady Catherine, do you see him?
Yes, Your Majesty. He's coming this way now.
What does he look like, Catherine?
Well, he's quite handsome, Your Majesty.
For a Grand Constable, that's quite an innovation.
And now, my generals, or rather your generals, Count, Generals de la Nantouillet and de la Poussette, I present the Count de Montcorbier.
Honored, my lords.
I was just saying to Nantouillet that I am somehow unfamiliar with the name of de Montcorbier. That is the name, isn't it, Count?
Yes, with a small D.
Yes. I say I somehow have never heard the name.
Well, I can't say the same for the name of Delau, General. Ever since you won the Battle of Montlhéry, I've watched your career with increasing interest.
I didn't win the Battle of Montlhéry.
Oh, that's right. You lost it. But there was the Battle of Liège.
Yes, we lost that too, my dear Count.
Oh, did we? Sorry. We must have a long chat about some of your other battles sometime.
Let us proceed, Count. And now, Viscount de Gretilla and the Seneschal.
Name of 1,000 saints. Your pardon, Father.
Here, Your Excellency, come back.
Mademoiselle.
My lord.
Forgive me, this may seem rude of me, but my name is de Montcorbier. Silly, I just looked at you from across the room there and nearly forgot my name. You don't live here.
I'm one of Her Majesty's ladies in waiting.
Oh, what a fortunate queen. You know, the moment I saw you, I said to myself, there is all the beauty of the universe. Past, present, and future, embodied in one person.
My lord, His Majesty is waiting.
Tell me, what is it?
What is what, my lord?
The name of all this loveliness.
My name is Catherine de Vaucel.
Catherine de Vaucel.
Your
How
Majesty.
wonderful.
Your Majesty.
What is it, Delau? Why this interruption?
An enemy herald from the Duke of Burgundy, sire. Under a flag of truce. He demands audience.
Admit the Herald of Burgundy.
Your Majesty, if the terms are at all reasonable, I should advise accepting them.
Would you, General Delau?
Our army is extremely unsettled. Desertions every day.
I shall remember, General.
The Herald of Burgundy.
Well, Sir Herald, I suppose you have something to say.
I have.
Then say it, friend.
In the name of the Duke of Burgundy and his brothers-in-arms, assembled in overwhelming numbers outside the walls of Paris, I hereby summon you, Louis of France, to surrender unconditionally and throw yourself upon my master's mercy.
And if I refuse, Sir Herald?
For the city, famine to the end, then fire and the sword. For yourself, no hope of pardon.
And if I surrender the city?
For yourself and your court, an honorable retreat to the Duchy of Épinay.
You mean a dishonorable retreat, don't you?
Who are you?
The Count de Montcorbier, Knight of the Golden Buckle, Grand Constable of France, Chief of the Armies, dispenser of all justice, high, middle, and low. Now, don't bother to look around. I'm replacing the traitor who was in your master's employ.
Do you dare to...
Don't make any more movements like that, or I'll have you sent back to your master in a bag. You've very bad manners, my friend. And you rate yourself too highly. You're not the envoy of a conquering hero, but the servant of a group of shabby little vassals, rebellious serfs of a noble lord. Now, go back and tell them this. Kings are great in the eyes of their people, but the people are great in the eyes of God. And it is the people of France who are speaking to you now. We're well armed and provisioned. We're warm and comfortable behind our strong walls. We laugh at your threats. But if we who eat were starved, if we who are warm were frozen, our answer would still be the same. We laugh at you. We, the people, and the king.
And this is your answer?
No, not all. We give you 1 week to disband and get out. If at the end of the week you're still cluttering up the outskirts of our city, we'll attack and destroy you to the last man. Now, we don't wish to be annoyed further.
But, Your Majesty, is this your...
You've heard, my Lord Grand Constable.
Get out.
Why, this is the most astounding thing. What does it mean?
It means, Your Majesty, that a man has come to court. Tell me, my lord, do you think the Burgundians will retreat, or will they stay and be slaughtered?
I'm afraid they'll stay and be slaughtered, Lady Catherine.
Will you attack at dawn or during the night?
Which would you prefer?
Well, I should think that... You're making fun of me.
Oh, my lady. I'm smiling because my heart is singing. And because I love your faith in the French. We'll attack at dawn or dusk or noon or midnight. And we'll win.
How well you talk.
Yeah, I only hope I can fight half as well.
And yet, you may be killed.
Well, not if I can help it.
And yet, what a glorious death. To die for France.
Well, it's better than some I can think of, but death in any form should be avoided if possible.
My lord, tell me, have we met before?
Have we? I've never been that fortunate. Why do you ask?
Because there's something about you, some note of your voice, a look in your eyes that I seem to remember.
I wish we had met a long time ago.
I think I wish it, too.
Lady Catherine. Well, what is it?
Your pardon, my lord, but the generals are assembled and waiting in the council chamber.
Oh, yes, Tristan. I'll be there at once.
Very good, my lord.
Generals?
Yes, I've called a council of war.
To decide when you shall attack. Will you bring me word?
Where shall I find you?
I shall wait right here.
Well, you might catch cold. Haven't you, haven't you some little corner you call your own?
Well, you might find me behind the fourth door on the right on the third floor of the east wing. Can you remember?
It's engraved on my brain in letters of fire.
The idea is preposterous, ludicrous, suicidal, and impossible. My soldiers would refuse to obey such an order if I were mad enough to give it to them.
There's the answer to your proposal, my Lord Constable.
General de Lau, I order you to break through the Burgundian lines and attack within a week.
And I refuse.
And so do I, Your Majesty.
And I. It's impossible.
Your Majesty, it's evident that your Lord Grand Constable's plan is completely impractical. We're wasting time. Have we your permission to rejoin our command?
You have my permission.
Thank you, sire.
Cowards.
Well, my friend, it's not so easy as you thought, is it?
Give me a little time, Your Majesty.
Ah, yes, but you haven't much time, have you, Count?
I don't understand.
Didn't I tell you? Oh, careless of me. How many prisoners were taken from the Fir Cone Tavern?
8.
But you're wrong, my friend. You tried 8 and disposed of them most generously with the king's gold. But there was a 9th.
Oh?
A troublesome fellow named Francois Villon. What sentence will you pass on him?
What does Your Majesty suggest? Boiling him in oil or breaking him on the wheel?
Nothing so melodramatic, my friend. This Villon rendered me a slight service, which we are repaying with a week of exalted splendor.
A week?
7 days. At the end of that time, I shall expect you to build me an extra fine gibbet, and from it hang Master Villon.
I see. A week. You know, for a few hours, Your Majesty had me disappointed in him.
I'm glad your faith in me was sustained. Good night, my dear Count, and pleasant dreams.
You did remember the way to come, my lord.
Engraved in letters of fire.
Pray sit down, my lord. Here, by the fireplace. There's a cushion for your back. And I had some food brought. What would you like?
Oh, I'm not hungry, thank you.
I know. You're worried, aren't you?
I'm beginning to be.
Oh, but think, in a week, in one little week, All your troubles will be over. The city will be free. Food will be coming in the gates, and in the spring, there'll be hunts in the forests of Fontainebleau. The poor will go for picnics, and... Will you take me on a picnic? Lord, when do we attack?
We don't.
We don't.
No, it seems you never attack from the inside out, or when you're afraid of the enemy. The generals were very firm about that.
Then get new generals.
There are too many to replace within a week.
Then attack in 2 weeks.
But you see, His Majesty gave me only one. Catherine, I'm afraid that I won't be able to take you on a picnic in the spring.
Why not?
The spring is some time off. And time does strange things to people. I wonder in what misty isle the voice of Sappho fills the air. In what green valley of the Nile does Cleopatra still despair for Antony, the debonair? The wind has blown them all away. The good, the bad, the foul, the fair. Where are the snows of yesterday?
Who wrote that?
Oh, person of no importance. Who's to be hanged?
Pity.
Oh, you shouldn't feel too sorry for him. The wretches are born and live in the shadows of the gibbet. They're starved and tortured. The slightest wrong they commit is punishable by hanging. So at last, when they do hang, well, they've always expected it.
Aren't we lucky we're not in their shoes?
Yes, 'tis nice, isn't it?
Oh, starving people. The generals would fight soon enough if they didn't have so much food to stuff themselves with.
Yeah. Huh? What'd you say?
The generals, the army. Big fat pigs.
Well, that's it. Of course that's it.
What?
Of course they'd fight. When their stomachs are flapping against their backs, they'd fight soon enough. Why should they fight now with 6 months' food in the storehouses? But if it were taken away from them... Oh, you wonderful heaven-sent dream of loveliness.
Lord.
Oh, tomorrow will be a happy day for the hungry and a busy day for the storehouses.
You mean you're going to...
I mean I'm going to open every storehouse and give away all the food. Then they'll have to fight.
Yes, of course.
My lady, Catherine, dare I kiss your hand?
My hand? Well, since you've already kissed me on the lips, aren't you becoming a little formal?
Did I really? I thought I was dreaming.
And so did I.
Catherine.
Yes, my lord.
Catherine, perhaps I was wrong. Perhaps there may be a spring for us. If what I do tonight... Oh, it must not fail, Catherine. It is the one last hope for France and for us.
That was Act 2 of If I Were King. The vagabond poet has become a man of action, but Francois Villon meets his greatest test when he tries to save his country from the invader. Before we begin Act 3, a friend of ours and yours is going to tell you a little personal gossip.
Our stars, Douglas Fairbanks Jr., Francis D., and Sir Cedric Hardwicke, will be back in just a moment for Act 3. But now, let us listen in at Mary Dean's house a moment. Mary is secretary to a movie executive here in Hollywood, and in the course of a day, she sees lots of interesting people.
No, Mother, I'm not tired. Sure, I worked hard, but I got awful interested. Claudette Colbert was in. Gee, Mom, she looks wonderful. Yeah, I know she's your favorite. I told her so. And gosh, she was awful nice about it. It's hard to believe anyone so beautiful and famous can be so sort of human, too.
Mary Dean meets lots of the famous screen stars, gets to know them and to like them.
Yeah, Mom, Claudette Colbert's beautiful and awful nice. But I've got a date with Bill, and little Mary's going to use the little old soap that Claudette uses right now. No, Mom, I'm not tired, honest. Just as soon as I've had my Lux Soap facial and my nice warm Lux Soap bath, I'll feel swell.
Yes, little Mary Dean, after her Lux Soap beauty care, will feel swell and look it. She'll go out on that date of hers with a complexion as fresh as any screen star's, with her nice, smooth skin fragrant from top to toe, thanks to Lux Soap's active lather. You know, Active lather is the reason Lux soap gives you the protection of perfect cleansing. I hope you're using this fragrant, beautifully perfumed soap. It's as fine a soap as money can buy. It's a soap that's good for your skin. You'll like it. Your family will like it, too. We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
We continue with the third act of If I Were King. Inspired by a chance remark of the Lady Catherine, Francois Villon, with a rabble mob at his heels, sweeps through the streets of Paris and pounds commandingly on the door of every royal storehouse.
Open here! Open this door! My Lord Grand Constable, this is the King's own food. And this is an emergency. The people are starving. You'll do as I say, storekeeper. I'll hang you to one of your own meat hooks before you can say Louis the 11th. Open this door! Yes, my lord. Another one, my friend. Smash the door down. Open here. Open up. Open the door. Give us hold. In the name of the Lord Grand Constable. Smash it down. Open. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door.
This you call salvation, my Lord Grand Constable, to steal my food, to starve me and my queen.
No one will starve, Your Majesty. France is full of food. The country outside is groaning with grain. Mountains of flour mildew in the mills. The pigs beseech you to accept their fattest hams. You merely have to go out and get them.
I suppose you suggest we fly over the Burgundian lines.
Not at all, Your Majesty. We can fight through them. Don't you think so, General?
Oh, Your Majesty, it's
impossible.
Burgundian lines.
It looks like
it.
My Lord Grand Constable, if France did not already have a St. Louis, I would expect to go down in history by that name myself for my patience with you. But I'll give you a week.
My thanks, Your Majesty.
Save them. And Tristan.
Yes, sire?
For the remaining 5 days, you will see that at least the palace kitchens are kept locked. Locked and barred to my Lord Grand Constable.
Eat, my people of Paris. Eat, scum of the streets. The king's food's none too good for you.
There's something about this I don't understand.
There's nothing to understand, Rene. We have no food, so the king gives it to us. I say, long live the king!
Don't worry about the likes of us you get. To me, it's all very fishy.
My chicken isn't. Is yours?
You get.
Oh, good evening, Father Villon.
My child, weren't you with Francois when he was arrested?
I was, Father.
I heard that you and the others had been released, but what of him?
He wasn't with us.
Then the worst has happened.
No. Nothing has happened to him, Father.
How can you be sure?
Because I sleep at night. And I'd never sleep again if Francois were not well. I love him, Father.
My child, my poor child.
Malone.
Catherine.
Well, it's happened. Tonight His Majesty had his last meal. Now they'll have to fight.
Will they? You don't know them very well.
What do you mean?
I've been in conference all evening with our noble generals. Our glorious army has determined not to resist Burgundy. Neither cold nor starvation will swerve them from that noble impulse.
Then we failed.
My week ends tonight.
Is that the reason you've avoided me? Why did you avoid me, my lord?
Catherine, did you ever ask yourself where the Count de Maccorbier came from?
No.
Has it ever occurred to you that he might have come from the streets of Paris?
My lord, for a moment I thought you were serious.
If I were king, ah, love, if I were king, what tributary nations would I bring to stoop before your scepter and to swear allegiance to your lips eye and hair.
That burst. I heard it from... Who are you?
I am Francois Villon.
Francois Villon. Why did you do this to me?
I never intended to. It started as the jest of a king, and then I loved you.
Love.
With all the meaning that the word can have in paradise. I couldn't give you any godlier thing if I were king.
Go. Please go.
Forgive me, Cat.
Your Excellency! Your Excellency!
What is it?
The Burgundians. They've broken through the west gate, and our troops refuse to stop them.
Of course they do.
And there is an old man, a priest, who says he must see the Grand Constable. His name is Father Villon.
Father Villon. Take me to him, quickly.
I must see him. I must.
Father, here.
Oh, thank you, my lord. Francois.
Yes, Father.
What are you doing here? Dressed like this? I thought you were dead.
Later, Father. What is this message of yours?
Oh, I must see the Grand Constable.
I am the Grand Constable, Father.
Oh, Francois, this is no time for nonsense. René de Montigny has assembled all the rabble of Paris, all your old comrades in the Court of Miracles. Hundreds, thousands of them. They're planning to sack and loot the city while the Burgundians are attacking. But, Francois, if you were there, you could stop them. They would listen to you.
Yes, they would. They will. And fight for me, too.
There he is, Tristan. Guard, arrest him.
Your Majesty, I have a plan.
So have I. I suppose you know what's happened. I gave you your week, and you failed. Arrest him, I say.
Not yet, sire. I have still 5 hours, and I intend to use them.
Stop him. Guard that window.
Au revoir, Your Majesty.
He got away, Your Majesty.
And have him followed. He's to be cut down or arrested on sight.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Your posts, generals. Do the best you can, and God save France!
Why shouldn't we loot the city? We'll never have such a chance again.
But what of the king? He gave us food.
Yes, once, and why? To trick us all into helping him. For 2 days we ate. One of the years we're starved. If you're with me, what are we waiting for?
But common sense, René, and that's something you never had.
Who are you?
It's Francois. Francois Villon.
Francois Villon?
Yes, Francois Villon. Come to tell you a few things my friend René has forgotten to tell you. Ah, we all know there's no honor among thieves, so I won't talk of honor. And I'm not appealing to any patch of decency I know you've never had. But think of this. As we stand here, Paris is falling. Falling to thieves like ourselves. A bunch of cutthroats who've come all the way from Burgundy to take what belongs to us. Beggars to beg the bread out of our beggars' mouths. Cut purses to cut our purses. Well, what about it? Are we going to let these poachers move in on our preserve? Or are we going to let a lot of country louts show us how it's done? Then I tell you that no city can be conquered if it doesn't want to be. And, my brothers, we are part of this city. The part that knows how to fight. Or don't we? Then I say, let us fight. Come to the West Gate.
Francois, it's useless. The king's troops are falling back. We're too late.
It can't be too late. Take 100 men to the east wall. Attack from the side. Cabana, hold the square. The rest of you come with me. Onward! Onward!
Francois, these wall is ours. They're retreating toward the gate.
Close in on them. Don't let them join their forces.
They're running. Look at them run. After them.
Huguette, come back. René, take your men towards the guards. If they come that way, just...
Quick! It's Huguette. She's hurt.
Captain, what is it? What's the matter?
Huguette, a Burgundian arrow. May their souls rot in hell.
Huguette, do you hear me?
Francois, I told the father you were safe. I'll sleep a long time now. Francois?
Yes?
There really is another world, isn't there?
Huguette. Huguette.
There he is. Take him. Francois Villon?
Yes?
My orders are to take you to the palace. You're under arrest.
Arrest? But the city is free, His Majesty.
The order was from His Majesty himself. This way.
He's in the dungeon, Your Majesty.
Open it. Good morning, Master Cutthroat.
Good morning, Cousin Blackheart. Does this mean that I'm to have the honor of your personal escort to the gibbet?
I'm given to understand that you and some other footpads had something to do with defeating the Burgundians last night. Is that true or not?
Well, suppose I did.
Only this, my friend. Once again, you made everything very complicated. You have a devilish talent for seating me on the point of the sword of justice, which is becoming uncomfortable in the extreme.
I'm sorry I have no cushion to offer for your Majesty's comfort.
Oh, please spare me your witticisms. It's difficult enough trying to be King of France.
Oh, I found that out, Your Majesty.
That's the first nice thing you've ever said to me. Well, Francois Villon, in recognition of your heroic but murderous services to the crown, I hereby commute your sentence of death to life imprisonment.
Life imprisonment?
Don't interrupt. You shall be imprisoned within the confines of our beautiful France to wander or dally as you see fit. The stars shall be your roof, and your bed the lush meadows of Normandy or the warm sands of Brittany. That's almost poetry, isn't it?
The most beautiful I've ever heard, Your Majesty.
But there is one condition. As you are an inveterate mischief-maker, rabble-rouser, and sower of dissension, I forbid you to ever show yourself again inside the walls of Paris. You can have the rest of France, but I must have peace.
I sympathize, Your Majesty.
You will be turned over to the custody of your foster father, who will see that you will leave by the north gate before dawn tomorrow. Now get out.
Your Majesty.
My Lord Grand... Oh, get out. Oh, one other thing. Before you leave the palace, the Lady Catherine would like a word with you.
What? With the Lord Grand Constable?
She said with Francois Villon. You owe her thanks, my friend. It may interest you to know that it was through her interest that your neck has been saved from the rope. Go to her.
No, it's much better if I leave now, Your Majesty. Will you kindly tell the Lady Catherine that I hope someday to make the saving of my neck worthy of her efforts. Good day, Your Majesty.
Go on, Father, quickly.
He told me to tell you that it was the end, my lady. That he could never accept your sacrifice until he knew for certain that he was deserving of it. That he was going on, hoping to find a further understanding of the things that now have come to him.
Which road did he take, Father?
I promised not to tell.
Was it the east?
No.
South?
No.
North?
I promised not to tell.
Oh, thank you, Father. Thanks.
Milady, there, that man walking ahead of us on the road down there now. Is he the one?
Oh, yes.
Shall we overtake him, my lady?
No, driver. No, we mustn't overtake him until he's very tired. You see, he's a very obstinate man.
It's the 20th century again. Francois Villon is once more a highly respected poet found on the shelves of our best libraries. And Douglas Fairbanks, Jr., Francis Dee, and Sir Cedric Hardwicke are returning to our microphone.
You know, C.B., Francois Villon is such a famous character in fiction that most of us forget that he actually lived. Are you a Villon admirer, Sir Cedric?
Well, as a literary critic, I'm a good cricket player. But people are still reading what our friend Francois wrote 500 years ago. Don't you think so, Doug?
Well, I studied in Paris for a couple of years and discovered that the fellow's still pretty much of a live hero at the University of Paris. He corresponds to the halfback who ran 90 yards in the Yale game of 1908. Except that Villon was a member of the class of 1440-something.
Probably won his letter in dueling.
And graduated with the law at his heels. But I doubt whether these motion pictures we make will be as much alive 500 years from now as Villon will.
5 centuries from now? The audience for our 1939 pictures will probably consist of archaeologists and termites.
I'd like to see the expression on a termite's face when he sees a couple of the pictures I've made.
Well, if you want to send a personal message to the archaeologists, I'll bury it for you in our back pasture.
There's one farmer to another, Francis. How are crops out your way?
Well, alfalfa's good, but the chickens are taking a month's vacation.
Well, they're probably entitled to it like everyone else.
Well, there's one thing that never gets a vacation at our house, and that's Lux soap. I've decided that it's really a daily necessity because it's such a splendid help to a smooth complexion. I started using it soon after I came to Hollywood, and I've been a faithful Lux soap fan ever since. Now, what are you planning for faithful Lux Radio Theater fans next week, C.B.?
Next Monday night, we're going to present Invitation to Happiness. And our stars will be Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll. This is the story of a prize fighter who fought his greatest battle outside the ring. A fight for the love and respect of his own son.
Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll. Oh, that'll be a great show, C.B. I'll be listening in. In the meantime, long live the Lux Radio Theater. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. You three have given Master Villon new life tonight. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Fred McMurray and Madeline Carroll in Invitation to Happiness. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
This is Melville Roig, asking you to be sure to listen to the Lux daytime program, The Life and Love of Dr. Susan. This human and gripping story of a young, attractive woman doctor is brought to you every afternoon, Monday through Friday. For the time and station, see your newspaper. The Life and Love of Dr. Susan comes to you in addition to the Lux Radio Theater. Heard in tonight's play were Annalisa as Huguette, Wallace Roberts as Tristan, Barry McCollum as Renee, Frederick Shields as Father Villon, Tony Martelli as Oliver, Guy Rep as Captain, Lou Merrill as Delau, Howard McNear as Turgis, Frank Nelson as Cassin, Gloria Gordon as Queen, Marjorie McGregor as Colette, Lee Millar as D'Ossigny, Robert Warwick Sr. as a general, Kenneth Lawton as watchman, Tyler McVeigh and Sidney Newman as soldiers, and Gowan Burke as driver. Douglas Fairbanks, Jr. is now working in the Universal picture Green Hell, and is currently seen on the screen in Rulers of the Sea, a Frank Lloyd production for Paramount. Francis Dee's new picture is the Columbia film Coast Guard. Sir Cedric Hardwicke appeared tonight through the courtesy of Universal Pictures, where he has started work in The Invisible Man Returns. Louis Silvers is from 20th Century Fox, where he directed music for Hollywood Cavalcade. On tonight's program, you heard the tune Just Around the Corner. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Everybody grab a spoon and do the Cool Whip. Woo! A rub-a-dub-dub, make it rattle with the tub, do the Cool Whip. All right, you can dip it, you can flip it, dip it, top it when you strip it, break it on when I'm done doing Cool Whip. Cool Whip, making it sweet. Cool Whip, baby.
Look for these delicious summer recipes from Jell-O Gelatin and Cool Whip in July women's magazines.
The Warrior of the Woodlands, Ranger Bill, is coming up next.
Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland. Ranger Bill, Warrior of the Woodland, struggling against extreme odds, traveling dangerous trails, showing rare courage in the face of disaster. In the air, on horseback, or in a screaming squad car. Ranger Bill, his mind alert, a ready smile, unswerving, loyal to his mission. And all this in exchange for the satisfaction and pride of a job well done.
What are you laboring at so hard, Bill? Is some job for us? You might call it that, Stumpy.
I was just beginning to get used to the idea of relaxing.
I've been quiet around here for a long time.
That's why I'm working out this schedule, fellas. We've been very fortunate around here for a while. So I've hit upon this schedule of cleanup work.
Cleanup?
No. Work for each of us to do.
Well, it's no use, I guess. When Bill feels like Chief Ranger, there's no stopping him.
That's right, Grey Wolf.
Okay. What have you got for us to do?
Well, Henry, your job is right here in the station. That back room is pretty cluttered again.
Well, seems like I'm always cleaning it.
That's right, young feller, but you see, we're always cluttering it up. And, Stumpy, don't say a word, Bill. I know my job already. That right? Yep. I'm supposed to kind of move around among you working fellers with my harmonica and keep morale up, right? Wrong. Well, I tried.
You sure did, old-timer.
I want you and Grey Wolf to make a check of all the towers in our district for needs such as paint, maintenance, and the like. All the towers? That's right. Oh, excuse me, fellas. Well, look who's here.
Hello, strangers.
Oh, hi, Keith. Howdy, Keith.
Hi.
What brings an old bear like you out so early in the year, Keith?
One guess.
Are you going to climb a mountain?
Oh, the whole family is, Henry. That's why I stopped. I'm wondering about weather conditions and forecast and any other information you could give me about Mount Evergreen.
The whole family, huh? Going to make champion mountain climbers out of all of them, huh?
I'm going to try. Billy's already been climbing with us, but this will be Tim's first go.
Little Timmy? Are you going to take him along?
Well, he's 8 years old.
Already? Hey, I must be getting old. No kidding. I can remember when you used to carry him in here.
So? I can remember when you used to be carried around.
Oh, that's right. Well, this is different.
Well, anyhow, you're all going up on Mount Evergreen.
That's right. If you don't have any objection.
Go right ahead.
I mean, is the weather and other conditions okay?
As far as we know, the rains didn't do any damage that we've heard about. So have a good time.
Oh, good. We've been looking forward to this all winter. Tim's pretty excited about his first climb.
It's a good thing his father's a champion mountain climber.
Oh, was, Henry. I haven't climbed in competition for a long time.
What tickled you, old-timer?
I was just sitting here thinking about the two mountain climbers who were climbing way up.
Here come one of old-timer's jokes again.
Go ahead, Stumpy. I haven't heard one of your stories for a while. The two climbers were climbing.
Yep, that's right. And one looks at the other and shouts, "Look out for that cliff!"
And the other says, "What cliff?"
I hope you have a nice time, Keith.
Oh, come on, Stumpy. Don't be mad about it. We all knew it, that's all.
But I'm not mad.
Maybe I have time for one more, Stumpy. How about it, huh?
Well, there is a sort of sequel to that last one, unless you all know it already.
I not know any more to that joke.
No more than what we just said.
Looks like the floor is yours, Stumpy.
Oh, there's the family. I guess they're anxious to get moving. How about a rain check on the rest of that joke, Stumpy? You can tell it next time we see each other, huh?
Okay.
Bill, why don't you come to the door? I'm sure the kids would like to shout hi to you.
Sure thing, Keith.
Hey, kids. Here's Ranger Bill to say hi.
Hi, Ranger Bill.
Hi, Billy. Timmy.
I'm Tim.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hi, Billy. And Tim. Hello, Alice.
Hello, Bill.
That's quite a growing family you have there.
I can hardly keep up with them. This is Tim's first climb with us.
I know. Well, have a good time.
So long, Bill.
Bye, Ranger Bill. Bye, Ranger Bill.
Bye.
Boy, I can't get over how those boys have grown. Still, Tim's pretty young to be climbing around on a mountain.
Well, don't forget that Keith is a champ at that kind of thing. They'll be safe enough.
I guess. I just don't think I'd like to do it if I were in his shoes.
Keith, you know, I think this is one of the most beautiful spots we've ever camped at.
I know. I knew you'd like Mount Evergreen. Once you get up through that heavy forest area below and up here with the trees thin out a bit.
I think it's just perfect.
Look at our smallest mountain climber, sound asleep.
It was a hard climb for him, especially since he's not used to it.
Did you happen to notice where Billy went?
Oh, he was around here a minute ago. I'm sure he can't be far away. He knows better than to wander too far in this kind of a place.
Sure. Later, I want to show you probably one of the most beautiful sights in this whole section of the United States.
Oh, really?
Well, I mean one of the most beautiful sights that doesn't have a souvenir stand and some coin-operated telescopes connected with it.
Oh, such talk, Keith. What place is this that's so beautiful?
Mom, Dad,
Oh, there you are.
there's the most terrific thing a little ways from here.
Oh?
Yeah, just a little ways up there, there's a kind of fork in the trail. And each path leads to a separate ledge.
Well, that's the path I was just about to tell you about, Alice.
Boy, it's great, Mom. I went out on one of those ledges and could I ever... It's safe, Mom. At least the one I went out on is. I'm not so sure about the others, so I didn't go there. Anyhow, I went out on one, and you can see straight across to the other with this big open space in between.
It really is beautiful, Alice.
Well, Keith, I don't know which one of you was more excited about this, but I'm not going to get up now to see it. At least not right away.
Mom.
There's plenty of time, Billy. Besides, I wouldn't leave Tim asleep here.
It sure is neat.
I'll see it before too long. Now, why don't you and your dad go and enjoy it? I'll be along later, just as soon as Timmy wakes up.
Hey, good idea. Come on, Dad.
Okay. We'll be back later, Alice. Keep the home fires burning.
Have a good time, you two.
Boy, Tim sure got tired in a hurry, didn't he?
Aren't you a bit tired yourself?
Who, me? Not at all.
Well, remember that you're almost 4 years older than your brother.
Oh, well, after a nap, he'll be running around again as good as new.
He'll probably have more energy than any of us.
Hey, here's the fork in the trail. Up that way, it gets awful narrow, so I didn't go very far on it. This way, it's plenty wide enough for both of us.
I haven't been up here in a good many years. There's been a little erosion since I was here.
Dad?
Yes, son?
This is a neat sight and all that. But how did it happen? How could there be this split right in the middle of the mountain?
Let's get up on the ledge and I'll show you.
Okay, we're almost there.
Oh, watch your step. This doesn't look very firm along here.
You should see the other path. You just start to step on it and it crumbles.
Oh, I'm glad you had the good sense to stay off of it.
Here we are. Boy, look at it.
Beautiful, isn't it?
Sure is. It's like looking at a whole other mountain.
You see, Billy, at one time this was all together. This was probably a clearing or something. But a shift must have happened in the Earth's surface to cause this mountain to split right here and divide this clearing into two cliffs.
How far do you think it is across the split to another cliff?
Oh, I'd say about 30 feet, more or less.
How deep is it down there between the cliffs?
Well, that's hard to say. You can't see the bottom because it's in the shadows, but it may go as far as, a couple 100 feet.
I was kind of afraid to look into it.
Sometimes fear is a good thing. There's no telling how strong the edge is. If someone were to go to the edge and look down...
That edge might give way and they'd go down, huh?
Right. It's a good thing you didn't do that. I like having you around.
And I like being around.
Timmy!
Shh, listen.
Timmy! Where are you?
Alice, this way!
Oh, Keith, is Timmy with you?
No, I thought he was with you, asleep.
He was, but...
Now, take it easy, honey. Try to tell us what happened.
Well, after you left, I began unpacking some things.
Mm-hmm.
And when I turned around, I noticed that...
That what?
Oh, Keith, Timmy wasn't there.
Oh, easy, dear. We'll find him. You sure he didn't start back down the way we came from?
He couldn't have without my seeing him. This is the only way he could have possibly come.
Well, he didn't come here.
Hey, look!
What? Where?
Over there on the other cliff. It's Tim. He's crying.
It's no use, Alice. I can't get over there to him. That other path is just too weak to support my weight. It's a miracle that he made it.
Oh, Keith, what are we going to do?
I don't know yet.
Maybe I could get to him, Dad. I'm not as heavy as you are.
Well, that's not the whole problem, Billy. What would you do after you got to him? You'd have to carry him back. You can hardly lift him, let alone make it back along that shaky path carrying him.
Oh, why doesn't he just come back himself?
Well, we've already tried to get him to do that, but he's too frightened.
How can he be scared? Dad's never scared of mountain climbing.
That's not entirely true, son.
Well, you climbed anyhow. Why doesn't he just forget that he's scared and come back?
Probably for the same reason that you wouldn't go to the edge and look over.
Well, I thought it'd fall in and me with it.
Exactly. I just don't know what to do. I could get over there to him myself if I had a rope long enough, but I'd be in the same fix Billy would be in. I couldn't get us both back.
Oh, Keith, if we only had some help.
I don't know what good more people would be. I can't figure a thing out. We're here. There's a good 30 feet of crevice between here and the other cliff. And Tim's on that other cliff.
Oh, if we could only get Bill and the Rangers up here, they might have some ideas.
Maybe so, but how? We're a good day's hike from our car. No telling what would happen to Tim while we're trying to get them.
I've got an idea.
Well, go ahead, Billy. We could use one about now.
We could signal the ranger tower down in the valley without going down.
Hey, that really is a good idea.
Billy, you're wonderful. We can light a smoke fire, and that'll get their attention.
Yeah, but maybe in the wrong way, Mom.
What do you mean, son?
Well, they know we're up here. They might just think we found some wet wood or something. We've got to let them know we're in trouble.
Well, that's a good point. Any ideas?
Uh-huh.
Well, go ahead. You've hit the jackpot so far.
Well, how about using the mirror Mom has in her purse and flashing an SOS at them with the sunlight?
Yes. How did you ever think of that?
Henry showed us that trick in one of our club meetings. I thought it was pretty neat, so I remembered it.
Well, let's get to it. So far, little Tim is too scared to move. But if he decides to try something, it may be fatal. Hang on, Tim. We'll get you off of there. I hope. Oh, God, I hope.
Do you think they're getting it, Dad?
I hope so, Billy. I hope so.
How long have you been flashing at them with that mirror?
On and off for almost 2.5 hours. They're bound to have seen it by now.
Why don't you stop then?
Well, you just never know. I guess little Tim is still okay. Your mother hasn't called us from up there.
I sure wish we could have stayed up there to watch him just in case.
Don't underestimate your mother, Billy. She's perfectly capable of taking care of most any situation.
Yeah, I guess so. But she's a woman and...
Oh, no.
Dad, you dropped the mirror.
Never mind that. I've got to find out what's wrong up there.
There. Look, right there. Above Timmy.
Oh, no.
A snake. It's a long snake. Run, Tim.
No,
Run.
He can't run. There's nowhere to run.
But Dad.
It's moving near him. Oh, Keith, this is terrible. What can we do?
Oh, God, we're helpless. Oh, God, have mercy.
What happened?
The snake jumped and fell. It isn't moving. It looks dead, Dad.
I don't understand it. That sounded like a shot.
That's exactly what it is, Keith. Old Betsy here never misses the mark.
Stumpy. Gray Wolf.
Oh, thank God.
Here now, no blubbering. The old snake has seen his last day.
Look like we just in time.
You sure are. That snake almost got Timmy.
Hey, what's he doing over there anyhow? Why ain't he here with you folks?
That's why we signaled you. Timmy's trapped over there. How'd you get here so soon?
Well, Grey Wolf and I were making an inspection of ranger stations and just happened to be at that there station when you flashed us. How'd he get there anyhow?
He took the wrong path, and it's too small and crumbly for anybody to go after him.
That does make a problem, don't it?
Maybe Bill have idea.
Is he coming?
We report your signal to him by phone. You say you get mountain climbing equipment and rope and come out on double.
So when we heard that an old champ like yourself was signaling for help, Keith, we knew it must be something really rough.
Well, I guess you can figure that you were right.
Boy, I'll say.
Bill, what can we do? Even if we could get to him, there isn't any way to get him back over here.
And there isn't any other way to get to that ledge than that flimsy path, huh?
None at all, Bill. I've checked it from every angle. The only way there is by the same path that Tim took. And that isn't strong enough to carry the weight of any of us.
Except me, and I'm too small to be of much help.
Oh, don't let that get you down, young feller. You're well on your way to being grown up. If we could get a rope across the open space and work some sort
Bill?
of... yeah, pal?
I'm not nearly as heavy as most of you. Maybe I could get to Tim.
I don't know, Henry. What would you do once you got there?
I don't know that, but it's a sure thing I'd be more help over on that side. Besides, I think Timmy had better have some company soon. He looks awfully scared over there.
I think seeing all of us here has helped him a little bit. Poor Timmy.
You try to hold on, Alice. We'll think of something.
How about it, Bill? Can I give it a try?
Keith, what do you think? Would the ledge hold Henry?
It's hard to tell, Bill. I wouldn't want to say no and keep Tim alone over there, but I wouldn't want to say yes and have Henry, well, fall.
I'd like to give it a try.
Well, pal, you know the setup. I think it's good of you to want to do this.
Don't worry. Stumpy's not the only mountain goat around here.
Why, you young whippersnapper! You'd better not slip before I have a chance to pin your ears back.
Watch Henry go along small path. He's being very careful.
Looks like he learned that Indian sneak you were teaching him real well, Grey Wolf.
No, he's very sure-footed, all right.
He's keeping mainly to the uphill side of the path. That's good.
Boy, Henry's as brave as all the rest of the rangers, isn't he?
Oh, dear.
Steady, Henry. Steady. Whoop. Ooh, that was close.
Could he grab a hold of tree root?
He's almost there. He's almost there.
Boy, am I glad I'm almost there. Be good to get my hard backward belongs. This is like crawling on eggshells. Wow. I thought that was it. I don't know where this jagged rock came from, but I sure am glad my hands found... Fine. Now what do I do? There's nowhere to put my feet. Just hanging by this
jagged rock on the side of the crevice.
He's in bad fix, all right.
You said a mouthful there, sonny.
Oh, if anything happens to him, I'll never forgive myself.
It's not your fault, Alice.
Oh, yes, it is. I've been watching Timmy like I should have. This would never have happened.
Oh, that's foolish talk, Alice. Please try to be calm here.
Oh, with Timmy alone on that ledge and Henry dangling from who knows what.
Look. Henry's starting to swing himself back and forth. That's it, pal. He's trying to get enough swing to throw himself onto the ledge with Timmy.
And only a few feet. If his hands not give out, he might make it. If only his hands not give out, he might.
Only my hands hold out. I think I can make it. They sure do hurt. This should be enough of a swing to make the jump now. There, ain't it? Timmy, you all right?
Sure, Henry. I'm okay. I just don't know how to get down.
Oh, don't worry about that. Bill will figure something out.
Is everybody mad at me?
Oh, no, Tim. Don't worry about that. We just want to see you safe and sound on the other side.
Does Dad still like me?
Why do you ask a thing like that?
Because he's so good at mountain climbing and not scared of anything. And I got too scared to get back.
Hey, take it easy, fella. It was probably a good thing you didn't try to get back.
It was?
Why, sure. You saw what happened when I tried to get here on the same path, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, if you ask me, you had a real good reason to be scared. I was.
You were?
I sure was. Why, anybody would be at a time like that.
But you came over anyhow.
Sometimes being scared isn't half as important as doing the right thing. Sometimes, like for you today, being scared was the right thing. You're still alive.
But I'm a chicken.
Hey, what kind of talk is that? Being scared doesn't make a guy a chicken. Any more than doing a brave thing makes a guy a hero.
What about you just now?
Now, that's a good question for you. I guess you could say that I did a brave thing. But at the same time, I was scared. Now, what am I? A hero or a chicken?
I don't know. You mix me all up.
Here's the thing to remember, Tim. Everybody can do brave things. And everybody is scared many times in their lives. It's just the way life is. And if you get all worried because you're scared, you're missing the boat. Just as much as if you get all puffed up because you do something brave. Do you understand that?
Kinda.
Good. Now, how about smiling so the others can see that you're all right?
Okay. And I'll wave.
That's a way. Good idea.
Timmy's waving. It looks like he's smiling. Hello, Timmy. Don't worry.
He doesn't look worried. I don't know what Henry said to him, but it sure seems to have done the trick.
Henry, good boy. He usually know right thing at right time.
You said it, Grey Wolf.
Now, what about getting him off that ledge? You got an idea, Bill?
Yes, I do. And with Henry over there, it'll be a lot easier.
What is it, Bill?
Yep, Sonny, what's that think tank of yours come up with? Just this. If we could stretch a rope across the gap between these two cliffs, we'd have an effective bridge.
Well, I don't know about Henry, but Tim is no high wire walker.
You let emotion run away with you, Keith. Bill mean hand over hand walking.
Oh, of course, but wait a minute. I'm sure Henry could make it across that way, but what about Tim?
Maybe he could ride on Henry's back.
Do you think he could hold him?
I don't know. I'm not sure what shape Henry's hands are in after swinging from that rock. They look like they might be a little raw.
Oh, if I could, I'd go after him myself.
Well, Henry looks pretty well rested now. Let's get that rope across. Once it's secure, I'll go over there and get Tim.
It looked like it hold.
Good. Now I'll go hand over hand to that side, take a breath or two, and bring Tim back. Grey Wolf, try to keep the rope as taut as you can. It'll cut down the swing. Well, here goes. There. Well, how are you two ledge mates doing over here, huh?
Real well, Bill. We were just sort of passing the time of day till you came.
Good, good. About ready to get off this place, Tim?
I sure am. But how are we going to do it?
How are your hands, pal?
Well, pretty good. I scraped them up a little when I swung from that rock, but otherwise okay.
Think you can make it over the same way I came?
Oh, sure. But what about Tim here?
As soon as I get my wind, I'll put him on my back and follow you. That means you'll have to hold on like crazy, Tim. Think you can handle it?
Tim, this is one of those times we were talking about, remember? You've got to do a hard, brave thing, even though you may be scared. Now, Bill will keep his part of the job, as long as you keep yours.
Okay, Ranger Bill. I can hang on. I'll try not to be scared as long as you're carrying me.
Atta boy, Tim. If you're okay, pal, let's get going.
Right. It's a good thing Grey Wolf is steadying this rope. Remember what we talked about, Tim? And hang on to Bill.
Okay, Henry. I'll try.
There. He made it. Well, Tim, you all set?
I'm trying not to be scared.
Why try to be something you aren't? We all get scared at times. That doesn't mean we stop doing what needs to be done.
That's kind of what Henry said. Do you get scared sometimes?
Of course, Tim, we all do. So go ahead and be scared. But hang on to me for all you're worth.
Oh, Tim, it's so good to have you back again.
Yes, it certainly is, son.
Are you mad at me for being scared?
Henry told me that was on your mind, Tim. He also told me what he told you about everybody being scared at one time or another. What he said is true.
You were never scared.
Oh, yes, I have been on many occasions.
You? And Henry? And Bill?
And Grey Wolf and Stumpy. The whole bunch of us. It ain't so important whether you're scared or not. What counts is what you do in spite of it.
See, Tim?
It'll take only one look straight down to see that you have good reason to fear. We all feel the same way.
I think Tim gets the point all right. Especially considering he held on so bravely on the way over with Bill.
Say, Stumpy, weren't you going to finish that joke about the man who fell off the cliff?
Oh, yep, I nearly forgot. Well, you see, this feller kind of busted himself up when he fell, and the only way his friend could figure to get him up out of the crevice was to hold on to the rope with his teeth.
With his teeth?
That's right, Billy. So he bites down hard on the rope, and his friend starts pulling him up, inch by inch, foot by foot, until his head starts appearing above the cliff's edge.
Wow.
So his friend sees his head coming up and tries to be sort of cheerful about it all, and he says, how are you coming along?
Did the man with the rope in his teeth answer?
Yep. He says, okay. Well, boys and girls, we were all glad that this adventure came to a happy end. And say, did you ever notice how much it sounds like that man is falling off a cliff when he shouts after I say, see you next week for more adventure with Ranger
Ranger Bill is produced in the radio studios of the Moody Bible Institute in Chicago.
Want to have a better barbecue? Try something new. Bush's barbecue flavor baked beans. Roll that new beautiful bean footage. They're slow simmered in herbs and spices until they're just dripping with authentic barbecue flavor. Only one other soul knows this recipe, and to keep it a secret, he's made a few, well, requests. Anything else, Duke?
A couple of steaks would be nice.
Bush's, our secret family recipe, is baked into every bean. Now in new barbecue flavor.
Two of my personal favorites, George Burns and Gracie Allen, are up next in our lineup.
Hello, my friends, the Heinz Honey and Almond Cream Program.
Go for Gracie! Go for Gracie! She's the best little skipper in the land. Go for Gracie! Go for Gracie! Won't you please give this little girl a hand?
Starring George Burns and Heinz Honey, Gracie Allen, with Frank Parker, Ray Noble and his orchestra, and Truman Bradley speaking.
Go for Gracie, to win the presidential racing.
100 million strong. That's right, you can't go wrong. Both the
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well.
What are you laughing at?
This is a comedy program, isn't it?
That's right.
Well?
But Gracie, the audience is supposed to laugh.
Oh, well, then do me a favor and laugh, folks. Come on, a little louder. Oh, come on, let's scream, everybody.
Wait a minute.
No, we can only find a joke that fits that laugh. We'll have something.
You said it. Come in.
Burns and Allen program?
Yes. What are you laughing at?
I was a little late getting here.
Well, that takes care of the first joke.
Yeah. Why, George, you look like a breath of spring. That's a beautiful serge suit you have on.
Oh, thanks.
You look like a picture.
Really?
Yes, the shining hour.
Well, I get compliments on this suit wherever I go. And I've worn it out in a lot of places.
Yeah, I can see the places.
You can even ask Frank Parker. I'm considered a very smart dresser. Isn't that right, Frankie?
That's right.
There you are.
To dress on $10 a year, you've got to be smart.
How did I get into this mess?
I'm walking up 2 flights.
Let me tell you something.
Say, George, what do you do with your old clothes?
He wears them.
This happens to be an English import.
Say, it does look a little like an Eton jacket.
Eton? What Eton?
Moth-eaten.
Oh, go away.
Say, George, do you know what your suit really looks like?
What?
It looks like it's going steady with Bing Crosby's shirt.
Yeah. Well, I really resent that because Crosby's shirt is really from Dixie.
George, stop worrying. A suit like that is nothing to sneeze in, and furthermore...
Quiet. Let's talk about something else.
All right. But don't ask me about my campaign.
Believe me, I won't.
I've been so busy with my campaign, I haven't even had time to be elected.
But we're not going to talk about it.
No, I'm not even going to think about it.
Good.
If I think about it, I'll talk about it. And I hate to talk about anything I've got to think about.
You're telling me...
The more I think about it, the madder I get. Imagine asking the next president of the United States to pay cash for a thing like that.
Pay cash?
Yes. They wouldn't even take the Supreme Court as a credit reference.
Well, who wanted this cash?
The conductor on the bus.
It was probably a Hoover man.
I was on government business, too.
Government business?
Yes, I was on my way down to get my daddy's relief check.
Why doesn't your daddy get his own relief check?
He can't. He's picketing the Swiss embassy.
He's picketing the Swiss embassy?
Yes. That Swiss cheese gives him hiccups.
Well, that wouldn't happen if he ran the holes through a meat grinder. And that scoop through a hole.
Hi, Gracie. Look what I've got for you.
Why, Ray Noble.
Yes, I saw it in the window, and it just seemed to be the real you.
Oh, thanks. I'll unwrap it. Oh, Ray.
Oh, what is it?
Why, Ray, you shouldn't have done it. But it's just the thing I wanted. I was born in June, so it's simply perfect.
Well, what is it?
Bubble gum.
Ray, how did you happen to pick that out?
Well, George, oh boy, I've been around. I know women.
What did it cost you?
It cost me $46, and I got it at Magnum's.
Well, I just don't know how to thank you, Ray, but I'll certainly chew it next to my heart.
This isn't a romance. This is a contortionist act.
Oh, Gracie, I'm going over there to write a poem about you.
Under the spreading chestnut tree?
No, under the piano.
Well, so long, fellow. Come in.
Remember me, Mr. Burns? I'm the tailor.
Oh, yes, I remember. Of course.
I was listening on your broadcast, and I heard them making comical remarks about your suit, and it hurts me. Because the suit cost $125.
See, wise guys, and you thought I was cheap. Go ahead, Adrian. Tell them about the other suit that cost $125.
Thank you, yes. And an overcoat he bought for $150.
There you are.
He bought 2 suits and an overcoat for $410. This was 2 years ago. And I've yet to see a nickel.
Get out of here before I kick you out.
You and who else?
The door is closed.
What am I, a genius?
Will you get out of here?
See, George, if you didn't want to pay him, you could have given him one of your checks.
Oh, yeah? I paid for those clothes 2 years ago. Hello?
You should live so.
That's the last time I'll ever get a suit from him.
You said it.
Gracie, cheap. I'm not cheap. Didn't I take you to Ciro's restaurant the other night?
Uh-huh.
Well, what do you think that cost?
Oh, $30,000 without the awning in front.
Pheasant, wild rice, endive salad, crepe Suzettes. All that food went into a pretty little figure.
Oh, well, thanks, and I've got a neat little face, too.
Oh, don't worry, George. You can get credit any place. Why, everybody says you've got an honest face.
Oh, thanks, Pinky.
Everybody that looks at you says, honest, is that a face?
I'd just as soon not hear about my face or my suit.
No, and I'm not going to mention my presidential campaign either.
Well, good.
And on the top of all my campaign worries, in the middle of the night, my mother gave out the biggest scream you ever heard.
What happened?
What happened? Her feet turned black.
Turned black? What did you do?
What did we do? We sent for a doctor.
What did the doctor do?
He just took off her stockings and we all went back to sleep again.
Well, I'm glad to
Maybe you've got spring fever these days. You'd probably like to play hooky from washing the dishes. No one knows better than you how dishwater makes your hands feel, so puffy and dry. But listen, the moment you finish the dishes, give your hands the creamy comfort of Heinz Honey and Almond Cream. Heinz is so nice and fragrant, it feels good and soothing to tender hands. It's the extra creamy, extra softening emulsion that contains 2 extra vitamins, A and D. You know what? Every creamy drop of Heinz goes right to work, helping to ease away that harsh, chapped look, coaxing back a lovable, smooth feeling. Treat your hands to Heinz Honey and Almond Cream every day to help keep them soft and thrilling in spite of rough household jobs. You can smooth Heinz on your hands as you work, you know. It isn't a bit sticky. In fact, thousands of women say they love Heinz as a powder base, too. It goes on so smoothly and helps your powder cling lightly with a soft, youthful-looking bloom. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at your favorite toilet goods counter in several convenient sizes. Start using Heinz, Hinds, tonight for soft, romantic, kissable hands. Now, Frank Parker.
Thanks, Drew. From the musical production The King Steps Out, I'm going to sing Stars in My Eyes, written by Fritz Kreisler and Dorothy Field. My song has wings, eternal springs, no longer but a dream. My cheeks aglow, emotions flow like sunlight on a stream. My step is gay along my way, the roses bloom at my feet. My love's arranged, my being's changed, my life is now complete. Stars in my eyes tell how I feel, for this tender passion is real. I am loved, I am blessed, all that eager longing is laid to rest. Stars in my eyes will always shine when your heart beats with mine, till your love softly dies. There'll be stars in my eyes. Stars in my eyes will always shine when your heart is. Stars in my eyes till your love for me dies. There'll be stars in my
Frank, that was grand.
Listen, everybody, I forgot to tell you that at my convention in Omaha, the women are wearing old-fashioned calico dresses, and the men are wearing suits like they wore back in 1870.
But, Gracie, where can I get a suit like that?
Oh, George, lend him the suit you're wearing.
This is not an 1870 suit.
Oh, don't answer it, it's the tailor.
Don't I know?
And another thing, don't forget, you boys have to grow beards for the Omaha convention.
Is it compulsory?
No, it's Apple.
Apple?
Yeah.
What's apple?
The pie I had last night.
Gracie, the whole thing doesn't fit.
Well, that's what you get for walking up 2 flights.
Stop with that suit.
Say, Gracie, if I raise a beard, it'll cover my personality.
Is that bad?
No, it's apple.
Really get out of here.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If it wasn't for a beard, my aunt wouldn't be able to keep my uncle home nights.
What has that got to do with it?
Oh, she winds his beard up in a clothes wringer and hides the handle.
Just a thing like that is infallible.
No, it's apple.
Well, folks, we finally got a piece of plot in the show.
Say, Ray, how is the poem coming?
Oh, pretty well, Gracie. I'll read what I've got written so far. The title is Spring is to Sing, But I Sigh, Oh My.
Oh, that's beautiful, Ray.
Isn't it?
Yes, nice title for a seed catalog.
Well, here's the poem. A day in spring is like a rose, and a rose is like a honeybee. And a bee can sing you with his nose, but only God can make a tree.
Is that all?
Oh, no.
Oh, there's more.
Yes. A tree is like the stars on high, except it's in the ground. And stars are like your bluish eyes, except your eyes are brown.
Look, Ray, where are you trying to go with this?
Well, old boy, I'm trying to get I Love You, Gracie into the poem, but I can't seem to make it rhyme.
That must be difficult.
No, it's apple.
Go away. Go away.
Say, George, the next time I see Shakespeare, I'll tell him about Ray Noble's talent.
This may surprise you, but he's dead.
So is Shakespeare.
Well, that's a nice TL for Ray.
Hello, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Bubbles. Did you get the plane tickets for Dallas?
Yes, and did you hear the good news?
No.
I just got an offer from the Group Theater in New York.
The group theater. What do they want you to play?
The Group.
The group. Plane tickets? What are they for? Where are you going?
Oh, this Friday I'm flying to Dallas to make a speech at the Variety Club get-together.
Well, Gracie, I'm sorry, but they won't let you take your kangaroo Laura on the plane.
Oh, isn't that too bad? And she had a bag all packed.
Dallas will certainly be disappointed.
Oh, no, they won't, George. I'm taking you.
Well, thank you. Why don't you take Bubbles with you to Dallas?
I can't go. I've got to make a guest appearance on a radio program.
What program?
Me the People.
Me the People?
Yes.
Either that or Hippie Lobby. I finally have the one line and they tried to kill it.
I've got to finish that typing.
Oh, did she go? Well, you're gone. You're gone. Go already.
Oh, you should have been over the house the other night. Bubbles had a date with Don Wilson, and you should have seen the three of them when they went out together. There was more excitement.
The three of them went out?
Bubbles, Don, in the front of the house.
Those kids really go places and through things.
Say, George, I must tell you this. It's very amusing.
Well, Truman, we can use something like that on the program.
Yeah, well, the other night at the party,
Yes.
I got up and told a very funny story.
Uh-huh.
Where the guests surprised when I didn't mention Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
You didn't mention it?
No.
Good.
And when I got to the punchline of the story, it really knocked them for a loop. Because I didn't say a word about how Heinz Honey and Almond Cream will make rough red hands smooth, white, and soft, and thrilling to touch.
I see. And where was this party?
At the sponsor's house.
Well, the next time you tell a story, don't mention the hand cream either.
Oh, I won't, George. That would kill the joke.
And you're just the guy who can do it, too.
Now, George, is that nice?
No, Apple. I finally got it. Dr. Cyclops in the house.
Oh, Gracie, I've rewritten my poem, and it's much better now.
Good.
Yes, listen. A robin has a breast of fiery red, and so has a bowl of chili. But chili has no feathers on its head, so it must go rather silly.
Oh, Ray, that's good.
Isn't it? Yeah, but it still doesn't rhyme with I love you, Gracie.
No, George, but it's getting closer.
Oh, I think so. It
Okay.
certainly is. Getting closer.
Hello, Heinz Honey Gracie Allen speaking. Yes, I'm still running for president. What? Do I think farmers should be subsidized? Well, sure, if you can do it where it won't show.
Gracie, will you guarantee that?
No, I'll just have to take my word for it.
Yes, take your own word for
Well,
it.
say that again, please. Oh, how would I take care of emergency relief? Well, I just build more gas stations. What? Oh, thank you. And I think you're great presidential timber, too. Goodbye.
Who was that?
Charlie McCarthy.
Charlie McCarthy. Ray, that was grand. No wonder you're such a big hit at the Palace Hotel in San Francisco. It's a pleasure.
Gracie, I think I've got it.
Well, I always knew you had it, but I didn't know where.
Ray, I just gave you a compliment.
Oh, thanks, old boy. I'll smoke it later. But first, I want Gracie to hear my poem.
Yeah, but don't drop the ashes on the rug.
Well, here it goes. If I could sing like a meadowlark and lay 2 eggs of blue, I'd rather be just a silkworm and knit 2 socks for you. I'm inspired.
Here, take my handkerchief. It is rather warm in here.
Ray, did that come out of your own head?
Oh, rather.
Sort of a wood carving.
Well, I put it over.
I thought so, yeah.
Say, Gracie, I just finished typing that speech you're going to make at Dallas.
Already? Why, Bubbles, it only took you 3 days.
Well, you see, every time I got to the end of the line and heard the typewriter bell, I went out to lunch.
Don't I know?
Let me have it. Oh, and boys.
Yeah.
Now, I want you boys to tell me what you really think of the speech.
We'll be glad to do it.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'm glad to be back in Dallas. And before I go any further, I want to announce that all promises in this speech are fictitious, and any similarities to persons living like George Burns is purely coincidental.
I'm not dead.
You want to bet?
Give me odds.
Wake up, America. Your country needs me. So pop out of bed. Mom out of bed,
Yeah,
too.
everybody out of bed.
Now is the time for all good men to come to the aid of a certain little party, if you know who I mean.
We have an idea, yes.
I think I know what you mean.
It's our catching on week this week.
Yes.
We know, yes.
This country is purely utilitarian. Are there any questions?
Gracie, what does utilitarian mean?
Are there any answers? Then I'll continue.
Yeah, continue. That'll be fine. Yeah.
It's true that this is a baby's country, and every baby needs a change.
Is that so?
My political rivals say that what this country needs is more milk for the babies without delay. They say, let's take the bull by the horns. Well, that's foolish. They could never get milk that way.
I don't think so. Although I'll try it.
So, fellow voters, what this country needs is plenty. And even though it's impossible, I'll be glad to do it. Hello?
Hooray!
Thanks.
What was that?
My friends, today millions of people are living who will never do it again.
Hooray.
Millions are being born for the first time.
You've got something there, sister.
And millions are doing nothing because it's the best offer they've had this week. And when you listen to the radio every 10 minutes, what do you hear?
My way is the spry way.
Quiet, Aunt Janet.
So, friends, if you want an honest president, don't forget Gracie Allen on Election Day. I've never stolen a nickel, and all I want is a chance. Thank you.
Hey, you know, a speech like that is even bigger than Don Wilson.
Oh, you mean Fatty?
Yes, Tiny, Fatty, yes. That's what I mean.
So, Gracie, I loved your speech, especially where you mentioned Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
But, Truman, she didn't mention Heinz Honey and Almond Cream.
But I did, yeah.
Well,
And a big boy, too.
how'd you like it, Vicky?
Well, Gracie, I don't think it fits.
You don't?
Well, what can you expect? He walked up 2 flights.
Frank, just exactly. What's the matter with my suit?
Well, I don't know, George. It's not the color because pale fudge looks good on you.
Thanks.
It's not the fit because, George, that's the way you're built.
Well, that's nice.
It's not the style because those suits may come back again.
Then what is it, Frank? Jealousy?
No, it's Apple, and I'll see you later.
I think I'll go get myself run over.
Oh, don't mind him, George. Frank, I think you've got a lot of nerve to say things like that. Someday you may be old and worn out like George's suit, too.
Well, now I feel better. Whoa.
Hello? Oh, how are you? It's Georgie Jessel.
Georgie Jessel?
Yes, I read it in the papers, Georgie, and congratulations. But I thought you were going to get married Friday. Oh, your wife made you wait till Saturday? Oh, there's no school Saturday. Goodbye.
Well, how do you like that? And I didn't think Jessel went to school.
I say, Gracie, I made a new start with my poem, and I think it's much better now.
Oh, good.
Here it is. If I had the wings of a butterfly, I could flutter here and there. A butterfly never has to shave, for it has no whiskers anywhere.
Ray, if you're trying to rhyme, come in.
Good evening, Miss Allen. Remember me? I was here last week. I'm the census enumerator.
Oh, well, I'm glad to see you again.
I just heard a choice bit of gossip, and I can't keep it to myself any longer.
Well, I'm sorry, but we're not interested in other people's affairs. What they do is their own business.
Atta girl.
Their secrets belong to them, and it's no concern of ours. What did you hear?
Well, I don't know whether I should say anything or not, but that woman who lives around the corner from you.
Oh, you mean Mrs. Hemingway,
Yes, Mrs. Hemingway.
Oh, it's so funny. I always forget the second name.
Well, my dear, it seems... How far does this program go?
To New York City.
Good. I wouldn't want this to go any further.
Well, I wish this didn't go any further.
Mrs. Hemingway's husband.
Which one?
Which one? How many husbands has she got?
George, don't be nosy. Go ahead, mister.
Well, it seems that every time he goes to San Francisco...
Yes?
He doesn't go to San Francisco.
No?
No.
Isn't that just like a man?
Yes.
Well, tell me all about it. When he goes to San Francisco where he doesn't go, where does he go?
Oakland.
Really?
Yes. Fortunately for Mrs. Hemingway, Sally Rand is a very good friend of the family.
Well, that's a feather in his cap.
What's going on here? I thought all census information was strictly confidential.
Oh, poor Mrs. Hemingway. All the time that her husband is away, she does nothing but pace the floor.
No.
Yes, every night at the Coconut Grove.
You know his secretary, that beautiful little blonde?
Oh, you mean that pretty one who always leaves lipstick on his collar?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she's a wonderful typist.
Yes, probably takes 120 kisses a minute.
But it's too bad about her shorthand.
What's the matter with her shorthand?
Well, his wife's gloves won't fit her.
Well, I've got to run along.
Wait a minute, before you go, the house that the Hemingways live in, is that a one-story house or a two-story house?
Please, Mr. Burns, how dare you? We census takers are pledged to secrecy. Good day.
Where did you meet him?
Oh, isn't he cute? When I'm elected, I'm going to give him a much better job.
Is that so?
Yes, in the Secret Service.
As an undercover man, and he can stay there.
At last I've got the poem, Gracie. Here it is. When springtime knocks upon my soul, my heart sings like a joyous rabbit. But rabbits don't appreciate love. To them, it's just another habit.
Oh, Ray, there's no use going on. There's no way to make that rhyme. It's absolutely impossible to get a rhyme with birds and bees and skies of blue above you. You can write and write and write and write, but you'll never rhyme, Gracie, I love you. Yeah, but I did it.
You do it, huh?
Once more, an opportunity for you to get a copy of Gracie's campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Everybody's humming it and wants it. Now, all you have to do is this. Listen. Just write your name and address on the back of a Heinz Honey and Almond Cream carton. Send one carton of the 25-cent size or one of the 50-cent size or $1 size carton. Or, if you use the 10-cent size, send 2 cartons. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California. And say, when you buy your Heinz, you'll find out what an extra creamy lotion can do for your hands. Why, even one application of this fine, fragrant lotion helps make chapped hands feel softer, look smoother right away. Heinz contains 2 vitamins, too, vitamins A and D. Use Heinz regularly for soft, thrilling honeymoon hands, the kind of hands he wants to hold. You can get Heinz Honey and Almond Cream at any toilet goods counter. Get Heinz tonight. And send the Heinz carton tomorrow sure to Gracie Allen for your copy of her dizzy campaign song, Vote for Gracie. Address your envelope to Gracie Allen, Hollywood, California.
And now Gracie will sing Sweet Potato Piper.
Oh, well, I'm dedicating my song to the members of the Axar Ben who are holding their banquet in Omaha tonight.
Oh, good.
Do you remember Yuba, who played the tuba and made the rumba a popular beat? The peanut vendor was a solid sender, not to mention Piccolo Pete. Of course you've heard of Sammy from Alabama, the old accordion man. Well, while we're on the subject, do you know why the beginning began, do you? Music soothes the savage, that's a well-known phrase. But your heart becomes full of kettle drums when the sweet potato piper plays. Go on, throw your hat up, shout a few hoorays, 'cause you can't hold back, you're a jumping jack when the sweet potato piper plays. Though it's not a magic flute, there's a fascinating toot. It's not exactly beautiful, it's sort of like I guess you call it cute. Sunbeams try new dances, songbirds sound their A's, and the world joins in with a great big grin when the sweet potato piper plays. Now when you vote for Gracie, that's me, here's what she okays. casting all a vote for the plaintive note that the sweet potato piper plays. Comes the inauguration, it will start a craze. Watch the diplomats kicking up their spats when the sweet potato piper plays. At the presidential ball, we won't have the band at all. Now we'll simply have this silly type, a tootin' on the scooter and a piping on his pipe. All the boys in Congress soon will shout his praise. All the world joins in with a great big grin when the sweet potato piper plays.
Don't forget, there are two Heinz preparations for your hands. One is the famous Heinz lotion that pours from the bottle. The other is the brand new Heinz hand cream in jars. Like the famous lotion itself, this new Heinz hand cream helps to give you softer, smoother hands in spite of housework or outdoor work.
Good night.
Good night.
We'll all be back again next Wednesday night at the same time. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fighting tartar? Brushing may not be enough. Introducing the only mouthwash that helps fight tartar buildup. New Tartar Control Listerine. It has the same germ-killing power as regular Listerine, plus helps fight tartar buildup better than brushing alone. If you're going to fight tartar, make it an unfair fight. New Tartar Control Listerine. What brushing starts, Listerine finishes. Look for a money-saving coupon in this Sunday's paper.
Hunt the biggest of all game with the Green Hornet and Kato coming up next.
The Green Hornet. He hunts the biggest of all game, public enemies who try to destroy our America. With his faithful valet, Cato, Britt Reed, daring young publisher, matches wits with racketeers and saboteurs, risking his life that criminals and enemy spies will feel the weight of the law by the sting of the Green Hornet. Ride with Britt Reed in the thrilling adventure, Short Circuit. The Green Hornet strikes again. Before we begin our Green Hornet adventure, I'd like to ask how long it's been since you've taken one of your old books down off the shelf to read. Quite a spell? Why don't you take some of those old-timers out, dust them off, and send them to the Merchant Marine Library? Our Merchant Marines have some pretty long hours to put in aboard the cargo ships, and reading an interesting book is about the only recreation they have. When these boys are off duty, a book to read will go a long way toward helping them forget the ever-present danger of torpedoes and bombs. The seamen report that the books they like best are biographies, westerns, novels, and mysteries. Now, you probably have a lot of books in your home that you've enjoyed reading and probably won't be reading again. How about wrapping them up and mailing them to the Merchant Marine Library, New York City? Or if you live west of the Mississippi, send them to the Merchant Marine Library, San Francisco. And now, the Green Hornet. Michael Axford, reporter for the Daily Sentinel, who was covering police headquarters for news, persuaded Sergeant Burke to allow him to go along when a call came for a police escort to the city airport for a civilian official. As the two men stood watching the plane warm up, Axford's curiosity reached the breaking point.
Look, Sarge, I know you said you didn't know who was going in that plane, but something tells me you just want to keep me guessing.
Listen, Axford, when I say I don't know, I mean just that. Must be some civilian big shot since Martin of the Federal Bureau rode out here with him.
Sure, maybe I'm missing the scoop for the settlement by not knowing. Me being the only reporter out here.
Well, if they wanted you reporters to know about it, they'd have called you. Looks like they're getting ready to take off.
Sure, and I'd like to be going with them.
I'll stick to my squad car, thanks.
There they go. Picking up speed fast.
Starting to leave the ground. There, it's going up.
Rising like an eagle, that it is. Look, the wheels are folding up. Now, ain't that something?
Say, there's something going wrong. If that motor stops at that low altitude, it'll be too bad.
Hey, they ain't going to make it, Sarge. Holy smoke, it's coming down fast. Great St. Patrick, it's going to crash!
A short time later, two men were talking in a small apartment not far from the city airport.
You have done well, Crawford. And for what you have accomplished, you shall be paid as I promised. For that official and his pilot, the flight was short, eh? And for the Rise, it was a successful end to the mission, huh?
Okay, never mind the gab. All I'm interested in is the payoff. I took a big risk going out there to the airport in a lieutenant's uniform and pulling that job.
We are both in the risky business, my friend. I shall pay you the $1,000 we agreed upon, though it's a lot of money for such small services.
Listen, you. Maybe you do the planning, but I do the dirty work. You and your Nazi gang were pretty anxious to keep that guy from going anywhere.
Of course, Crawford. He was on a diplomatic mission that would not be to our country's interest.
Your country's interest, you mean?
Yes, my country, since you are what we might call a man without a country, nicht wahr? But to get to business, we already have information that another messenger is to leave on a later plane tonight with the same information. He, too, must be stopped. So you see, our work is not yet finished.
You can count me out on that. Once was risky enough.
No, Crawford. I'm definitely counting you in. But if you are successful tonight, you will receive twice the amount of pay.
I suppose they're suspicious.
The plane that crashed a while ago exploded and burned. Evidence of sabotage was therefore destroyed.
Who are those guys they're sending anyway? Why don't some army men take the messages?
The men they are trying to send carry messages of diplomatic rather than military import, Crawford.
Ah, so that's it.
Yes, and if we can delay them from getting them for 24 hours, it'll be useless. And fortunately for us, civilian airports are not as well guarded as military ones.
Well, there are 2 guards to each hangar. One at the front and one at the back. I got by the guard today by posing as lieutenant. If I should run into the same one, if he's reported letting me go into the hangar, I'll run into trouble.
They do not suspect sabotage. And if they did, that guard would be afraid to talk for fear of the consequences to himself.
Oh, yeah? Don't forget I used to be in a ground crew once. I know those guys don't think of themselves when it comes to something like that.
Perhaps if you had had more of that fanatical loyalty, you would not have been thrown out, my friend.
And I wouldn't have been mixed up with the likes of you either. Skip the wisecracks. How about my dough?
Tonight, after you report back here to me, you should be paid for both jobs.
Okay, then I'll get in somehow. Once I'm inside, it doesn't take more than a couple of minutes to fix the plane if a guy knows how. And I'm one guy who does know how.
Very well. And remember this, Crawford. I do not pay if you fail. In fact, for your own good, you must not fail.
Hello there, Katie. And how are you feeling this fine and sunny day?
Well, up to a moment ago, I was feeling fine, Axford. Of course, my nerves will probably stop jumping in a few minutes.
Sure, you should be used to a little racket around here by now.
I expect it, but I'll never get used to it.
Someday, Casey, me darling, you might fall for me because of them very things that seem to get on your nerves right now. That's the way them romances get started sometimes.
Yeah, I guess you mean that I'll go crazy someday. Well, I'd have to be crazy to get romantic over you. And what's more, You can just forget about that me darling business.
Sure, that's an old Irish custom when a man talks to a pretty colleen.
Well, you'd better take your old Irish customs inside. Mr. Reed wants to see you.
Oh, he does he? Well, now,
what?
Well, now I'll be going right in.
You'd better if you know what's good for you.
Say, now, Reed me or just like that, I'll have you know.
You seem to have a little trouble getting your fingers together, Axford. I'll beat it before I tell Mr. Reed you're out here keeping him waiting.
No, Casey, don't be so hasty. I'm on me way.
Oh, you, Axford. Come on in.
Casey says you want to see me, Reed, so I came right in.
Yes. Gunnigan said you phoned in a story about a crash at the city airport a while ago. Didn't you get any details? Who was in the plane? Things like that?
Oh, sorry, Reed. Martin, the federal man, was out there, and he clamped down on letting any information like that getting out. He said I could report the crash, but that was all.
Must be something behind it, then.
Oh, sure there was. There was some civilian official in the plane going somewhere on a secret mission.
I see. According to your story, the plane crashed and burned.
Yeah, it exploded when it hit. There wasn't a bit of chance for the passenger or the pilot.
Did the plane have any trouble taking off?
Very a bit. Went down the runway smooth as you please and took to the air like a bird.
What happened then?
Well, it climbed into the air. The motor was humming along without a hitch. That the wheels began folding up. You know, they pull up into the wings like...
Yes, I know.
Well, just as the wheels got up into the holes they fit into, the motor began missing. Then it stopped altogether and the plane headed for the ground like a dead duck.
So that's the way it was.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Reed, it's a helpless feeling to stand and watch something like that. You know the plane's going to crack up, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Well, I've experienced that feeling myself, Axford. I suppose the plane was well inspected before it went up?
Well, I suppose so. I saw a lieutenant coming out of the hangar just before they wheeled the plane onto the field.
Well, he must have given the plane its final inspection.
Yeah, I guess so. He went over to a parking place and got into a car. I guess he drove away. I didn't notice.
Yes? Oh, put the call through, please.
Hello, Mr. Reed.
Yeah, this is Britt Reed. How are you, Inspector Martin?
Fine, thanks. Say, one of your reporters, Mike Axford, was at the airport this morning when that plane crashed.
Yes, he phoned in the story.
I want to make sure he didn't give in any details, that is, names or anything like that.
No, he didn't. He reported only that the plane crashed.
Good. We have our reasons for keeping the names out of it for the time being.
Well, do you think the crash, wasn't an accident?
So far, we've found nothing to indicate that it was otherwise.
I suppose that plane was well inspected before it left the hangar, wasn't it?
Of course. We had a sergeant out there for that purpose.
A sergeant, did you say?
Yes. By the way, if in any way the names of the man and the pilot in that plane should get to you, keep that information out of the news until you get an okay, will you?
Oh, you can count on us, Inspector Martin.
Thanks for your cooperation. Goodbye.
Goodbye. In case you ever get drafted, Axford, you'd better find out the difference between a sergeant and a lieutenant for your own good.
What makes you think I don't know the difference, Reed?
Well, you just told me the last one out of the hangar before that plane was wheeled out was a lieutenant.
Sure, that's what I said. That's what I saw. A lieutenant he was.
Well, Martin just told me the plane was inspected by a sergeant who was the last one in the hangar before it took off.
Well, begging Martin's pardon. He was a lieutenant, and I saw him with me own two eyes. That I did.
Well, what makes you so sure, Axford?
Listen. Do you think I'm dumb, Reed?
Let's not go into that now. What makes you so sure the man was a lieutenant?
He had a shiny little silver bars on his shoulders and an officer's peak cap with the gold thing in front.
Okay, I guess you're right.
Sure, I'm right. And he was the last one to come out of there before the ground crew came along to get out the plane.
You see. Tell me, how'd you get back to town?
I rode back in the squad car with Sergeant Burke and Cassidy. They're going out there again tonight. I guess I'll go along.
Tonight?
Sure. It ain't supposed to be known, but another guy's going to take off to go where the poor chap who crashed was going. Sarge said for me not to mention it to anybody, but I can tell you, of course.
I'm glad you did tell me. And I hope there won't be a repetition tonight of what happened today.
Meanwhile, at the city airport, Mr. Martin was talking to the sergeant who had inspected the plane and to the two guards detailed to watch the hangar.
You say that plane was in good order when you made your inspection, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Everything was in perfect order.
And you, soldier? You were guarding the back entrance?
Yes, sir. No one passed me at all, sir.
I see. How about you, Corporal?
I passed the sergeant in and out, sir. A short time later, the lieutenant came to check up on the inspection.
Lieutenant?
Yes, sir.
You mean a lieutenant went into the hangar after the sergeant had made his inspection?
Yes, sir. I hope there was nothing wrong in that, sir.
Corporal, the sergeant here was detailed to inspect that plane. No one else. What did he look like?
About my height. A little heavier, maybe. Dark complected and dressed in regulation uniform, sir.
You'd know him again if you saw him?
I'm sure I would, sir. Holy smoke, Mr. Martin. That guy must have been a phony.
Exactly. Begins to look as if it weren't an accident after all.
What? You mean I let a saboteur through to that plane, sir?
Looks that way, Corporal. Though I suppose under the circumstances you can't be held responsible.
And I'm to blame.
No one's blaming you. Yet. I don't think we've seen the end of things. He may be back.
You think he'll try to get to that other plane tonight?
Perhaps.
Then I'll get a larger detail and surround the hangar.
No, I have a better plan that may trap him if he does make an attempt. I want these same 2 men to guard that hangar. No more, or he'll be frightened away.
I get it, sir. You want to catch him in the act.
That's it. A police car has been detailed to bring us out here tonight. I'll have those men with me out of sight beyond the next hangar.
If he shows up, what then?
Pass him through into the hangar. Then blow your whistle. We'll come on your signal and rush him inside the hangar. Let's hope he does show up. He'll be one saboteur who'll get the surprise of his life.
We'll continue our Green Hornet adventure in just a moment. Perhaps some of you car owners are wondering why you aren't able to get as much gasoline as you're entitled to. The reason is the black market. It's been estimated that some 2.5 million gallons a day are lost because of illegal operations. The tremendous military requirements made it absolutely necessary to ration gasoline for civilian consumption. It's the only way that there'll possibly be enough gasoline for essential civilian needs. However, as long as black markets exist and are patronized, a great many car owners are just going to be out of luck. The black markets can be smashed, but only if every American will play square. There's just one simple rule to follow. Never buy gasoline without surrendering one of your own properly endorsed coupons. If you really want gasoline, comply with rationing. And now, back to our story. In his apartment that evening, Britt Reed was talking to his faithful valet, Cato, the only person who knew his identity as the Green Hornet.
You seem troubled, Mr. Britt.
I'm thinking about that plane crash at the city airport this morning.
You think it not accident, perhaps?
Well, that Lieutenant Axford spoke of bothers me, Cato.
Perhaps Axford make mistake. Since Mr. Martin says Sergeant inspect plane.
Martin's right, of course. But I'm convinced Axford did say a lieutenant, or someone disguised as a lieutenant.
Then you do suspect someone tamper with plane.
Yeah, maybe I do. But what they could do to make the plane suddenly choke off in midair stumps me.
Do something to fuel line, perhaps?
Well, in that case, the motor probably would have stopped before they took off. It was warming up for some time.
If motor not sound right before they took off, they sure to notice.
Yes, the pilots and ground crew were used to noticing things like that. Axford said the plane seemed to be running all right. It wasn't until the wheels retracted after the plane was in air that... Wait.
What do you think of, Mr. Britt?
Something that could have been done to cause that motor to stop. Perhaps I'm wrong. But if I'm not, then the man in the lieutenant's uniform could have been a saboteur.
But if wreckage blow up and burn, no way to tell if anything be done to plane.
That's right. But tonight another official is leaving the same airport by special plane. If saboteurs are at work, they'll probably make an attempt to stop him, too. And probably in the same way.
Maybe if Green Hornet goes to city airport...
Yeah, sure reading my mind, Cato.
Black Beauty all ready. I get gas gun and a mask.
All right. I'm playing a hunch this time, but if it turns out to be right, we may prevent another so-called accident. And put a saboteur or two in the hands of Uncle Sam. Come on, Cato.
Stepping through a secret panel in the rear of a closet in his bedroom, Britt Reed and Cato went along a narrow passageway built within the walls of the apartment house itself. This passage led to an adjoining building which fronted on a dark side street. Though supposedly abandoned, this building served as the hiding place for the sleek, superpowered Black Beauty, streamlined car of the Green Hornet. Britt Reed pressed a button. The great car roared into life. A section of the wall in front raised automatically, then closed as the gleaming Black Beauty sped into the darkness.
sitting here for some time in the shadows. The only cars in the parking space over there are the squad car and the one Martin and the official came in.
Perhaps man not come in own car this time.
Wait. There's a car turning in there now.
Man getting out. He's not able to see us here in dark with the lights out.
When he passes under that entrance light, we can see... Cato, he's in an officer's uniform.
Yes. Maybe fake lieutenant, Mr. Britt.
You stay here and keep an eye on his car. If he comes back to it later, we'll follow him.
What you do now?
If he's the man we're looking for, he'll lead me to the hangar where the plane is. And what happens after that depends on him.
Well, Sarge, we're here in plenty of time. They haven't brought out the plane yet. Is it in the same hangar the other one was?
Yes, that one over there.
What are you standing over here by this hangar for, then?
Mr. Martin's coming back here in a minute. And for reasons of his own, he wants us to meet him here. But he won't like you hanging around, so you better beat it to the waiting room till we're ready to go back to town.
Hey, no. What's going on here I shouldn't be in on, I'd like to know.
Martin will tell you all about it later, Axford.
Trying to get information from him is like pulling teeth.
Well, I'm telling you, he better not find you here.
Here comes Mr. Martin now, Sarge.
I think I'll take a look around while I'm waiting. No use making Martin sore.
If Axford knew we was looking for spies, he'd throw a fit because we chased him away.
Yeah, sure, he's got spies in the brain, if you ask me.
Sergeant Burke, you and your two men come right over with me close to this hangar so we can't be seen from the other hangar.
How'll we know if we're needed, Mr. Martin?
The corporal will blow his whistle if the man we expect should make his appearance. We want to catch him in the act inside the hangar. Have your guns ready, and if that whistle blows, don't lose a second getting to that other hangar. He must not get away.
Halt! Who goes there?
I'm an officer.
Advance to be recognized, sir.
I'm checking up to make sure the sergeant made his final inspection tonight.
Yes, sir. The final inspection's been made, sir.
Good. You can't be too careful.
That's right, sir.
Say, aren't you the same guard who was here today?
Yes, sir. If you want to go in now, sir, there isn't much time.
Hold on a minute. Strange they haven't changed guards here since this morning.
It's a special detail, sir. I'll pass you in if you're ready to
Someone
go.
else is in there already. Who is it?
Someone else? No, sir, you must be mistaken.
Look, in there by the plane.
Well, I don't see it.
So, I'm not to be fooled so easily, you chump. You were a little too anxious to pass me in. Well, now to drag him inside the door. There. Let's hope they take that plane out before they find you not at your post. I'll do my part to make one more accident happen.
Hey, Sarge. Sarge.
What's all the excitement, Axford?
Hey, what are you doing here?
Oh, hello, Martin. Listen, all of you. I saw that lieutenant again. The one I saw around here this morning.
So what? Hold on, Sergeant Burke. That lieutenant's the man we're waiting for. The corporal should have blown that whistle by now.
To my way of thinking, there's something funny going on.
Where'd you see that man, Axford?
The lieutenant, you mean?
Yes. Where was he when you just saw him just
He
now?
went over toward the hangar where that plane is. I followed just for no reason at all. And when he got near to the doorway of the hangar, he was gone. And so was the guard.
Guard not there? Bring your men, quick, Burke. Our plan has slipped up somehow, and we've got to move fast. When a guy knows how, this is a cinch to fix. There. That does it. It'll work, too. They don't inspect the plane again when they find that dopey guard.
Neat job, Lug.
What the masked man?
Gosh, if you'd elect the guard out so I could get in the watch, keep your hands up.
For the Green Hornet.
Oh, what?
Listen, I guess you came to pull a job here yourself. Maybe we can make a deal with you. Hey, something's gone wrong. I'm getting out of here.
He thinks he took me off guard, but Kate will be watching. I've got to pull that wire loose.
There's a carbone. Knocked out, Big Ollie. Look, somebody's over near the plane. Get after it, quick. Come on, men. He's running toward the back of the hangar. Holy cow, looks like the Green Hornet. Halt your spell, please.
He was tampering with the plane here. Oh, so that's it. The other plane must have been fixed the same way.
Him and that fake officer must have been working together, the dirty spies.
Come on, we'll go after them. Hurry up.
Leave one of your men here to watch this plane. I don't want it to leave the hangar.
Cassidy, stay here with the plane. Come on, the rest of you, quick. There he goes. Make it snappy or it'll get clean away. The guard at the back shooting at them, but he ain't got a chance of hitting that slippery Hornet.
Well, Cato, that phony officer's car's still in sight. He's probably too panicky to realize we're following him.
But we being followed too, Mr. Brick. Police car back there.
If they get too close before that fellow reaches his destination, we'll have to use the smoke screen.
It be necessary soon. Police car coming fast.
The car head's turning a corner. After him, Cato.
Nothing ever lose Black Beauty, Mr. Brick.
Good, he's still in sight.
Police getting too near. Just come around the corner.
Move up on that car ahead.
Police speed up too.
All right, open the jets, Cato. We'll give them a cloud of smoke.
Smoke screen hide us from their view now.
Car ahead seems to be stopping. Turn into that side street before the smoke clears. The police ought to be able to handle this from now on. I think we've led them to the Ratsy's nest, so they ought to make a good haul.
Sure, and that sneaking Hornet will do anything to get away. That smoke was just another of his tricks.
It's clearing away now. Do you see them? Look, that fake lieutenant just got out of that car to stop in front of the apartment house.
Yeah, he's going into that place and will maybe be leading us right to the Hornet's hideout. Stop here, Finnegan. All right, Mike. Come on. If we're not quick, they'll give us the slip again. We got to get them this time.
You're back so soon.
There's a devil to pay, Rudder. A Green Hornet busted into me while I was doing the job. The cops followed him and rushed the hangar. I just got away by a hair, believe me.
You fool. Why did you come here? Don't you know you may have been followed? That Green Hornet is too smart to let you get away without reason.
Hey, I didn't think of that. But if he does come here, we can make a deal with him to keep his mouth shut. He'll do anything for money, they say.
Speaking of money, get out of that uniform and be quick about it. You have bungled the whole thing, so you shall not be paid anything, do you hear?
Wait a minute, Tiny. If you figure on double-crossing me, you have another thing coming.
Is that so? Maybe this would keep you under control.
Put that gun down, Rudder. This is no time to be squaring off at each other. Take it easy.
You have served your purpose, Garvett. The Nazi party knows how to deal with those who fail. So this is a time for me...
Nazi party, huh? Well, this is our party now. Grab him, Finnegan.
I got him.
No, you...
Your shooting is a failure, too, Mr. Nazi, thanks to Mr. Martin.
That one you slugged, Mr. Martin, is the same guy you saw this morning in the uniform.
He's the one we want, all right. And he led us right to his Nazi boss. These will be federal prisoners, Burke, but we'll take them down to headquarters for questioning.
Hey, I'm an American. You can't do this to me.
American.
You're worse than your boss. He's an enemy to your country, but you're a traitor to your country, which is worse.
That Hornet's too slick. He did show up here with his pal.
Well, at least by following the Green Hornet, we found this rat's nest and got these two.
Yes, and we know the Hornet had a part in the sabotage of those planes.
Just what was it he did to the planes?
By the simple process of stretching a fine bare wire under the wing of the plane and connecting it a certain way, a short circuit was caused when the wheels retracted after the plane took off. It would take only a few minutes for one who knew how to do it.
Well, I'll be switched. How did you know about it?
One end of the wire was hanging loose. That's how I noticed it. The trick has been pulled before elsewhere.
Holy crow, that Hornet is smarter than I thought.
The Green Hornet is a very ingenious man, Axford.
Sure, and I could think of worse things than that to call him, too.
Go on, Axford. Martin means the Hornet's clever.
Clever, is he? He was dumb enough to lead us here.
It was you, Rudder, and your loud mouth that brought him to this apartment.
When rats get to squealing at each other, they don't stop to think people may be listening outside their door. We heard enough from you two already to put the rope around your necks. Let's take them away.
Listen to that, will you? The Green Hornet leaving his pals to their fate, and him going off to plan more deviltry.
We'll start a hunt for him on a bigger scale than ever before.
Sure. And the day will come when that Spalpeen will be sorry he ever tied up with Hitler and his pals. It'll be a great day for us when the Green Hornet is behind bars.
Let the lights be! Paper! Nazi spy ring broken! Green Hornet found! Read all about it! Green Hornet still at large! Set the lights free! Paper!
That March 15th tax date with the Collector of Internal Revenue is not far away. We have to pay for this war, and the bill is tremendous. Therefore, our taxes must necessarily be high. Here are those who must file a return. Any single person whose gross income in 1943 was $500 or more. Any husband or wife whose individual gross income was more than $624. Every husband and wife whose combined gross income was $1,200 or more. And every individual who paid or owed a tax on 1942 income. You may secure income tax forms and receive help free of charge from your local Collector of Internal Revenue. Remember, returns must be filed at the collector's office, and any tax must be paid not later than midnight of March 15th. Fill out your return now and find out where you stand. Be sure to listen to the Green Hornet again next week at this same time. These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit. All characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. Bob Height speaking. This is the Blue Network.
Sunday's paper.
Do not attempt this with any other shampoo. Daily Defense shampoos and conditioners protect, fortify, and defend hair to keep it beautiful. Defend yourself.
Well, Silver, wait those daring days of yesteryear with the Lone Ranger up next.
Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
A fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. After the Mexican War, the great Southwest Territory was ceded by Spain to the United States. But the peace treaty that closed the war brought no peace to the border. For generations, the Spaniards south of the Rio Grande and the Texans to the north remained enemies. It was the masked rider of the plains who finally made friendship possible between them. Outlaws from Texas who raided the Mexican haciendas and bandits from Mexico who rustled Texas cattle caused most of the trouble. And when the masked man brought them to justice, the way was open for a better understanding between the honest men of both countries. Return with us now to those thrilling days when the West was young. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading south for the Rio Grande. Outlaws are near the border. Hi-yo, Silver! Away!
The Rancho Sanchez property of old Don Diego Sanchez was famous for the splendid horses it raised. Horses, however, which were inevitably a temptation to rustlers. At the time our story opens, Don Diego's animals had been disappearing a dozen or so at a time for more than a month. To prevent more being stolen and to catch the thieves, he called his son Antonio and several of his men together. We see them now in front of Don Diego's home.
Pablo.
Si, senor.
Tonight, Pablo, with men of your choosing, you will ride to the west. There you will keep watch over all that part of the rancho which lies between the Rio Blanco and the Rio Grande.
I will do so, senor.
If you discover the thieves, you will send one of your men to me with the alarm. You and the others will attempt to hold them. You understand?
Si.
Then go at once. Choose what men you will.
Senor, no horses will be stolen where me, Pablo, keep watch. That I swear. Adios.
Jose.
We have orders from me, senor.
You'll keep watch over our boundaries to the south. I give you the same orders I've given Pablo. Be on your way.
I go, senor.
And you, Manuel. The boundaries to the east I entrust to you. Take a dozen men and be gone. And let no thief get by you.
They will not, senor.
And me, Father?
Same, my son. To you I give the hardest task of all. You will guard our boundaries to the north, where the gringos are.
Father, there are better men than I am for that. Men who know the country.
And it is time you learned it. Or have you gone soft while you've been to school with the Yankees?
Oh, that is not true.
I've been wondering.
Yes?
I sent you far to the east to school because I could not then afford to send you to the old country where I and my father before me were taught. But perhaps it was a mistake.
A mistake?
I never thought a Sanchez would learn to like the gringos. But you have done so.
Father, there are many fine men among them.
All gringos are cowards and thieves. They've stolen our land, our home, our cattle, our horses.
They have outlaws, Father. But so have we among our people.
That is different.
But is it?
My son, you say you do not wish to keep guard. Is it because the thieves might be men from the north?
No.
Someday the time will come when all this land of ours, this hacienda, will be yours. But first you must prove you deserve it.
I only ask, Father, that tonight you do not send me.
You will go.
But
I said you will go.
Yes, Father.
And if a horse is stolen while you keep guard, you will answer for it the same as any other.
I leave now, Father.
Adios, my son.
Adios.
But that night, in spite of old Don Diego's precautions, a band of men crossed the Rio Grande where it was shallow and rode to the boundary of the Diego hacienda. A solitary horseman was standing guard.
Is that him, Dirk?
Sure it is. Hey, Tony!
Dirk?
Who else you expect?
You rotten.
Pull up, fellas! And don't you go to calling names, young fella. It'd pay you to treat us real polite.
I'd like nothing better
Sure, I savvy, than to drill me. But try that on just once, mister. And that old man of yours that thinks he's so high and mighty is liable to learn something about you he wouldn't like.
I don't know. Maybe I should have told him.
You got hitched to Molly Gardner while you and her were both going to school at the same time? He'd hit that ceiling so hard he'd go through it.
He might take it all right.
Look here, Tony. There ain't a man among us your Paul likes, good or bad. But the one he hates most is Molly's Paul.
Yes.
And if he even suspicioned the two of you was hitched, he'd kick you out of the family so fast your head'd swim.
You came for the horses?
Of course. Whereabouts they at?
Down in that arroyo. But you'll have to hurry.
Where's the fellas your pa sent out with you to keep guard?
I got rid of them. Told them to ride toward the crossing. But they'll be coming back soon.
Sam.
Yeah?
Take the fellas and round them horses up. Get them across the Rio pronto.
Sure. Come on, fellas. Get up there. Get up.
Dirk.
Yeah?
These are the last horses you are getting.
Huh?
That's what I said. I can't do any more. Stealing from my own father. Just to keep you from talking.
Oh, so that's the way it is, huh? Losing your nerve?
I just can't do any more, Dirk. I can't.
You'd rather your pa was told about things? You'd rather lose this ranch you're going to get sometime? You'd rather take Molly and earn your living punching cows for 40 and found?
It wouldn't be that bad.
Now, look here, don't be a fool. Do like I said, and you'll stay on good terms with your pa. Ain't that so?
Yes.
And if you keep working at him, maybe one of these days you'll get him to look at things your way.
Maybe you can fix it so he won't be so sore about you getting hitched to Molly.
That's what I've been hoping for.
If you ever get him to agree with you, then I'll stand out of your way.
I see.
But if between now you don't do like I say, then by thunder your Paul will learn about you and Molly, and you'll wish you hadn't ever crossed me.
I don't seem to have much choice.
Now you're getting smart. You're blamed right you haven't any choice. Sam, are you coming?
We're all set. You ready?
Get them horses started and I'll be right with you.
We're on our way. Come on, boys.
And Tony.
Yes?
Anytime you begin changing your mind again, you recollect what I just told you.
I guess.
The next time I'm wanting horses, I'll be seeing you. Get up there. Get up.
Oh, Silver. Oh, boy. Oh, there.
What you find out?
I learned more than I'd expected to, Tonto.
That good.
You were right when you suspected that Don Diego's son had something to do with the horse stealing. But I learned that he's helping the outlaws against his will.
How that?
You know Jim Gardner?
Tonto know him.
His daughter Molly was sent away to school in the East. And while she was there, she must have met Don Diego's son.
Oh.
And now they're married.
Not bad.
It is bad, Tonto. It means a dangerous situation. Men like Don Diego are proud, too proud.
That's right.
They think that the Yankees are below them. Don Diego should learn of his son's marriage. It's hard to tell what might happen.
Who steal horse?
Dirk Spade and his gang. Somehow they've learned about the marriage and are using that to make Tony Sanchez follow their orders.
What you do?
I'm not sure yet, Tonto. We'll turn in now and think about it overnight. Then tomorrow we'll see what we can do.
But the masked man was not the only one considering the problem. All night long, young Antonio Sanchez fought a battle between his conscience and fear of his father's anger. In the morning, when he returned to the ranch with his men, he avoided his father. But several hours later, his decision made, he went to Don Diego. At that moment, Jose burst into the house.
Senor. What is it, Jose? 10 horses have been stolen. 10 of the best. Where? Right to the north, senor. Then I follow the Rio Grande, and there I see the tracks. And the tracks? Lead to the north.
Gringos stole the horses.
I return. I count the horses there, and 10 are gone.
Antonio.
Yes, Father.
That is where you kept guard. You have failed me. Jose, get men. See if you can follow the trail of those gringos. If you find them, get those horses back. Si, senor. We follow at once. Oh, last night you stood guard, and you saw nothing.
Wait.
The men who work for me for pay protect my property. But my son, my own son, you who should be better than them all, you fail me.
It is my fault.
You admit it?
Listen, I have something to tell you.
What can you have to tell me except that you did not see the thieves?
But I did.
What?
Father, listen to me. Try to understand.
You say you saw the thieves but let them escape? And then you ask me to understand?
But there's more than that.
Yes?
I did something for which you will be very angry.
Go on.
When I was gone at school, I met someone.
Ah, you met someone. And this someone?
She is...
Caramba! This someone was a woman. A woman of the gringos?
Yes, Father.
Now I understand. She was older than you. You made a fool of yourself.
No, not that.
Well, then?
She is the girl you know. I fell in love with her. I still love her. I married her.
You what?
It is so. I've been afraid to tell you. I've been a coward. And because I've been a coward, your horses have been stolen. But I am afraid no longer.
This is too much. I do not understand. You fall in love with the gringo. My horses are stolen. You are afraid. Diablo, of what are you talking?
Father, certain men found out about my marriage. They threatened to tell you if I did not help them take the horses. I have told you I was afraid, and so...
And so you turned thief?
I got nothing for it. It was only to keep you from knowing.
A thief, a Sanchez was married a gringo. Get out!
Father.
Get out! This is your home no longer. I am not your father. You are not my son. I shall forget that you ever have been.
But wait, listen, won't you?
Out!
But...
And if you return, I myself will take the whip to you.
Very well.
Such as you should bear my name.
I have not been a thief, but I have helped thieves. And for that I ask your pardon. But you refused because of my wife. And for that I shall never pardon you.
Leaving the Rancho Sanchez, the young man rode swiftly to his wife's home. We see him with Molly that evening in the Gardner living room.
Your father, he will not be back soon.
He's in town on business. He won't be back till late. Oh, Tony, what are we going to do?
You need not fear. I am your husband, am I not? I shall tell your father we are married, and then you and I shall leave together.
I think Father will look at it reasonably.
Of course.
But your father, he'll make trouble.
Listen, I've kept track of what has been stolen from him. I know what he has lost to the very penny.
But, Tony...
I shall get work. I shall save. And he will be repaid all of it.
But, Tony, you don't understand. It isn't that. It's simply that he'll blame Father for our marriage and...
He can't do that.
But I'm afraid.
There is nothing to fear.
Oh!
Mask!
Don't move.
Who are...
Tony, you know where Dirk's hideout is?
I do, but
And you?
Tony told me
And Tony, I'm giving you a warning.
Who are you? What do you want?
Don't go near that hideout. Dirk won't stand for it.
You're one of his men.
Perhaps.
But Tony wouldn't go there.
Would he if he thought Dirk was planning something against Don Diego?
What's that?
I'll just repeat my warning. Don't interfere.
Why, you-
Don't throw. You're covered.
So Dirk found out about the quarrel between my father and me.
What do you think?
And now he knows he can't give me orders anymore.
I won't discuss that.
So he's trying to frighten me. He's probably planning to steal more horses. He's afraid I'll spoil his plans.
I'm just here to tell you what not to do. You've had your warning, and that's enough.
Trying to frighten me, a Sanchez.
But, Tony, you're not going.
I am.
No.
Dirk's a fool. He doesn't understand my people. He ordered me to stay away. If he wanted me there, he couldn't have chosen a surer way to bring me.
The curtain falls on the first act of our thrilling Lone Ranger drama. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. When the Lone Ranger told young Sanchez to stay away from Dirk Spade's hideout, the young man vowed he'd go in spite of the masked man's warning.
But, Tony, they might kill you.
You ask me to stand by while they rob my father? I did that before. But that's in the past now.
Please, listen to me.
There'll be no danger, Molly.
But
I won't let them see me. I'll just go close enough to learn what they're planning.
Oh, Tony, if you'll only listen.
I owe my father this, Molly. Don't try to stop me.
You promised me you'll be careful.
Of course. It's not far. I'll be back before you know it.
Oh, if anything should happen to you.
But what can? Adios.
I'll be waiting for you, Tony.
And I'll be back. Never fear. Steady.
Adios.
I knew I wasn't mistaken in him, Tonto.
Oh.
He's proud like all of his people. When he thought he was threatened, he reacted just as I expected.
Not good.
I didn't tell him that Dirk had told him to stay away. I didn't say that Dirk was really plotting against his father, but he thought I did.
That's plenty clever.
Now it's up to us to see that he comes to no harm, Tonto. Let's get to the horses.
Me watching him.
He'll lead us to the camp. And then I'll have a lot of riding to do, but Silver can make it.
Not right. Get him up, Scout.
Hail, Silver! Away!
Young Sanchez approached as closely to the outlaw camp as he dared. Then, finding cover out of range of the glow of the campfire, he tried to overhear the rustlers talk and learn the details of their plot against his father. But although he waited patiently, the subject was not mentioned.
It's funny they don't say anything about it. I've got to find out. What was that? I thought I heard...
You stand up.
What?
Me got gun. You stand up.
You sneaked up on me.
No. You walk that way.
You're part of the gang.
You walk.
I'm going.
Here, feller.
What in blazes? It's Tony.
With a redskin holding a gun on him.
Me find this feller back there. Him hear what you say. Me get him.
You.
What's that?
Him hide there in grass. Me find him.
He was hiding there, Injun?
So
where in thunder did you come from, Redskin?
Me hear about you. Me ride this way.
You heard about it.
Well, I'll be doggone. I'll bet the Injun wanted to join up.
Not right.
But look here, Injun. How'd you find this camp?
Me follow sign.
Trust a redskin to read trail. I'll we see about you later. What I want to know is what Tony was doing here.
You know why I came. Or you should know. Sending the masked man to warn me away. You should know I don't frighten that easily.
What's he talking about, boss?
Don't ask me, Limpy.
You claim you didn't send him?
Send who?
The masked man that said you were plotting against my father. The masked man you sent to tell me you wouldn't stand for any interference.
Are you loco?
I suppose you'll claim you weren't planning to steal more horses.
Maybe we was and maybe we wasn't. But what's that got to do with a masked fella we never even heard of?
But I was sure.
Sure of what?
From what he said, I was certain he came from you. That you were planning something.
It sounds mighty funny to me.
I'll be going.
Oh, no, you don't.
But I...
You'll stay right here, and you will answer some questions. Just how did you savvy where this camp was?
I followed you one night.
Figured that if the time ever come I didn't have anything on you anymore, you'd know where to send the law after me. Is that it?
No, it wasn't that.
Don't lie to me. I happen to know I ain't got nothing on you now. I heard about you and your paw.
Then the masked man did come from you.
I tell you, I don't know anything about a masked hombre. But I do know there's nothing that'd suit you better than to get even with me for making you help steal your paw's horses. And that's just why you come here.
And someday I will get even.
Yeah? Does anyone else know about this camp? Did you ever tell Molly about it?
No.
If you did...
She doesn't know, I tell you.
It'll be blamed unlucky for her if she does. Now you're staying here till I figure out what to do with you. Injun. Seems to me we owe you some thanks for finding the polecat for us.
That all right.
But don't get the idea that because you've done us a good turn, we're taking it your own word. Before you join up with our gang, we're going to find out some things about you. And don't you try to get away either. We're guarding the two of you till we find out what's what.
The Lone Ranger, watching Tonto enter the outlaws' camp, raced back to the Gardner Ranch where Molly was waiting for her husband to return.
You again?
Your husband refused to take my warning.
How did you know?
And because he refused, right now he's a prisoner in Dirk's camp.
Oh, no.
I hope you'll have the good sense to take my warning. You admitted your husband told you where the camp is. Well, don't try to help him.
The law...
The law can't help you. Sheriff's out of town. By the time you rode there and back, it might be too late.
What are you going to do with him?
It isn't what I'll do with him. It's what Dirk will.
Dirk?
I've said enough. Stay here and you'll stay out of danger. I've told you what's happened to your husband. Don't run the same risk yourself.
Tony, I've got to do something. Father won't be home, and it's too far to town.
Come on, Silver!
The masked man, he's gone. Oh, Tony, a prisoner. I've got to help him. My horse is saddled. The masked man won't know. Wait, a gun. There's one on the table. There. Even if I can't help him, I'd rather face it with him than wait alone, knowing he's in danger. Stand still there. Get up there. Get along.
Oh, boy. Diego, Senor, he's a masked man.
What's that you're shouting, Jose?
I've come to talk to you, Don Diego.
Sacre.
Careful.
Manuel, Jose, Pablo, come here.
Don Diego, those men attack me. Your son may die.
I have no son.
That's your pride talking, Don Diego.
I have
You've
no...
disowned him. You've sent him away. All because of that same foolish, obstinate pride.
I will fix him, Senor.
The next man that draws on me will get the same. Stand back.
You shot the gun from his hand.
You've got to listen to me, Don Diego. Your son is a prisoner of Dirk Spade.
Dirk is a thief.
The same thief who's been stealing your horses. Because Tony thought they were planning another raid on your rancho, he went there to stop them.
That is not true. If they stole my horses, then they are my son's friends.
They aren't his friends.
He helped them steal from me, his father. He married a gringo woman. He is no longer a Sanchez. He has disgraced our name.
Your own words show why he helped them steal. He married the woman he loved. But knowing your blind prejudice, he was afraid to tell you.
Prejudice? All gringos are worthless.
And so, because of your pride and your temper, you'll do nothing to save your son from Dirk?
He is not my son, I tell you. He can go his own way. I have nothing to do with
And if you won't go willingly, you'll go by force.
Please let me go.
Get back! This gun is aimed at your master. Get back or I'll pull the trigger. Now, Don Diego, up with you. Shoot, you fool! Come on, Silver!
We pay for this, senor. My men, they will follow.
They'll follow? Don Diego, that's just what I want them to do. I know Silver. Away!
I've been thinking, Tony.
Yes?
Even if your paw did kick you out, maybe you can still be of some use to me.
You want me to help you?
Well, you could be handy in a lot of ways. And you might do worse than throw in with us.
Why, you...
Now, don't fly off the handle. Just look at it this way. Your paw's all through with you, ain't he?
And what if he is?
Well, you gotta make a living. And we don't do so bad.
I am no outlaw.
You've acted mighty like one at times. Or have you forgot about helping us steal them horses?
You know why I did that. You made me.
Sure, I made you. Now, here's what I was thinking. Your paw's rancho covers a lot of ground, and he's got all kinds of horses. What's more, you know everybody working for him. And most likely you savvy lots of things about them.
What are you getting at?
Just this. Knowing all them things, it'd be a heap easier for you to steal the horses than me. And you'd be able to pick out the best.
You're really asking me to steal from my father?
Made myself clear, didn't I? Now, why don't
Here's
you...
my answer.
Grab him. You I'll teach her.
You had that coming, Dirk, and more just like it.
I was going to be easy on you, but now I'll make you wish you'd never been born. Get a hold of him, fellas.
No, let him go.
Molly.
Well, I'll be. So, she didn't know where this hideout was, huh?
She got gun.
Don't you dare harm Tony.
You not shoot. Me take gun from you.
Let go that gun.
There. Now me got him. Good work, Injun.
Molly, you should not have come here.
Tony, I had to. You men can't hurt Tony. Let him go. He won't turn you over to the law. I promise you. You have my word. Please don't.
Dirk, what in blazes are we to do with her?
We've got to get rid of both of them before they tell anybody else about us.
Yeah, and maybe they have already. If they know about this place, maybe a dozen others do, too.
Then we've got to clear out. After we've showed these two what it means to come meddling in our business.
What are you going to do?
You'll see. Grab Tony. I'll take care of him first.
You can't. You can't. Let him go. I'll stay in his place. I'll do anything.
There, Molly. Don't let them frighten you.
Oh, Tony, if they harm you...
They won't.
The masked man.
Surround us.
Diego, over there, the horses they have stolen.
Father.
Don Diego, fight them off. Drill them.
There's a gun covering every man here. Make a break for it, and Don Diego's men will drop you before you can draw.
I give up.
Don't shoot. Bless you.
It would give me pleasure to shoot. If you wish to fight.
I ain't putting up no fight.
But, Father, where did you come from? I thought that...
Tony, I think your father understands things better now.
The masked man, he bring me here. He talked to me, but at first I would not listen. But then, when I watched you, my son, and heard...
You heard everything?
Everything. How you refused to help these thieves.
Oh.
And more. This wife of yours tried to protect you.
Because I love your son, Don Diego.
You have the courage of a Sanchez.
You mean...
It will give me pride to welcome her into our family.
But I do not understand. The masked man, he was working for Dirk. And then he brought you here.
I, too, find many things in this I do not understand.
But, Father,
But I am content to thank the masked man for the more important things he taught me to understand in their place. That is enough.
And, Father, if it means you've forgiven me, that you'll welcome my wife, then it's enough for me, too.
Hail, Silver! Away! Come on, Silver, old fellow! Santa is waiting to meet us near Hillsdale. We've got to hurry! Hail, Silver! Away!
story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Before you go out in the sun, get on the boat.
Get on the boat, the banana boat.
Fun Care, Sun Care, for hour after hour of unbeatable protection.
Maximum protection through and through. Soft, smooth skin.
Looks good on you.
Get on the banana boat.
Groucho Marx is your host, as some of the most interesting contestants you will ever meet compete on You Bet Your Life. Up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is hand. H-A-N-D.
Ham, did you say?
Hand.
Oh, H-A-N. Oh, really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only...
Name droppers. Oh, that's me. Well, here I am again with $4,000 for one of our couples.
Groucho, we invited some men from the State Highway Department to the show tonight, and just before we went...
There are men walking up and down the highway that you invited here tonight?
Oh, they're from the Department of the State Highways.
Oh, I see.
We invited them to the show tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mr. Dexter McBride. His partner is a girl with an interesting occupation, Miss Anna Mahler.
Well, how cozy.
And here they come, folks. Come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome. Welcome, folks, for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Dexter McBride and Mr. Dexter McBride and Miss Anna Mahler. Mr. McBride, where are you from?
I'm from the South, sir, from Virginia. Norfolk, Virginia.
Norfolk, Virginia. That's where the sailors hang out, isn't it?
That's right, sir.
Isn't that right? Yeah. Are you married?
Yes, I am, sir.
And Miss Anna Mahler, huh? Where are you from, Anna?
I'm from Vienna.
Oh, Vienna. In that case, I'll practice some old-world charm. I'm charmed to meet you, my dear.
Charmed to meet you, Mr. Marx.
Please, let's not overdo this. Okay?
Okay.
Okie dokie? Hunky dory? That's old-world charm. May I kiss your hand, mademoiselle?
I'm not mademoiselle. I'm married.
In that case, you can kiss your own hand. Let's play this Vienna string out here. How long have you been in America, Mrs. Mahler?
I'm not Mrs. Mahler. I'm Mrs. Fistulari.
What happened to Mrs. Mahler? She was here just a minute ago. And where did Fistulari come from?
From Russia.
Fistulari sounds like a skyrocket. Where did he come from? Where?
Russia.
From Russia? He came from Russia? That's a good place to come from. Okay, okie dokie. Spill it in plain English. What's the scoop? How come you're Mahler, but you're really a Fistulari?
Well, I started working with the name of Mahler, and so I didn't want to muddle everybody up and change. And then I married. And so I became Mrs. Fistulari.
Well, that's logical. Yeah. Well, Mahler's a very famous name in Austria. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I know. So? Gustav Mahler was my father.
Oh, really? Well, this is an honor. He was one of the greatest of the modern composers. Now, Anna, you don't mind if I call you Anna, huh?
Sure.
Because I'm a music lover, too. Now, what sort of work do you do? Are you in music, too?
I sculpt. I'm a sculptress.
Oh, sculpting. Are you a lady barber, you mean?
Well, I deal with heads very often, but I prefer stone heads.
Well, when you're in business, I guess you can't be too fussy. How did you happen to carve out a career for yourself in sculpturing?
Well, I started drawing very early, and then I painted, but these paintings always looked like pieces of sculpture, so I thought it was better to do the real thing. Mm-hmm. And since then, I'm very happy and don't want to do anything else.
Well, it sounds like a very pleasant profession. Just stand there and chisel all day. That's about the size of it, isn't it, Anna?
I don't think so. It's
You don't, huh?
very heavy. It's very dirty. It ruins your hand. It's dusty. And it's...
Wait a minute. You said hands. You said hands, and you and your partner here are going to split $100. It's 50 for you and 50 for you.
That's a very good beginning.
Yes, that's an excellent beginning. Now, Fenneman says you're from the State Highway Department?
That's right, sir.
What do you do there?
I'm a right-of-way agent with the State of California Division of Highways.
Right-of-way? That's
Right-of-way.
ridiculous. On the California highways, no one has the right-of-way. What do you mean by a right-of-way man?
Right-of-way man is a man who acquires for the state necessary highways, necessary right-of-ways in order that freeways can be constructed.
Mm-hmm. I've often wondered when you fellows put on a new highway, what happens to the houses that stand in the way?
Well, the great majority of them are somewhat easily removed. About 90% are
You
removed.
remove them with the occupants in them, or do you first consult with them?
There's a little consultation that goes on prior to that time. About 10%.
How long? About 5 minutes?
Sometimes it takes months.
It does.
Many months of negotiation. About 90% of the homes are removed to new locations, set up, remodeled, and about 10% are necessarily demolished and used to construct other homes or other buildings or other work.
Is that so? I imagine you've had some interesting experiences in that kind of a job. Are there some you could tell us about?
We've had a great many. They happen every day. One of the more interesting experiences, we thought, was the moving by a private contractor of a home, which he was moving to a new location over a portion of the roadway. There was a bridge over the road, and the house got stuck by about
I was stuck with a house in Beverly Hills. But I didn't know a house could get stuck. I thought only the owners.
Well, this house was firmly wedged under the bridge, and they couldn't push it forward. They couldn't pull it back. They didn't know what to do with it. So 2 o'clock passed to 3, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and about 5 o'clock a youngster came by who was getting ready to peddle the morning papers, and he observed the proceedings, and he finally ventured to say to a few of the contractors and engineers, he says, "Say, fellows, if that was my job," he says, "I'd let some of the air out of the tires," and they did, and the house proceeded on.
That newsboy is now General Eisenhower. Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the $4,000 question. But first, I want you to pay attention to this.
Did you know we're expecting a blessed event? Delivery date this Friday. And what a beautiful baby. The new Plymouth for 1952. At your DeSoto Plymouth dealers this Friday.
And talk about value.
You'll cast a loving eye on Plymouth's luxurious new tone-tailored interiors. Roomy, comfortable, truly distinctive.
Talk about value.
The famous Plymouth 7-to-1 high-compression engine, this year with an important new type of cylinder head. For power that's super smooth, super quiet.
Yes, talk about value.
You simply can't approach the relaxed comfort of a ride in Plymouth. Not in any other low-priced car. And another better-than-ever feature for 52, Plymouth Safeguard hydraulic brakes now have cycle bond linings, which give you more braking surface and last longer.
Yes, talk about value, and you're talking about Plymouth. The new Plymouth, the 1952 Plymouth.
See it this Friday at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
All right, now let's see how well you work together as a team. George, tell them the rules.
You bet as much of your $20 as you want on each of 4 questions, and the couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $4,000 DeSoto Plymouth question later in the show.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected books and authors. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you bet?
15, perhaps.
Anna?
All right.
All right. Who wrote Ivanhoe?
What's his name?
I can't.
Of course, I know.
Scott.
Scott is right. Walter Scott.
You're off to a good start. You have $35.
There's no point in asking Fenneman, Miss Marla, because to begin with, he's not allowed to tell you, and in the second place, he doesn't know. Remember, you're going for $4,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $35 are you going to risk this time?
Let's do all of it, but 4 or 5 cents.
All right.
How much?
You're going to bet $34.95, is that right?
96 cents.
$34.96. This is what they call Ausgereckens, huh? All right, who wrote Les Miserables?
Hugo.
Victor Hugo is right. It's going to be very interesting to hear Fenneman compute this.
Well, the first one's easy. You now have $69.
This is going to be a great ad for, what is it, San Francisco State University?
Right.
Is that right?
Yeah. This is right this time, I'm sure.
Okay.
You have $69.96.
Is that right, Miss Marla?
Well, you should know. I can't count.
All right, here we go. How much are you going to bet on your third question?
50?
Let's do all of it, but a couple of pennies.
Talk right out.
We'll do all of it, but...
All right, you're going to do $69.94. Who wrote The Last of the Mohicans?
Fenimore Cooper.
James Fenimore Cooper.
You now have $139.90.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to bet?
Let's do the whole thing.
Here we go. Who wrote A Farewell to Arms?
There you go. Think hard, huh?
If you don't know, take a stab.
Sorry.
I'm terribly sorry. It's Ernest Hemingway. Should have known that.
Isn't that terrible?
Well, I'm sorry. We can't let you go away broke.
That's terrible.
We don't let anybody go away broke on this show, Miss Marla, so we're going to give you one more question. You answered correctly, and we'll see that you don't leave here with less than $25. You've got nothing, so $25 will make up the difference between nothing and $25. I think hard, and please no help from the audience. What kind of fruit do you use in a peach pie? Peaches is right. Put it there. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
Groucho, we invited some dancing teachers to the program tonight, and just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Mrs. Mary Peck Farmer. Her partner is also from the audience, Mr. Gordon Giblin. He's a stevedore. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. Say the secret word and divide $100. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Mrs. Mary Peck Farmer. And Mr. Gordon Giblin?
Giblin.
Giblin, huh? Giblins will get you if you don't watch out. Where are you from? You must be pretty sick of that joke, huh?
Yeah. It's usually giblets in the gravy or something like that.
Well, this was a little more
refined,
stupid than You're a stevedore, is that Giblin?
That's right.
Is that right, Stevie?
That's
well,
right.
What's the difference? Is there a difference between a stevedore and a longshoreman?
Yes, a longshoreman, he loads on the dock and the stevedore loads on the ship.
How long does it take to get this dock loaded?
Well, that depends.
Whole thing sounds pretty shaky to me. What's the principal job of a stevedore?
Well, the principal job is to take cargo from the dock and put it aboard the ships, or vice versa, whichever the case may be. Ships coming in or going out.
I suppose I wanted to be a stevedore. What would I need besides a boat and a pier? I've already got a dock. It's not much good, but I keep them for sentimental reasons. I want to stay alive. What would I need to be a stevedore?
Well, to stay alive, you'd have to have a union book and a strong back.
What do you think of my back? It's pretty rugged, isn't it?
Well, you're glad you don't have to make your living as a stevedore.
Well, you're lucky you said that when my back was turned.
I'm still saying you're lucky you don't have to make a living as a stevedore.
You wouldn't say it if I had my 4 brothers here. Miss Farmer, you're a dancing teacher, is that right?
Yes, I am.
Well, let's discuss the light fantastic. My age, I'd rather discuss it than trip it. How much would you charge to make a dancer out of me? Nothing fancy, just sort of like Gene Kelly or perhaps Astaire.
Well, I've only been teaching children.
Well, I'm in my second childhood. Where is your school?
It's in Burbank, California.
What's the name of this temple of Terpsichore?
It's in my own name. It's Mary Farmer Dance Studio.
And you, are these little Terpsichoreans North Terpsichoreans or South Terpsichoreans? How many children are enrolled at this emporium?
Well, right now I have 200 children.
You have? Well, don't come running to me with your problems. Tell me, what are some of the things you teach these little monsters besides how to pay in advance?
Well, we teach ballet, tap, acrobatic, toe.
Acrobatic toe? What's that?
They're different stuff.
I have an acrobatic toe. I can't get my one shoe on them. Now, why don't you ask me something about ballet? Go ahead.
What's Surly Cootie Pig?
What was that?
Oh, those are foot beats at the bar.
These little ballet dancers put their feet on the bar? Ballet up to the bar, boys. The drinks are on the house. Well, you're a charming couple, and next time you're in the neighborhood, stop in and say hello to your DeSoto Plymouth dealer. You don't have to buy a car. Just stop in and say hello, that's all. Of course, they'd prefer that you bought a car, but you can't do that. Just say hello. Now you're going to play You Bet Your Life. All you got to do is beat our other couples, and you'll get a chance at the $4,000 question. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The man from the highway department and the sculptress went broke, so this couple has a clear field, and the secret word is still hand.
Oh, by the way, before I forget it, here's a note I wanted to mention. There's a serious contribution to American literature in the new issue of Look magazine. That's for January 1st, you see. It's called The Secret Letters of Julius Marx. And that's me. And that'll give you an idea of why I'm now called Groucho. Anyway, Look has collected some of my letters, and you may find them amusing. Just want you to know that I can spell. Among my other meager talents. Here we go. We're going to play You Bet Your Life. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected male and female of the species. This should be very interesting. Here's your first question. How much of the $20 will you risk?
15.
15. What do you call a male sheep?
Ram.
Ram is right.
You're off to a good start. You have $35.
He says that to everybody. Remember you're going for $4,000 tonight. How much of the $35 will you bet on your second question?
$34.50.
What do you call a male elephant?
A bull.
A bull is right.
You now have $69.50.
Here's your third question. How much of the money will you bet this time?
69.25.
69.25.
What do you call a female rabbit?
A doe.
Doe is right.
You now have $138.75.
Are you sure you haven't got an animal farm instead of a dancing school? Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much are you going to try?
$138.50.
All right. What do you call a male duck?
A drake.
A drake is right.
And you'll wind up with $277.25.
Put it there, kid. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers.
We asked if there were...
Plymouth dealers.
we asked if there are any...
not to sing anymore on the show.
We asked if there are any clubmen in our audience tonight, and from those who volunteered, Mr. Edward Peterson was chosen to be on the show. His partner is a young woman from the audience, Miss Patricia DeCondi. Folks, come in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Say the secret word, and you divide $100 in cash. You divide $100 in cash. It's a common word, something you always have with you. Patricia DeCondi. And Edward Peterson, is that right? Yes. Mr. Peterson, I'll start with you. Where are you from, Pete? Edward? Eddie? What do you prefer being called?
Ed, Eddie,
Eddie?
anything you like.
Okay. Well, anything I like is... That could be rather dangerous. Are you married, Ed?
No, sir, I'm not.
Why not?
Oh, I was born single. I haven't seen sufficient reason for any change.
What a magnificent tribute to womanhood. Well, if you get married, there won't be any change. Not in your pockets, at least. Ed, how old are you?
I'm 46.
Forget it. It's a cheap joke. You're how old?
I'm 46.
46? Well, you're a pretty young-looking 46. Do you attribute that to the fact that you're a bachelor?
No, sir, to outdoor living.
Outdoor living makes you healthy?
It seems to.
I lived outdoors just one night, and I got bitten by 2 dogs and a snapdragon. Patricia DeConde, where are you from, Pat?
I'm from Manhattan Island.
Manhattan? You were born in Manhattan?
Yes.
I was born in New York, too. Manhattan. I'm a slum boy. You don't mind if I call you Pat, do you,
Of course
Pat?
not.
Yeah, I'll call you Pat and you can call me Mike. What sort of work do you do, Pat?
Oh, I'm a beauty consultant.
A beauty consultant? Well, you're a pretty good ad for that place. What kind of beauties do you consult? I've consulted a few in my time.
I don't consult them. They consult me. I give classes in skincare and hair care, contour makeup.
Oh, is that so? Well, where do you do your consulting?
The
Never
various...
can tell. I might be interested in a consultation myself.
Well, I'm afraid I do it at the various Army, Navy, and air bases throughout the country.
The armed forces are taking beauty treatments?
Well, at least
I guess that's what Truman meant by fantastic new weapons. Well, let's hope they keep their powder dry. Fenneman says you're a clubman. What club do you belong to?
I belong to the Sierra Club.
You mean that jive joint down on Western Avenue? I was thrown out of that just 2 weeks ago. What's the Sierra Club?
The Sierra Club is an organization dedicated to the conservation of natural resources.
You mean don't let your faucets drip? Now, what are some of the activities of the Sierra Club?
The Sierra Club sponsors trips into the mountain areas of our state to study the flora, fauna, and geology of
now
the
you're
areas.
talking, huh?
It publishes authentic information on the mountain areas of our state. It also enlists the public's interest in conservation of our national parks, national monuments, state parks, and wilderness areas, and furthers the study of flora and fauna.
Well, this flora and fauna, that interests me for some strange reason. Are there women on these trips?
Yes, indeed.
Ed, you're a rascal. And do the ladies enjoy these mountain trips?
Yes, they do. They come back from the hikes as fresh as the men.
When is the next trip, Ed? I'll get up my alpenstock and I'll go along. I think one of these hikes would do me some good. How far do you walk?
Oh, 15 or 20 miles up steep slopes.
You just lost a member. You tell Flora I'll meet her in the foothills. And that goes for fauna, too. Huh? Some fauna, eh, kid? Well, I've learned a lot about the birds and the bees tonight, but apparently for me it's just a waste of time. We'll get on with the proceedings. You're going to play You Bet Your Life for a chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $4,000 question. You run your $20 no more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much you have to win, but George is going to remind our listeners.
The dancing teacher and the stevedore won $277.25, and the secret word is still hand.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected state landmarks. Here's your first question. How much will you bet?
$15.
$15. In what state do you find the famous Pikes Peak?
Colorado.
Colorado is right.
On your way, you have $35.
Remember, you're going for $4,000 tonight. How much of the $35 will you bet this time?
$34.99.
$34.99. In what state do you find the famous Everglades?
Florida.
Fenneman, get hot.
You're climbing. You have $69.99.
Here's your third question. How much will you bet?
$69.98.
In what state do you find Mount Lassen, the only active volcano in the United States?
California.
California is right. Here's your last chance to beat the other couples.
This one up yet. Wait a minute. 18.
I haven't got all night, Fenneman. Get on with it, huh? $139.97. Is that right?
That's what I have, yes.
That's what I've got, too. And I figured it in my head.
No, 96. $139.96.
That leaves you what?
1 penny.
Here's your last chance to beat the other couples. You're going to bet practically everything. Ready? Mammoth Cave is in what state?
Kentucky.
Kentucky is right.
You wind up with $279.93, and that means that you, with your $293.7... I was doing so well.
He can't even read it off a piece of paper.
You wind up with $279.93, and that means that you get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $4,000 question. No safer car was ever built than the 1952 DeSoto. Listen to these safety features. Safety rim wheels. In case of a blowout, this amazing DeSoto feature keeps the blown tire securely on the rim and helps you bring your car to a safe, smooth stop. The 1952 DeSoto brings you big windshield and window areas. DeSoto's wider, deeper windshield with narrower corner posts gives you a better view of the road. The 1952 DeSoto brings you big 12-inch brakes. No car in America has bigger brakes. And the special DeSoto parking brake is an entirely independent braking system, giving you 3 times the holding power of ordinary parking brakes. Oh, mister, there's no doubt about it. DeSoto had your family in mind when it built all these great safety features into its brand new 1952 DeSoto. See it. Drive it. The 1952 DeSoto. Now at your DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And remember, the dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth, the low-priced car, most like high-priced cars. Here's the beauty consultant and the Sierra Club man, the winning couple all ready for the DeSoto Plymouth $4,000 question, Groucho.
Well, you look strangely familiar to me, you two. All right, here we go for $4,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you. Think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. I'm sure everyone has heard the lovely song, Who is Sylvia? Franz Schubert wrote the music. For $4,000, who wrote the words of the poem, Who is Sylvia? Talk it over. Well, what do you guess?
Elizabeth Barrett Browning, but she didn't.
No, I'm sorry. It was William Shakespeare.
Oh, my goodness.
That's the correct answer, William Shakespeare. So that means the big question next week will be worth $4,500. Well, you lost the big money, but you won. How much did they win in the quiz, George?
$279.93.
Well, that's pretty good. Congratulations and thanks. Congratulations and thanks to both of you and to all of our contestants on the show tonight.
Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this same time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $4,500. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. 2 great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember... See the 1952 DeSoto.
Folks, here's a reminder from the National Safety Council. Bad weather may excuse delay, but never an accident. You Bet Your Life, transcribed from Hollywood, is produced by John Goodell. Directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.